there's something funny. I think it's funny. I gotta search myself on YouTube. Find my live. Oh shoot, not anymore. One little bit before the scenes of information is that I don't look at the screen, if you know or not, too often. So sometimes come unaware if maybe the feed got interrupted or something like that's going on. So if there's ever any kind of happening like that, I can see that on the TV. Well, we're going to get going over simplicity. I'm going. He went. Bada boom. Find all things, find a decent balance. Oh, I got it. I got it. Oh, I found it. Did you know 6 a.m. every day ain't 6 a.m. every day? Did you know it changes it a little bit? Expect the unexpected. How do you expect the unexpected? Well, you show up. You be yourself. It's the only way you can do it. You can't really be ready for it so much as be stable in who you are. whatever you live by. Don't let nobody shake you off your own heart, off your own course, because your path is not everybody else's path. And that means you don't need definitions and meanings to describe you. Circle now, we conjure thee that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show, or guardian and protection be for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve contained in thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here, so have we consecrated thee to bear circle. Blessed be sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom and birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gathered nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together for us one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and sword and wand and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their cause and cause, having their arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do his battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of Gwen Viel, fight the blackness, be dark night in our right. Zekia, Compasiana, Compasiti, Vikia, Compasiti, Ganana, Compa, hear me all that I summoned forth by name, come to me, by your head, call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously, through matrimony, most harmoniously, through our loving family. Renosi sikiawe wasan putura Hirusha Henjusi Kai Porikutishin was Mahan Ratsuki Besepitosa if it do Hudu Shakin Sinasarame. Un bashara mantai suwa kum fasho manate iswa nuna ni nenu rana ni nona ni nona dumba mun strong when ishana yan tere suwa kum ishana yan tere yeswa ha wo we wo e non prende bron non ci trasci battono suwa kum ci trasci ya parana ci varana suwa ha rura di rura di rura di rura di ong dong 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 ong chong chung chi chorong hong ong chung chi chorong ong harap shaman ta yes wa kom hai vai shaman ta yes wa ha zar hing ong kong chi chorong una ma kushana mara una ma samata kushana mama hu hari yo ro lo lo la lo la hing ong kong chi chorong una nga mai ai suwa kom nga ai nga mai ai swa ha e wu yu wa wi wo wi shring ong kong chi chorong or hero kai shi para jo swa kum ji ro hi je ro hi ji ba dei swa ha no ne no na mi ne na kring on prim be pong on ji ri shi ba ro swa ko shi ji ba ra ya swa ha wo lo un ga ni ko mo na pa sha lo swa ko ma na ma ka ti bu ba pe bu pe pe ron ga men no si si che vuoi questo cultura e che tu sai e si ricorda che ti geni was mal hat lo si divisa to sai pe te di pshakin sana saramen para shukushu baro ru ke ma ko bol ma mo la po ke na ro bo lugar la na bare ko sharu pakistan na bola saru pa pre ko belulu ma shana bo po lu ni ni kam am be kulu me lugu la kale karve shu ke la go bola ke ma me shuguri luma bo ma ru kara ke si ku ki mo kam pra nam lu ba ko se o que nem que me lá no chão machinana só lembrar mandar se machinana na mara me di me du ko rati ki logo si dor ke mani kai ko se ko ne ki ko ne deru der ke kari na traba ku para du ko ka mas persona sa ke mas ti sharu mala ba ko kada go gor mara ke ko ba ma du ku alors Korea sarulu banas kim tu dedi ku gi lugar dan makina panu ku na da lugar dan makia banur bisu saro imun banan hatu zare masuk karanu so mara da mau bil balai na thar malu daga tu ku mas di sore mas nom kor su kori mas ro sera pedu ko babar su kan palu gala to bor ani bo yar kingu bara re mo aru ka kuramu ni nuam gashki we Astui samkara sar kapter pui and all war and audit so war herupo net him to kafnan up to shut cut pui and so ho sharam jet to any shot in it move net right down to work it was the two the third pay about it to about me too and like him little really shy so that to matikuli to me usually the aluan mesh in a mesh shari lose and see me ya wo tu muchia sha Isaiah, Gari, Gaviasha, Viasha, Jerica, Jericho, to better Laka, Isaiah, Galino, to Kuno, Timakutri, detail, Shaviana, Subriali, Isaiah, Subriali, Gayana, Subriasha, Yana Sumria, Sialika, in a Sumria to Pera, in a Sumria Laka, in a Sumria Tatara, in a Sumria Taxi, in a Sumria Karuba, in a Sumria Tasarnik, and Shomash Kapulu, Dum to Nation, Keeper, Kimri, Lutam to Nish Marmuk Mashalani Lutam to Nish. Ishbarkani Kuru Lutam to Ninazumri Ali Utab Sama. Ya Runani Banani Nini Bakari Perik Bakabayes Bakaboys Bakabayes Bakabayes Perik Bananim Nini Badan Nuni Ayat Karborica and in by a gora, in by a gora, Kakaki Asan to Jaki Asaru, Ekikutulu, Home Shrim Prim Pasva Verkani, Him Pasva, Home Shrim Prim Pasva Verkani, Him Pasva, Home Shrim Prim Pasva Verkani, Him Pasva, Home Shrim Prim Pasva Verkani, Him Pasva. Om Krim Shrim Hrim Pajva Varkani Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha. Om Hrim Shrim Krim Hrim Pajva Varkani Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha. Om Hrim Shrim Krim Hrim Pajva Varkani Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha. And you should Amki Apsuki Sharki Shaka Shara Mara Yading Guru Kam Sin Kuding Gurningam Guru Naxali Gurkaya Shashmur Kutu Sian Kapasiki Kapagalo Bara Namta Bara Shakpara Kibara Bala Bara Lord Bara Maskim Bara Utu Bara Bara Latu Bara Lasu Bara Kotu Bara Ruku Bara Kolor Bara Letu Bara Tu Saladina Zu Lazu Ladina Su Gim Saladina Su Mula Saladina Su Inge Saladina Su Maskim Saladina Su Bara Dina Su Siar Kapasiki Kapamra Siksi Bare Nagi Shashor Kishno Masha Sigar Bare Sigarna Iksar Sharma Nagi Sigar Namsa Yendore Sharki Uguan Tagu Dianum dea sa savedo mani avar tina diana sa ci seni san sani bisa ki orban makolo kuro ban kari hari hada maya vupo dosan karika namaskaran mantra om ram mantra yar nama hom hrim manabar yar nama hom soya yar nama hom hrim panapa nama hom kukari yar nama hom ram tusne nama om ram yarang kumbar yar nama hom hrim malik yar nama om malik yar nama hom hrim svit nama hom markari yar nama om hrim barskar nama om ravaskar Namaha Om Cross Race over Suyana Yanamaha Palasi Yes and Namaskaranya Karvante Nini Oppression Balam Vietnam Tesha Tesam Kaja Yarte On Kring Hong Kring On Heroes or Hong Kring Bong Shumasha Kashapia Pisha Mushta Pistia Kimati Norkuto Shura Limli Shuru Lisurgu Ula de Tuku Apita Shuru Kimamena Tunati Tu Shunuli Mutuma Nakulu Blue Shunuli Shunamana Kulu Dinin Shunuli Shunamana Kulu Tadi Tarama Shaluti Shakti Sharushi Arposhu should be Yorkish who produce it in order to push a book Babong Ibigera Gibil Koshu Manayandu to Shaker Lani Alani Olamaki by Yazi Ayazi in Gargarakamba and Gimaro Corsamito Shabu Balan Chamsurina Ishbar Bagi Bill Bagi Arazi Akakamaka Marulunu. Sharilin Kunushi Sharilin like a bush Sharilin eats Kunushi Sharilin eats Kunushi Sharilin Kunushi Sharilin Kunushi Sharilin Kunushi Sharilin Katin Kunushi Sharilin Kunulin Kudina Zuli Yaluta Sama Agamasaratu Masarati Shamushi Churu Sharilin Pudis Yani Mailani or Abuti Shimata Party Dina Loti Limbausi Kunushi Wali Shorty Yar Masarati Baits Masaratu Aga Masaratu Yarabolish Moskari Masaratu Yakampala Palagolo Maneski Yashata Barmaratu Masaratu Bara Vishnu Kim Snan, when Namaha Sum Kubarai, Yat Namaha Dumut of Kubaran Nabukoro, Propri, Viratu Bumi, Devia Metal Dumutum, Seki Rumani, then Saratari, Kaptar, Sukori, Tertestamastari, do Ruxosata, Taisana Home, Sada, Yinamaha, Omiam Draya, Namaha, Copstop, and Dordom, Tasha Zako, and Yamatak, Webson, Seki Satan, Arms, Exum, Takis, Wax, Saka, Ananaka, Nanek, Seri, Ser, Tepsaruna, Pike Marcola, Kudu, Takalala, Agnium Namanari, and Namham, Umam, Yamari, and Namha, Happy, Ama, Umam, Saru, Hari, Yamadan, Happy, no copy, Saki, Sarana, Sex, Tetsake, or Tek, Kuye, Neker, the Ekor Kana, Nektipieta, Mormotuian, Yan, Rangi, Nari, Tigarexa, some Sasari, and Namha, Umari, and Namha, himself, Paruna, Patu, Salamana, Metan himself, himself, Seki, Sadanam, Susuna, Patek, Simsasum, Teora. Autun roates of Ziligana compositing it here composite by Omnium Vayor, Nam Hammer, City, Mercola, Morolu, Morwantu, sitting at an compositing it here, Kamautus, Torada, Kutura, guys, I could take a Kalari, and Nui, and Lily, Angis, and Bale, Him, Man, and Namhamba, the Brahmanu, Maharu, Mansatu, Tesserem, Nathan, Capranu, Capru, Neven, Caprasha, Capra, Morua, Santa, Kala, Neshlatin, and Bumaha, Josata, Saramus of Male Muket of the Psyche, certain to Nebradu, Deafness was third in the third. Om Hrim Hom Siyari Namaha, Om Hrim Shrim Shindari Namaha, Om Hrim Shrim Mankali Namaha, Om Hrim Shrim Bamburi Namaha, Om Hrim Brahmaspati Namaha, Om Hrim Shrim Mushukrai Namaha, Om Hrim Ketuver Namaha, Chapasukumis Yom Kashan Kashar Metamaya, you keep Tamarim Sabah Papa Nampran Tishmin Dibakaram Dari Shankar Kishore Bomb Kishore Hordana Basam Babam Namami. Shashal Nam Somam Shamor Mungur Tabushar Lam Daran and Karabasam Putam Vitu Karate Samaprabam Kumaram Shakti Hatam Tamagalam Pranamam Priyanku Karika Sharmam Perna Pratimam Burham Somyam Guru Pertam Tamburham Pranamam Yam Devanam Charlie Sherinam Chagorum Kajana Sani Bamburi Butam Fel Kisham Namami Bari Aspatni Mimukutomri Nala Bandi Gardam Paramam Tukurum Sarvasasra Pravakaram Parigapam Pranamamiam Nilanjana Samapasa Ravi Putram Yamagura Jantucharya Matana Samputam Namamisha Sarda Matarkariam Mahavariam Tuzaradika Vimardanam Zimiga Garba Samputam Tamravum Pranamamiam Pala Shapus Pasankarsam Tataka Grahama Sakam Rom Makom Kuram Tam Ketum Pranamamiam Ombramam Morali to the Puranda Karibanu Shashi Bumi Sura Burasha Gurusha Shukura Shari Leuketu Sarabakura Mampasupa Tam Kurume Sharti Ombor Borbos Borom Tatsabetur Variam Parikorbasya Dion Mahi Dion Prachuraya Tam Tatswaha Hariam Tatswaha Nansi Anambra Sintia Sini Nana Basamakana Saya Kia Kampa Magabati Anana Ma Kanpa Mashlik Nana Tia Kampa Yamagi Yagamagi Yazagastena Kia Croatia Boguruna Bugurios Morcorios Yastro Turing Kuya Zina Bormasa Sifurnias Campos Lasaka Sherta Las Campa Nebosa Tartus Campa Yaga Shia Sasha Kukulaman Yashia Kamakari Israeli Bari Yago Sheria Yanana Yarnania Ashrapa Macha Kareni Yaramilo Yaki Sarikanpa Inana Yarma Kambazi Bizarma Kamba ya Berger Lurki Shmashutudur Yatur Yayar Suluki Sakramani Zariech Azareliuchi Urbatala Markia Kanpa Siringaru Yak Kambazi Ringarustu Yakamazi Sirarakuji Belodu Kanpa Yashra Ziar Kanpa Yarangarmas Baruna Gomas Baruna Garmas Baru Yarangor Yayazi Yan Karkampa Yan Yarzin Yarinya Kanpa Yakatala Tara Kampa Paru Sukari Yadagia Makbornes Yamalutu Yatuku Surim Zagarim Aksana Babelu Kurku Kamanu Yartu Yadara Yazi Patu Balgu Baliku Bergeriku Pagakampel Sagzag Pasag Baron Noisela Ganu Shubgam Suki Shagika Korshades Ramara Yaring Urut Kalamas Niku Ringan Uyu Nexoninku Karyash Mu Utu Malabakakadagu Gadarmara Duka Gudamu Aduka Gudam Sari Masgaranu at King Baradimu at King Baradimu Sari Masgaranu Aduka Gudamu Aduka Gudamu Lukaran Marakarbo Malabakadagaruka Gudamu Sari Masgaranu at King Baradimu Aduka Gudamu Lukaran Marakarbo Malabakadag Om Trabraham Sim Deep Bustivar Haramor Baru Gami Barbanat Multigorm Cherry at Yandamaha Rebhim Humum Shum Krum Onkel kijk krom, shreem, hum, hreem, shreem, krom, kujirka, krom, amrea, agri, porano, no kurasi, kilai, mushkraya, namahom, shreem, vasramade, sukraya, swaha, Om Narayana Virmahe Vasudevaya Devahitano Vishnu Prachuraya Om Devakanandaraya Virmahe Devasudevaya Devahitana Krishna Prachuraya Tom Tatposharya Virmahe Sasaksharya Mahadevarya Devahitano Ruka Prachuraya Om Makarantarya Virmahe Vakrasunarya Devahitano Rani Prachuraya Om Karyanya Virmahe Kanyan Moryaya Devahitano Dorka Prachuraya Umvedyavyacharya Virmahi Kamaracharya Dharmahi Navi Prachuredo Mahadevriyacharya Virmahi Vishnuparkyacharya Dharmahi Tano Vrachmi Prachurayat Sanking Zhou Zhu Lang Dern Zun San Ching Zhou Zhu Wu Lang King Zhun Ursha Prasarchi Varni Vishvor Vatish Vartvar Moras Valkartusa Margvak Manhar Vam Charani Yarmarna Chakrami Babana Varsia Varsia Avasur Mevachena Varti Aguhorni Ushar Yarti Svar Sorsia Prni Svar Chanarti Suramarka Suramas Rantarti Var Partar Par Tartar Ya Om Devi Kari Yanya Namaha Karyani Maria Maria Mario Yin and National Haligon Kupsur Tam Devi Party Mekuru Per Namaha Om Devendrani Namastu Yam Devendra Prima Mi Vivarham Panyaro Yam Shrikara Charat Dehi Me Om Shrinkaki Yanya Swaha Shrinkaki Yanya Swaha Om Shrin Shankari Shankarjan Marjit Pavir Vasai Purusha Chatushte Labbe Om Char Party Mede Kurkurus Waha Isarosa Rosrate Diane Cari de Mericari Nana Gichimarni Turno Om per Borbas Wahatas Peter Varina Kroasia Dirma Yoriano Chadan Ipsos Quadna Shorta Toro Rara Tora Arupra to Abrahadabra Gong gong gung gang gang gen gong khang khring khung gong bong hung shrink tong gong bong Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Ramerti Rama Rame Mano Rame Sasur Nam Taturian Ram Nam Varnatne Bene Karyat Nam Homa Garantariya Vimaha Vagrantundariya Di Mahita No Tadi Prachudaya Vagrantuna Mahakarya Surya Kurti Samaprabha Neor Koinam Kurume Dava Sarvake Rie Shuratsar Vada Shri Guru Suraj Nishmar Nemo Kure Surah Parmura Guvar Pimocha Sujurla Kufarchar Burhi Hintanu Chaniki Sumi Ropavan Kumar Burhi Vidyarda Humohi Rahu Koles Vikarje Hanuman Kangun Sokoche Karpisti Logu Jarga Rama Tukri Atli Pardama Jani Putra Papansur Namha Mahavikan Shurangi Kumar Tini Parsamati Kesanki Kachan Varan Viraj Subesikaran Kudo Kunshi Kesa Hosbosro Udu Vorje Viraja Kante Borj Johnny Husor Chase of Korsuman Kusrin and Dantish Pratam Mahajag Varnan Vidyapan Kuniat Teacher Ram Kosh Kari Kuar Tour Prabhu Charita Surme Kurasya Ramla Karsita Manpasa Sri Kuru Churan Suru Surashmi Mane Mukuri Surah Parura Gufar Pimaucha Suju Dayaku Parchar Burhi Hintarun Chomni Kisumiro Pavan Kumar Mor Burhi Vidya Hude Humo Yerahu Kuris Vikarji Hariman Gangun George Sekar J Karpisti Ulogu Jarkara Maturui और बरदार मादानी चरनी पुत्र Papatsvartnam Hamahava Vidraj Varangi Kumartini Varsamerti Kersangi Kacharvarar Viraj Kubiskaran Kudoku Jitesa of Vojodu Vorji Viraj Kandi Morti Kochani Sorje Kankosu Van Kisurina Dantish Pratam Mahajag Vardan Vidya Pankuri Aticha Turkaram Kashkari Bikurto Prabhu Triti Surbikura Sharama Karsita Manbasya Surshma Rubdari Siarhi Karva Vikar Rubdari Lanka Jarava Pima Rubdari Asorrankare Rabachande Kerka Salvare Larie Sarjivana Kanji Yari Shri Ragu Verharishi Oraya Ragu Paritini Pragu Barai Tumram Priyer Parasti Sarve Sahas Parnatum Haro Yasagave Uskari Shri Parikan Lagarde Sakardi Pramardi Muresarat Saratar Hiresa Yarn Kubordi Bojan Te Kaviku Voikari Sake Hante उपकौशगुरा वही करहे तुम रोगाई राजपारहत त्यारना तुम्हारो मंत्र विवर्षन मन मन कसवर परियसुर जग जना सुख साहस रजोरान पर जर्नुलेयु dari marhor pa chardu prabu mutrik meri mutma he chardu janki kariev asuraj nar he torkam kascha karkier jarte sunna kanu krahatum rentite ram raguare Tuandagia bardo passare subsocra hetumare sarn tu brekshar karhut kordarna alpantesh samharo al peter hondo karakter karntai por passagem karna hinar vema verjam narn sun vema sanro harre sapir jampar naran hanuman ber sankartse harduman sorum veman korom vochan jan glove sampar dulam la tapas vera jatin kerkas sankort Tum Jurasa Suromon Nurajur Quadalave Soria Mijartan Parpalve Charan Yuk Partap Tumhara Had Persiri Jagari Shiara Sarusan Kirtam Requaria Sornikanan Ram Duhare Ashrasiri Nardiri Kerar Taus Vardian Janki Marta Ramrasian Tumhara Pasasara Rahora Gupariera Satumaro Bajanram Urpa Vejaram Jaram Kia Tugbisura Ve Kauragu Verpor Jari Janam Janam Mari Barkari or Devtajit Nandar Yanamatse Hit Surveysur Kare Hisankar Kate Mertip Saper Jus Mera and Numa Paper JJ Armangos in Kripukaru Guru Dev Yarnahin Josa Papa Kari Kori Jorte Bardi Mahajor Kori Joria Par He Hardnuman Chalis Hor Yeser Hisanki Kori Situsi Rasara Archer Corjetas Hortar Yemintir Puvarna Sankararan Mungamor de Rubron La Cansita Sarhira Yabasa Sorbu Maharaga Pajrosi Savashara Jahumba Munginish Lam Charendi Varanyamurung Nama Fortumim Hrim Shimim Gumim Namovak Tipatali Vari Varamuki Varumuki and the Varamuki and Tartini Namam Tartini Namajama Jabini Namamohemini Nasamasabini Namasarabadusha Producer Lamsarabis Barik Sira Section Mukati Jovasamaram Kurukuru Sudram Vasumim Grum Kai Tata Tata Masraya Patswa Ishtar 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 Ani mani mani mama ne shara shari shami shabi te sono mukuda mukuda bishabi shabi sobi shabi shay sent shabi shabi tarani oro gichay ni bitara batara ne bitata na rashru mut karade rale shoge sham sami body big rishi tare mar shit so genu kushana bashu bashu lai matan matan sharu no ro 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 shara shara taya apara manayan taya saramana go go make career ne de de chineri Chachi Adi Naratona Adi Nabi Kunavi Ekine Kori Sinari Matugi Chikori Boruchani Chidebi Debi Ni Debi Adebi Debi 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 Ruke 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 Teka 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 Tuku Tanai Tanai Tanade Tanakushare Tanashule Shurade Shurahachi Borasene Surbarani Batani Soroba Shubatani Shubatani Soyabi Soni Suyakarani Soyahara Rasugan Rata Rate Sorbismishara and I Sorbashurma Shorset Sorbashari like Sharai to Yashir Victoria Anya Manya Mane Mamane Sirikarite Sama Samita Visata Mukta Mukta Tama Sama Sama Jack Size Sierra Center submitted a running logi Bishop Visarni in Hidio Mintari Visa Pintari Parisilo Kure Mukuri Radi Parade some Buri Pit Tam Parisi Tasam Gona Kosari Nekorin by Visutari Matrum Trusata Rudu Slai Sai Sai Patai Vakula Balramani and Tais Baha Fala mais, fala o que tu que tu que era para nós nem nada vai te vitini sotini na tiani na te vai swaha te na te na te na swahi korani swaha kari utang quasi sanguli fursali sisi swaha mini swaha dan pati dan patani dan kusala dan serada pari boris sari sabarani Abartani sama predisiti sama golden kotani sama predisiti sama sudah kusulan kartu sembilan kendi dan bartali swaha normal marumi murmurmi jeri shen mi shar dulu tuwe shandi murturi murlulu sulu wewe sulu sanglu so lu chayi chayi kerni shardi she lu tulu ni lu kelpo soboje Pisani miti diar banti dolor milu diar dan doboli shortivo shorli mol shorli eloli bololi shorjesi esan mosan lor fortu pigiregi diramo bolese disengerne pusharmi pushe shorli mandolo chayerdo yo jo she lo cha lo cha polu mo nan do lando ku limo her kurli yuji muji ali ro pori neri di neri do pori yerni wejini yerni ali Nelly ci porriere naleno naldi annalu giornalu che kermi turun cantoli jantu milemo denki ciancurlifu lo lasciarne ardi aierti lo maierti minierti lo uerti lo irti lorni luni, ni, lorni, doji, tan tu bortan, tojo, shelly, tanto joltoli, jotolo, porli, foto boshani, sa, porto, lorni, Epodorni sa popoja hevo doeni joe podone senkerto luciani senkerne arkertorni senker poker tiri ardo senkerlo ello devolo desa por senker di salmorde Reandi sabor da mojo boleja Disaposado lo torciosce lo eno perdi cerne pigeri ardere sa cum sahu ong hong chong ong so vong kim so ong gang king grong ong sor hung ong krim ong hung swing haring ong hero sor hang wang dum bong gang king grong pam bum pong gang king grong gang king gang king ong gang king grong pam ong chong chi shrung ong hang ning ong chong chi grong ong gang king grong ong chong chi grong ong king bam dum chong chi shrung ong sor hung ong shring ong shring haring sor vong king so vong du hung Any chinora pasada to form shu naira max of you mashu naora mamna some bapatra made an ora mapta shaharum fukushu naora mamo sirayo kushinaora muru good and landing tangis baha push it and bush no mamo bagbata yosai on rulus for short settle kana surbat surrounding is baha short country say bosum rolling baha this is your bosum sometimes baha tarabosu namas matabu haram kuruna barpeta tatinis baha singing kanji sai bosu mubashara arma hibartu kanji sai bosu umatur baba umbat baha george me kanji sai bosu umar ha kurun kanji baha jondai kanji sai bosu ma kalu kurun kunis baha Storing Kaji Sabosum Parmesar Malay Valum Kukos Katum Fashras Vatvaha Harnia Bosum Dishi Shuta Pishadis Va Fortune Bosum Samis Vam Monjo Bosu Maramaka Mero Moro Kubosu Oma Trace Vahajis or Bosu Haha Smaris Vahaj Kukur Sor Bosu Namor Kasakar Bari Malika Mari Mulis Vaha Nikor Bosu Omni Tuts Vaha Kukor Bosu Kandra Baris Vaha Futur Mayo Namas Mata Basranam Kandromosane Svotayahum Tratam Osan se mayom sun bani sun bahum shashrum vat kundari mayom aptrum vat tadyo kumayom srikal rupum kam svaha kungori asho mayom vajrak so humai ser mayom maraga vashrisni sa vashasarpa shahum from hum kunjaku mayom maru prantis vaha sarbo korchinum kubai svaha kungori sam kungorium vishrak sorachom svaha sini sidoji om janasi svaha chikukutum trasara pramalana svaha so chortrum virrax exit batais vahat comocutrum viropax rank bataya svaha tomotrum visfronis vaha bezatinum sarasvatis vaha tecucutrum mahar carais vaha Kichitrum mahalais reyes vaha caritai mondul maritis vaha takinitinomias vaha marishitrum marisitis vaha taishu convitinomiam vaha Omanatari Yandama Homarisai Yardamo Makarai Yardamo Mokaro Fukarai Yardamo Vikamari Yandama Umemi Sistari Yandama Homara Matari Yandama Umpira Mariana Home Vishnu Priya Yardama Home Garapisuya Yardama Umvitamari Yandama Home Vistamari Yandama Home Cesari Yandama Home Yasutanari Yandama Homa Saparama Dari Yandama Homa Prinu Karin Yandama Homa Prikarari Yandama Homa Kapas Pariyandama Homa Sapu Kya Yardama Umakoru Parya Namahum Valaya Namahum Vaskarya Namaha Umvara Paraya Karya Namahum Vanakarya Namaha Umvapsanaya Namahum Vasudavarsanya Namaha Om Varavasitarya Namahum Vishvarasadine Namahum the Vintikamanya Namaha Tamaru Parya Namahum Darpikaraya Namahum Dari Daraya Namaha Ukachapana Mashaya Namahum Kalalu Parya Namaha Yori Parya Namahum Yogandarya Namaha Umrashvantarya Namaha Umragatharaya Namaha Kasharapu Piraya Namaha Vismbaraya Namaha Sakaparani Namaha Sakaraparaya Namaha Shivapriya Namaha Saranarya Namaha Barakasaras Namaha Pavanasarya Namaha Paramaraya Namaha Parakandarya Namaha Badi Visya Namaha Badi Vaskarya Namaha Badi Sarasa Namaha Badu Paranarya Namaha Badi Pararya Namaha Prakskarya Namaha Lokatriksarya Namaha Sivarya Namaha Varavarya Namaha Parnarya Namaha Punyaya Namaha Punyakatarya Namaha Parasaya Namaha Parakarya Namaha Niskalarya Namaha Varapariya Namaha Kochkarya Namaha Sustarya Namaha Satarya Namaha Martatarya Namaha Maria Manarya Namaha Savupujaya Namaha Savukaraya Namaha Narasiya Namaha Naranjanarya Namaha Mevartaya Namaha Saranjaniya Namaha Savare Karya Namaha Vavarjaniyaya Namaha Om Victoria Namaha Victoria Parya Namaha Tamarariya Namaha Om Vishvaraya Namaha Kalariya Namaha Om Varya Namaha Pranakariya Namaha Om Sakarakariya Namaha Om Jitukarhariya Namaha Om Jivarya Namaha Om Jigartariya Namaha Om Japatriya Namaha Om Vishvarupariya Namaha Om Virustariya Namaha Om Virastramsudya Namaha Om Sharapatiya Namaha Om Pranatariya Namaha Om Vishnu Taparya Namaha Om Kutarya Namaha Om Kutaraya Namaha Om Rapasraya Namaha Om Rajapusputya Namaha Om Shakarya Namaha Om Pariyuparya Namaha Om Sarisuparya Namaha Om Sakruparya Namaha Om Karavushumputarya Namaha Om Aravapikarya Namaha Om Susunavariya Karya Namaha Om Parinavipusarya Namaha Om Agyadraya Namaha Om Hayakuri Varjan Namahum Vispar Vernan Namaha Om Vispar Janamum Marusundari Janamum Govindari Janamum Pora Kaksar Janamum Visnar Janamum Vismarari Janama Om Harai Janamum Marigai Janamum Sabagisar Janamum Sabadarai Janamaha Om Sadhari Janamahum Naradari Janamum Narkarai Janamaha Om Nesari Janamahum Om Parapari Janamahum Narjanari Janamaha Om Iskalakari Janamum Nidaptrai Janamum Narmaigai Janamaha Om Sharamani Ganjar Namaha Om Saksiyatya Namaha Om Saranyaya Namaha Om Sabaraya Karya Namaha Om Srimate Namaha Om Kulakisanya Namaha Om Sivarya Namaha Om Sarvasarvadaya Namaha Om Viravarahate Namaha Om Verandarya Namo Veravatyaya Namo Paratanya Nama Paratarya Namo Paratya Namo Punyaya Namo Punyatarya Nama Paraparaya Namo Paramananda Namo Parasmaya Nama Prasaya Namo Marikarya Namo Paraya Namo Sarver Marikarya Nama Veriser Namo Veramarika Prakarya Nama Sakaloru Parida Vijaya Namo Nikarya Namo Sarvasra Kartya Nama Maskalamanjana Mutraya Kutistarya Nama Paraparaya Namo Parasarya Namo Sartaya Namo Salanyaya Namaha Parasmavaraya Namo Satarya Namo Tatarya Namo Korharya Namo Chidamitraya Nama Jaga Maria Namo Jarama Pratharya Namaha Jivarya Namo Jaya Namo Jara Vasanarya Namaha Java Priya Namo Japa Surya Namo Japa Karte Namo Prikorte Namo Parike Namaha Maria Namo Visvaruparya Namo Visruparya Namo Viskutre Namo Virustarya Nama Virus Nustarya Namaha Sanitarya Namo Sakaraya Namo Sreya Pradarya Nama Shruti Maya Namo Sreya Sam Namo Visvararya Namo Suktarya Nama Anatra Ruparya Namaha Pradarya Namo Priya Patarya Namo Vaitarya Namo Vaituruparya Namo Sarvasasirya Nama Tamroharaya Namo Jana Sakarya Namo Jarine Namo Rasa Prabharya Namo Janadarya Nama Bhakpatarya Namo Yogine Namo Nisarya Namo Sarvadaya Karya Nama Yogine Namo Mahodamene Namo Marsarya Namo Sarisam Nama Hamsarya Namo Paramahasarya Namo Vishwaruputre Namo Daraya Namo Svaraja Namo Suraskarni Sarasya Namo Jashmana Rasmi Uttarya Namo Varyaman Pritarya Namo Savariki Svara Svaraya Namo Pranavadikita Ruparya Namo Gara Markarta Namaha Iti Sri Hai Grivstutara Mantavala Vivi Kubaronana Srida Raja Rorusnana Svara Danashmi Priya Tarmudana Itani Odene Kapriya Daksino Dami Prata Danya Parantudanya Prata Divya Laksana Sampano Dane Vrakjara Vraksarala Danyala Lakshmi Samarudu Dere Lakshmi Verajita Daya Rupa Dharma Bordu Salva Savraksanu Sarka Neris Varo Nera Lambo Neri Nampari Padlaka Nirya Ner Gor Karara Niskamo Neru Parrava Navalaka Samarayo Navrasmukhya Pravartaka Menyeski Turatisa Mahoguna Karlan Vita Yashniku Yashna Sakta Yashna Burya Yashar Sakta Raja Kandro Ramarizo Rajargo Rajar Gujita Visitra Desa Daria Visarka Manasa Vishayo Vimalo Pandu Panduru Vaja Parsala Verubangsa Priyatarmo Priyaragi Visfurtum Mukha Sabya Vyarto Sanandata Sarki Samad Vita Samad Vrata Sarumya Sarbara Nuraka Suprita Surlava Surma Sarbaka Ropahara Samakana Priya Sakswari Bhavasri Virajita Svaharnam Samprito Kirana Pravartaka Avyoriokana Samprita Pasvartana Priya Alaka Parma Parsiar Karna Vivarchita Udar Buddha Tultarma Virvavo Navaratna Indore Sufis Ravananka Pravartaka Skarsvya Samrayuta Virtu Malavikaraha Ukaradio Loko Paru Loko Panju Sulaksana Surlamba Surbaika Sundu Sungkar Pataka Priya Santa Sultan Guberta Sasvata Surabakarpa Sarva Kamasho Sumati Sofke Kaka Sankahasita Rasrema Param Joti Para Sama Guna Santana Sarano Dina Vasala Paropakake Papa Navragundi Sanaipa Tarta Sarapar Kuno Peke Perta Surendra Sambe Varba Vitiscato Vetar Patria Aratata Sordia Prata Karle Pate Sultan Suser Tenente Labra Note Prusastream Devendras Niham It is Recupera Sutram Omemsharia Cuperia Visramanaria Tanatania De Pataria Tanatania Samrit Delme Dergita Parias Paha Shrim Shrim Verisparaya Namha Shrim Shrim Kuberaya Shalakshmi Mamakrieta Paraya Namaha Shrim Lakshmi Shrim Saha Swaha Shrim Aksharya Kubera Vishravariya Dana Akarshanarya Sarvar Kavasikaraya Tanatanya Aripadaya Danya Sambru Derita Pariswaha Shrim Kuberiya Namaha Yakshara Acharya Birmaya Raki Desarya Dermahitana Kubera Prachuraya Zikia kapasi ana kapasi dengan ki kapasi dengan ana kapasi kuki gima kapra ziki kapasi ana kapa ziki kapasi ana kapasi dengan ki kapasi dengan ana kapaka kumas persana ziki kapasi ana kapasi ki kapasi ana kapasi dengan ki kapasi dengan ana kapa lugar abra bor agmio zikia kapasi ana kapa. O mai bram bramar em serhaye bramem min partum vedmane ye vermaye raja kerpan tin mai tanu brahma prachoran om chadrom kari maha misro darya ten mai tanu brahma prachoran om bim hrim shrim sos chaka brahma om brahma bhushan prathama purushan vihi pata purusho ven vaha guru brahma guru vishnu guru shiva guru devo maswara guru sakshat param brahma tasmai shri kurve namaha Uksegnem Kitvintiam Gabena Horori Abim Kinababo Sekisu tu Resor Korea Papasti Taratui Orem Snef Orem Segna Mahartan Miu Sortiu Turuarmeti Martu Horohu Kermiu Shekyaru Nekinu Kerimetian and the Websera Keru Nebarus Erkeriu Nebabui Nevertimtim Spuari Mabapayu Tracker Kid Neapol Chasarta Banef Charabu Trampriam tor torsiable cifra vidi and reti vingi torvingi and norm marquis shepherd altor nordi torman hero moskil tronskil bior for piotov free 14 of din free ver years vierterling gs i force ver things vi dag ver dag motor brand Fiotikor fu di fro vinway Karbis kardier sigivre revrosons kior fior flip skorling tier fisarmin jarmi skiapiur o father horan haren horon ni kusing kor orski ormi biflindis vidor vidior vidri orgi fior nor Evger mes hogun trop fium fimbotir sidior sigidi vidi tier kior Mospjörn volkaimal kalkan kulkapion melko melko termo bor beste working vili vesor munka bergemer osri vesri noti sudris ne karser ne asator north fin ne nanga pari oro neri orderi oser deskin faxias tur north fin ne nanga pari oro nori orderi oser deskin faxi ari faxi Mundia färdig lune solo vocals finns Björn och Loki Berger Serming ser mor vid finskjor hati rådnitsen Ion vid dröjt att vårdar kämpingar Mozart njödorrin närnariti Norridi sudri ostri vestri alteruft farlin Norrnen närtin den vi fjord var forbom por nori ori och nor Oin Norvid Norvig och Dolphin Dolphin Kili Fundin Valley Torin Tek Lir Tornai North Requards Fintrop Nil Dog Sporting Warhog Sporting Elvo Oin Tori Hori Tufon Hori Hefty Fili Horsiori or Pale Yofo Scare Pier Scarfing High Pipe Vanity Scare Erkin Schiardi forfosti finchi noria Brazil weer vertandi skur Breda big near him biol wallet skif game the orphan darling fiddle blame Highs fakes falsehoods falsely fearful livings volvo soras near or him free Loki Avernaya parni jarvi smota Maria Manas Maria Visariamagars Bamburta Darviam Sirtan Vistaria Torraya Samsara Sagatahar Divyar Durnima Karnde Om Namo Hum Ran Nisumba Umaga Geta Maitreya Sumban Kusarik Samita Brahma Saraswati Shara Ripa Shiva Vishnu Bearava Jogada Misima Sumban Nisumba Hum Shashru Hum Vat Hum Shrim Hrim Krim Rom Karapatai Varavarat Sabashal Mesh Vasham Arya Swahata Hosh Arya Virmaheva Korunaria Dia Mahitanuta Prachuran Om Shanti Om Kanariyak Samarna Maha Om Kamaharaka Karpataya Namaha Om Nabara Radiyat Namaha Om Ring Om Kanariyat Vitar Maha Pakratoria Dia Mahitanuta di Prachau Daya Om Shrim Hrim Krim Dum Jwala Jwala Jwalili Ajaya Jamanaja Pasutrum Samara Samara Kshema Labam Kuru Kuru Dushkraham Hum Fatsvaha Om Shrim Hrim Krim Dum Jwala Jwala Jwalili Ajaya Jamanaya Pasutrum Samara Samara Kshema Labam Kuru Kuru Dushkraham Fatsvaha Om Shrim Hrim Krim Dum Jwala Jwala Sholilia Shaya Yamana Yava Sapa Sachum Samhara Samhara Kshema Labam Kuru Kuru Dushugrahum Paspa Arunam Puruna Tarangita Shum Tuta Pushan Kusha Pushpa Parana Shamarati Aridi Ravruta Mayukara Hamedieva Vibarva Paparnim Shri Mara Shri Maharagni Shri Marasela Shana Vari Chitagi Kodasamba Devakariya Samuriata Orya Bahu Sabra Sarabha Chatur Bahu Samar Vita Shaya Shrarupa Pesharia Kruta Kurukuju Vala Muru Bekshu Kodana Panchatan Mantra Sekani Sharuna Prabhapura Maja Brahmarna Mandala Champaka Shuka Purnai Kapsur Kandika Lasekar Chaka Kurufinda Manishikaran Kurtia Ramandita Shtami Chandra Vipraja Dalika Stala Suridita Muka Trandrika Namba Lukara Ampi Vishi Shagavaran Asmara Mangari Yagura Arthur Tana Cherik Puerto Lakshmi Parivaha Chala Minaba Lochana Lava Champaka Pushba Namba Nasa Data Vera Jita Derekati Tataskari Nasa Barana Basura Kanamba Majari Kru Prekana Puran Manohara Tekaka Yugari Putapano Dupa Mandala Paramasha Gari Shila Darsha Paribar Vikapalo Bo Namba Ventura Mabashi Nakari Aradan Chara Vinyogo Shashi Deepatraka Mantrasya Paparamara Seprati Chanda Sri Deepatraka Devata Om Shisham Swaha Sati Parkilakam Shri Deepatraka Pricha Samcha Peveni Gora Sari Nesakroma Kasya Paprama Rasar Namaha Sarasi Prati Chanda Sendama Mukesri Deepatraka Devati Yendama Riom Bishar Yandama Koya Swaha Satari Yandama Pario Pakilakari Yandama Bravo Vinyoga Yatnam Samangi Sari Nesakrom Yustim Yandama Rimkarshani Piam Nama, Krom Mariam Piam Nama, Amara Mepiam Nama, Rimkanis Yapiam Nama, Krom Kara Tasrapim Nari Nama, Irikaring Yasakromade Yap Nama, Rim Species Rasbom Saya Sarang Kapayum Nimdri Pusor, Krom Saripati Disringines Books Me at Dick Baran, the Almati Patrikima David Sky for a penny, departed the day Baras from Jimmy Compu, the Pinto Yamiki Arabs, not make up submission. Pujamiam Mika Dupamukurapi Yamanamiki Amtravaniam Amdramiki Amdramat Vietiam Nivariam Mumikas Mukara Pujam Smarpami Japamala Patrom Mamma Mamantram Sumamatras Rupini Kodabagas Sanyas Mani Sida Papa Guru Matrom Rim Sida Guru President Rim Sri Trugam Rimam Rim Kuru Dorgiam Rim He was a VFC Humani Rim Dorgiam Rimum was Bahas Naganes Chromatagernam Hahim Subis Pasavam Sekai Basaram Kapakayum Metroya was on Chromosan Piri Sarang in Nashbook Firme, deeper buffer Sumari, the Moka Diam Tipurima David discussed for pinning the pocket TV they Varas from Jimmy Kapusha, Kansu. Pretty Mamiki, I got a small Pammy, because Mickey, I push Papiam, but make a dip on the crappy, I mean, among the Mickey, the Pamis Jamium, the Mickey, and the Man, the Viarium, the Varium, some Mickey, or some work of small Pammies, some men of zero go through, from Gorosmokrom, Japan, zero, what to make the very percent, the Miss Japan and tell them, Matrom Tomalahan, Marfom, Wamal, Savada, Bam, Pretty Subhaba. Subhaba Bavam Subum Kurushima Patre Ya so Veriam Kader Hime Omrim Sitia Namaha ingin saugar and Hogor of Nausicaa Resort of the Bonmos or Hotus of the Umar Litas Kunutur Meo of Materski Papina George people call Echo Yarn Candy or Merdim or Bom Diet or Bertil Vipu Shock Pons Special Hero Post Force of Morkot Mount Jokes of the Born Verus Iopor Women for the war Mayor make Haliman you free feeling 1 Fiorni morning mana or post or Porsche Migarpi Poses under ser Ines Volo or near Job Ponce one Olpimi Capus Genunga and Curasivity or Borsian near Pio Pio Pior Bes me God may or ask for bus or scans or solo stay nine bus was Guru in Colum Luki sort of Surnen sending mana Henry or Quay or New Chorum Borosol and UVC or Borsol Yarki Merlin UVC for Minkins Artis or Snow Visu ever Saki Quenching Quenching Quere School Can you go to the bubble courses, negotiation, fun, Nikon, or Fu, Morgin, Hetur, Ninjan, Dangar, Torom, Ton Kroma, Tunjoitos, Asalbel, Vi, on board Hong Kong, Quantum Board, John, for Floor, no, Blue, at the Ball, Martin gets Corpor, Torco, Blue, Taftu, Torni, Kerkerlo, Koru, Vorpening, Veterkis, Votor, Corli, on the prayer, Portmon, Porson, Major, Morco, Morsko, Jordan, Haimem, Gwen, Gwen, Quill, Stola, Keninko, Popot, Kotuk, Silvers, Kerry, Vorko, Chotovski, Giant, Primsin, Porbi, or Copen, Saligian, Bors, Vos, Mosorso, Mazzaro, Bing, Vorgo, Roin, Dorin, Noran, Predict, Morgo, and the Vorgo, Vergoric, Bro, Seb, Dorin, Zagbi, Horn, Vover, Goria, Bord, Vikinga, Rosas, Bosser, Diames, Ferro, Oroki, Better, Boschmugno, Bolungo, Heva, and Noreki, Nuru, Kolum. Nan mo hu to yer nan ma fo da mo ya nan mo sen kia ya nan mo guan ji sa pu sa mo he sa sur da pai shen jia da ji to han jo je la parti sen do morning mo he morning ni lu de se har ja sho la je le shari hong ma shari har bo ra mo jen bo morning sho la hong na ma bol Bornami, Honamo Hassan, Man, Domodo, Nanda, Bolare, Herbo, Scherzo, Landan, Tagito, Anke, Keji, Hong, Ruala, Bola, Disecha, Zishili, Sopoja, Sandashe, Jaji, Seiji, Soa, Hedamo, Fotoye, Namo, Yerna, Mosenker, Argiti, Hulu, Gido, Hulu, Liboji, Tali, Bulu, Lisoa, Anamo, Bagarie, Guardia, Bala, Miata, Yoliana, Sorpirnishi, Gira, Gira, Ijula, Jaye, Data, Gerda, Yala, Herdi, Sanyonan, Burza, Namo Helara Narda Dola Ye Namo Adia Poloje Dichomo Laya Porfisato Poye Mohesado Poye Moheja Lornija Yeo Sapula Yafa Isora Lola Darje Namo Jeji Lido Yemingali Yapoloji Polaren grupo, namolo la genji limo, hepolo jame, sapota terdo, chopengashi, yorza posa, donamo pusaglu, namo poke, mofatar deu adagita unga, pologi anjolo, jadi jalo, ligi limo, ebortisadosa, Posa pomo mola jim moji lito yun julu luje en dulu fashe yere mohe fashe yer dito la dili nishi pola ye shela na jela momo pamola lu dili shili jin nishi nam shin nala ala shen pola shen Fashion, Bosha, Fala, Sheye, Hulu, Mola, Hulu, Gili, Sola, Gili, Lishi, Lulu, Supulu, Purti, Purti, Purto, Midili, Tolo, Rajan, Dili, Senina, Porie, Mona sopo hejito yeso po he mo hejito yeso po hejito yuji pola yeso po he lola genji so po he bon pro la lula la so po he ji la senga mo ke ye so po he so po mo he ha ji to ye so po he je la a la ji to a ye so po he bo to mo ye ji to ye so po he on Lord ji ji po ke a ye so po he mo li shen la ye so po he na mo he la na bo la ye la mo wa li ya po lo ye tu sho pa la ye so po he won ji dia du na du la pa tu ye so po he En jos kaikki sarne bessukin ne tuossa nuusiska bluesara mer berusips kabuin jorkorem skemmen abon kinja fiat kinja pep mai urnin komari posera me koresh zermen espare jer jo budem suten me kinumna kapse de ver bank minut tap nimbun skompetem da shor na point obor o de personal servem bon net lus med man chat twitter snapper kemaro mu tap no de pep senem frata ito me shera amini tapa on hata mal tap senem products kaptat Armani Makem water in shops, sing it may have on shops, coming was sing it may have your tissue, tablet, covertura, mechanical, and the break of rapture, you put a million marasoy so sabi, put up a namorin, copper, and recording, corsaker, or mother cori. Riarurale Madame Ramte Perua Madame Wedan on to Eru Benu Social Sort, the Brody kept up Kipinti, Tamata Camero Benus Momoro Bank of Candy Carpets of Noise or the Get a Mede Carry Saracarum, Sabicarum Caris, Carinus, and Susan Getu Matu, as a good nation is a hero at parading mechanism can wish to reach from this captain to I had no minutes in a senior bed, whenever you're crossing them look come up set to a neck and doing the Isarambura mani min herren pete pete verdan shisara kere shore masake verdan tetura tarsharan bua bua segment skim toyera man buan kensi darbi tapsio pabuan skim resu sekum toya verdan mi skim pasu ke pasar po pasu sene wasik me head para isi kono push re rani mi arin se kurs se sape gar pa ke sekere men serment tu itu ke busiku se person medik ke serment sarmadaf serapet seneng min sukesh berish better diam ke normal ben kapikes kisor shrines as your mom and seven second amara nimati from neighbor is your keruchim keruk spasi had a kenemet yon jordan close in a moving temptum supply you to corrikin name and culture sort of pan of nemare thirty the patu of nepathy to minimum to sikabushi scarabaro unu the canata kept the curriculum network enemies to my kenem to the kenemet to never to from sushi corin chotara to 10 never this one and sunny and these all connects and I corri so sorry and yes yet e sarrinuete modeti arbe kuaba bekuaba tu ainu kisme wam sekemni kufrini peru pete pun kir sarke pertam tu segna seketi na bi rianum sktuane komu pshatune kshlam nenu pin pu men fiu sun kerika tum tating ni pu pore mi sekishu yana tu kemi unu pu mom sis kana ni pu I waburi kave manti jebane nende jara jere mo man I corte mamaru anche tende tu absente mare yu sereo kemsi ukera da paramiki watu no mani mitum mami tapna para woman Tadi sedot dapat ni mal apun kita meresi orang ni mungkin rem beref semari orang kemau kop na frel terem sebrek na berdet pasam sep mau apa kemaran ni nukum soal senok soal semari merup te merbordet absepten some kemau ngaurun nuk nomo mau apa kemen ni nuk soal wapar yang beref kemen nak mesen through Never the neck of a kinty madno retek, never the rain torn and beer pushum, shown never check curtain to push as of time is too active and never no work. Yeah, we support him all, we support him all the muppet in the view to view, I'm get a rich and do music and throw them, you can put them with a new, you sending up cooking the three home names, some rami woman, and break a pernam termatory, or top some sort of brampet home, Jared, Unami no musical, amount to proceed, but to cook the house, super name and the curtain like his work, take no take when I'm permanently go up around. Tuai kunu plams ki you gobsen washing toy and chromo chu to na prea sometin winpet my rune mana mai sik bakim su padre six netek na tri tap the pen tak pernu tak kepra Antarapsanakit Kuamagaro Caprasunu, Necessutun Great of Premcan Mutafna Buna Tikim the Sil, Tisenekia, Wabanek Satanek Tamo, Hoitna, 3 teams, Sikimi, Petnatrum, and the Suene, Numshake, Kushuri, Skaramasaka, or Kaima, and Jeru, and Netiru on he, Urasuma Susha, to Pesharan, and Norakushan, and Jenu gave front war on of 2 moments, Masarudu, to a certain some rejuvenation, Karashan, Kuki, this moment, Naked Capru. Defu mutu mutu repushona rong number of gonna percent any magic check through Nepu to rectarabin shit up got him get a neck of parliament use to shot of the Nefu but in ingenuity of Vijay was up in a wash as wash and Simpsons under the revents and everything scrolling second names in Kuta push and any she race I don't am sick. You put a bring yes. Una, Ankarabanya Caprinta, Urataman Capiarte, Unesta Torres Sarkisora Bayuker Capimirtu, Ayutaranis, Trasebi Waternayan, Cabaye, Sebafricion, Colony of France, Septe for Serbia, substitute of second consutis, Booker and Panamum, Sikif, Kanchara to Amupetum Torritan at Carenada Coru. Amon have sent it to Nabi Karina Boras Royal Russian to a moment, Sibet Canamoru, one emissary have the Tano Nabi as a Brasican Quabeco, Quabeco, sick making Karana, Wabacam Nadru, some Sikana Quabec, Catch one, Kibashi, Gorscati gathering their biker room, Guy Berte, McNair, one nation, make ship at Kinky, had a kick you down, Shisho, Metiki at substance, Sakana, Shep me, so many Kiku, Kik, Saharan Cabin, and Lucian and Kaisen and name, separating Kenny a cup Kua. Nashua, one Quaparamaka, Water, Macan, and Betson, sick big money, Timor, Kishuk Tapanan, Kishun, it's winning in Piatin, Papa, Waframina, through the sector of the cat and to New Year, some uniform and 6% at the messenger at Jeromapus, Carapus, Labus, Arena Capri wasn't to get by Kimon of the Vibration to be doing the party in Tim for the true Yemas, Nath, Car. Gib, Newt, Zekia Composiana Compa, Newt, Gib, Newt, Kansu, Capra, Tomato, Arsimitoki Bobranchum through na, I Arsimitoki Bobranchum through na, I Arsimitoki Bobranchum through na, Abrada. The knee is a little bit more than the ankle. To all those who are like, how do I astral travel? Well, in heaven, when you astral travel, you don't need your legs. You don't use no legs. You don't need no pants in heaven. Skirt just looks awesome. We go to heaven every day. I go pluck heaven out my heart. And I come share it. So I'm gonna give me some coffee real quick and I'll be right back. I haven't been, you don't know, but I got this apple and it had some seeds inside of it when I cut it the other day. And it's actually had green, growing, little seedling. I put in some water, it's still growing. I need me 2 cups of coffee. Maybe it ain't both for me. Maybe the spirits just want a little extra. Let's put that back in its proper place. It's nice when things go back in your place. And you can find them later. But I do like playing hide and go seek with myself. So I forget a lot. Because at least if I hide it from myself, I know I'll put it somewhere only I'm going to find it. So I can be assured it will be there when I find it. You just got to remember. And I think this is something that applies to all of us all the time. It's helpful on the inner path to let go and detach over and over again. And yet we need to stay true to our heart and not give up on what we feel we're here to do. Whether it is reaching for enlightenment, for inner peace, for a creative breakthrough, or personal healing, the triumph of the goddess is with you now, urging you not to give up, no matter how far away or impossible success may seem to be. Don't quit. Persist until the impossible happens. The power of the genuine inner will, not force or domination, but that inner power that fuels us to continue with our inner practices, do what we need to do in the physical world to bring ourselves to light and life, is growing within you now. It is supported by by living the right quest for you, seeking to climb that mountain that lies within our own heart, not that chosen for us by another, but the journey that genuinely lies within us. Feminine strength with endless determination is fuel. I'm gonna deter right there. It is supported by the divine. This is for myself, not for you. I mean, uh, thank you for being here, but it's supposed to be. It's supported by living. I had an English teacher. She said it is not a very good word because it could be anything. So what is it? To start the question, to start the sentence off with it. It could be thousands, millions of things. It could be a person, a butterfly, speck of dirt. What are they talking about? I'm very picky with my words because words have power, words have meaning, and the correct arrangement of those words means a message of intelligence. And if you can't be clear with your words, then people will not understand what you're saying. Let me put this together. I'm going to dissect this paragraph just for my own. The power of genuine inner will, not force or dominion. Let's take out that portion. I don't force anything, anyways. I'm going to go with the flow kind of person. If it's getting too bottlenecked over there, I'll just go the other way. I could care less. Force don't ever work for me. That ain't. That's what people do. They force their everything on you. So I'm going to take that out. So then there means no but. There's no but. So the power of genuine inner will, and then we can skip out the rest. The power of genuine inner will is supported by living the right quest for you. Well, right, you could go to the right or you could go to the left. Right is not very clear to me. I mean, it's not correct. Correct is a correct word. I like that word. The power of genuine inner will is supported by living the correct quest for you, seeking to climb the mountain that lies within your own heart, my own heart, not that chosen by another, but the journey that genuinely lies within us. You know, my path, I found this special thing in my life, and it's my mom. My mom, she passed away, and I thought about her every day, the good times and the bad times, all the times. I thought about all the times of them after my mom passed, all of it, all of it. They made me cry. I don't care. I'm gonna still think about it. I'm thinking about my mom because she passed away, and I can't see her. I can't hug her. All I can do is think about her, and my tears tell me that that love is real. And everywhere I go, she's with me when I wake up, and she's with me when I go to bed, and she's with me right now. So I'm not interested in no girl. You know, to everybody, each their own. May people find the love of their life. I got an idea on marriage. You want to hear my idea on marriage? Okay. Scrap what is. Start over. Start over. Okay. Let's get gender out of there. Gender doesn't matter. Whatever title, whatever flavor, whatever your choice. Okay, that's fine. You be you. Whatever you're following, that's fine. Now, marriage. For me as a shaman, I found that my dedication is to the Divine Mother. That Divine Mother is representative of my mother. That Divine Mother is all the tender and affection. That Divine Mother is all the goodness that I found on the Egyptian side, connected to the Hindu side, connected to the Christian side, connected to everything I learned about. So I love that. And that's what my heart follows. I'm almost, I would like to speak plainly. And I don't read the comments. I'm not looking down there. I'm not checking my emails. I'm not checking my messages. I checked out. I'm just me. I've been me, and nobody been interested in me for 12 years. For 4 years, I've been doing 3 years. However many years you want to count it, I've been growing for the past 10 plus years to get where I am today. And ain't nobody, maybe a handful of people, that wanted to stop and talk to me. Everybody else spit on me. Some quite practically. Some sick their dogs on me. I'm not interested in reading the comments. I'm not interested in talking to people. I found my happy. I found my peace. Inner peace, joy. What it's my mom. My mom is she's in my heart. That's my golden heart because my mom's there. And ain't nobody could get to her but me, and she lives forever in my heart. I got a place of paradise for my mother in my heart, and ain't nobody can touch her or disturb her or bother her. I'll deal with all the problems because my mother rests at peace in my heart, and she screams with joy in my heart. And that's all I need. That's all I need. We can't control how our life ends. And it's going to happen for everybody, even if you live forever and then some. There's going to come a day. And all you can do is decide how you feel at that moment. What you're going to think about at that moment. When life is being taken away, got all these stones and cards, and can I walk off without them? Oh boy, could you see if you saw my life, you know the answer. So at the end of my life, can I let go of my flesh too? That's why we lose things in life. That's why they get taken away from us, because we ain't supposed to stay here forever. We're supposed to ascend on, move on, go somewhere else, learn a new trade, go to a different planet. I don't know, who knows? Go live in a video game world. It's a multiverse, and you're all creators. Every last person. You can create paradise. You can create hell. You can create whatever you want. I decided to create heaven for my mother. And since I created a spot of heaven for my mother, well, then she just showers my life with happiness on the inside. And I can cry remembering what I lost, but I could be just as happy a second later knowing what I got. And ain't nobody could cut my heart and take her out. You cut my heart, well, me and my mom, we gotta go off together. Gone. At the end of my mom's life, she said, in that next life, when I open this is her words to me, when I open my eyes, you better be the first one, I see. You better be. So I've been trying to chase my mama. I've been trying to fly through the universe to get to her. Not for any people or riches or anything like that. It's people stuff. I've been chasing my mama, and guess what? I went so damn fast, I went. And I had to go that fast to figure out she was in my heart. Because you go that fast long enough, you're going to sit down and take a break for a good long while. I said, I'm tired. Tired of all that running, tired of all that chasing, tired of all that working for what? Just to keep working? I know a catch 22 when I see one, and I'm just going to back out of that whole situation. I love there's a great card here to continue pressing forward. It's one motto of my life is to keep going forward. Keep going forward. I don't quit. I don't know what my mom did to raise me. See, this is the thing. This is why I really don't have answers. Like, I try to share everything I've read to you and be as plain as I can and cryptic as I can and all the whole kit and caboodle. But my mom, she's responsible for me being who I am. Her actions and what she did is always beyond me. And all I know how to do is be me. My mom knew how to create me in all the experiences she allowed me to have, on and on and on. I'm not going to go on with that. I love my mama. I got some jokes, but they're completely for myself. But something's like y'all want to hear what I laughed at. It's real dry. I'm a bad comedian. So one thing that they always said is that I killed it. Like that was not a good thing in my day. That was a bad thing. Just in case, I don't know, beast is cool nowadays. It was not cool in my day. And that was like, kill the beast, don't become the beast. I don't know where the world went, but I would have stopped following a while ago. Anyways, I came up with this joke. It's a joke. This dude, he's like, man, I want to go get some ass. And he just would never shut up about that. He'd just say that all the time. And I'm just like, you know what, dude? I got you. I got tired of him. I got tired of hearing him. And I was like, I got you. Jumped in the car, drove him to the store. He's like, oh, I come here before. That's not here. I said, dude, just come on. Followed me all the way towards like the back. And I'm pointing to the molasses. And literally, I was gone. I left him faster than he could see me through his glasses. Check this guy out. I'll probably do some show and tell today. I'll take you around the room, do some room tour stuff. And let's see, we got different got a whole bunch. I got dolls and stuff. Look at this dude. I found him just on the road. I was just walking, never washed him. If I wash him, he'll probably go away. But check out this. I found him just like this. See if we can get some better lighting over here. I think that's gonna be a yes. If I don't knock stuff down. Look at that. There's a rock. It's just a plain rock. Nothing crazy. What is your face? When people are like, yo, there's a face in the cloud or there's a face in the trees. Yeah, I found one and I could share it with you. And usually I'll put like a pile of stones and I'll put him on top because he's the head. That's what you heard go boop earlier. Cool thing that I found with my portals like yesterday. That's gonna fall down again, but he'll fall when he's supposed to. When the stones on your portal fall, that's a good thing. Because whatever you were supposed to do, you did it. And because you did it, the portal was no longer needed. That particular configuration was for that address. Because you fixed or did or whatever the case succeeded, then it closes because it'll never be the same when I rebuild them. It'll never be the same. Always be to every single time I put it back. It's always different. Sometimes I might try to follow a certain style or something, but it always comes to its own unique shape. Its own stones are going to pile up, so forth and so on. It's like Legos. This seems to be something that's in my mind, like things break, but that's okay. They were meant to break. They were meant to break. They were meant to fall apart. What was weak and inferior will be crushed for something pure, something solid, something stable, something authentic to what it is. When I say pure, I mean like what is authentic to its own, not something laid over. You know, like you go buy something silver, there's a sterling silver, and then like you rub it on your something or something, and then you see copper underneath, and you're like, what the hell is this? I didn't buy copper. I thought I bought silver. That's people. That's people. I done found too much fake metal in the world. I'm happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. And I think I need to start letting y'all tour around the room. So we're gonna do that at some point today. Um, like I got Banger staring at me here. You're like, Banger? Who's Banger? What's he talking about? It's Banger, man, because he's a headbanger. He's like, he's my unicorn. See, he's a headbanger because he's like hard rock. And I got Pinky. He's somewhere. I don't know. Oh, he's right here on my staff. He's hanging on my staff. He's tied on down there. It's like, no, I'm just gonna. It's like, oh, come on. I put him on my shofar before, because the last time I blew him, I was like, man, it's gonna have some Pinky power. See, that's Pinky. Anyways, I got a bunch of toys. I'm a little kid. I'm a big kid. But your imagination brings your world to life. How could you be angry when he's around? It's just too cute. It's just too cute. But if I leave them all in front of the camera, then they're on top of my tarot cards, and then I can't see you, and then my voice is getting in front of the way, and all of that's going on. So I gotta leave them behind the camera, so I stare at them. I see them more than I see you or myself. I went, I went. I think it was 2 years. 2 years, a year is at least definitely a solid year. And I was wondering, I was like, will I recognize myself in the mirror if I don't look in the mirror? And I legitimately went a solid 12 months plus, did not look in the mirror. And now every day I look at myself. I don't need to look up there, I need to look up there. Look over at the camera, it probably looks pretty straight in any regard. I went that long without looking at myself. And I guess people see me and they see whatever they see, but I just been on my journey. One thing about the Egyptians and the shamans and everything, their journey opens them up to spirits. And one thing I've found is I tend to make better friends with spirits. No, I make more lasting relationships with the spirit than I do with the person, because the spirit's like, I love you, but the human's like, I can't reconcile this. And I'm just like, yeah, I get it. And then we go our own separate ways. And then, my energy is always going out to him. I think about him some other time, and then boom, I'm sending energy to him, or I see them conquering something, or like we're forever allies. Because when the relationship in him, like it, I always, the door's always open on my end. I can't say always. Can't say always. Usually. Anyways, let me read this card here. It was the Six of Leaves. I want to get back to reading. I like reading. card indicating progress and movement. It invites you to avoid pointless efforts, not to waste energy. Energy shall be invaluable for improving the situation. Through commitment, you could earn a sought after transfer, a promotion, and generally a better life. Now, I like the sounds of that. As my bro would say, let's just flow. So let's pull some more cards. No, I don't want the cards so much. I just want the book. I have these cards. Okay, fair enough. So there's the mind is very powerful. Your imagination can take you anywhere you want to go. It will bring your life to life. Okay? Your imagination can be anything you want it to be. Okay? As long as you follow the proper rules of society and don't hurt anybody, just do you, like, and be kind on that kind of regard, then your imagination, there's no laws against imagination. There's no law. Imagination land got no laws. I create heaven for my mom every day, and she gives me a peace of mind every day. Yesterday, we read a story of how the goddesses, bless peoples will go to sleep. I think I just learned how to talk to my mom across dimensional space and time. I think I learned how to use the correct words in synchronization with my heart and that love's connection. And you can do the same. Such trustworthy guidance. I mean, you saw me pull that just as much as I've been chatting. Says you've received a wonderful idea as an answer to your prayers. This idea is real and trustworthy. You can safely move forward with it, knowing that we are with you every step of the way. Ask for and be open to receiving our support for anything that you need related to this idea. I tell you what, on that trustworthy guidance and saying, tell us, ask what you need, anything. I'll tell you what, my laptop is on its last leg, and I got an idea. I want to write stories. All these stories I read, all the stories I got to share. Man, I could dress them up real nice. I could put a whole nice, I don't want to call it a spin on it, but a real nice flavor, some nice seasoning, some good sauce. And I would like to write, and I could write with pen and everything, but you could type super fast. And I've written a book. It's published. It's out there. It's the name of my channel. And I would like to write stories, like the Grimm brothers. Well, we'll read a story. We'll definitely read a story here in a little bit. The Grimm brothers. What a card to pop up. I mean, that's what I would like. I mean, other than that, incense and stuff, and whatever. I don't want much in life. If I had something huge, if I had something like where money was like, okay, look, if I got rich, right, if all that happened, money monetarily wise, I'll tell you what I would do. I'll create a temple. And when you come into this temple, it's gonna be like, this is just an example. Like, so you walk up and you see like Jesus, like his statue, right? And then you see like, and I'm gonna get the names wrong because I don't have all the information in front of me, but like you see Jesus, you see like Buddha, and like people from all around the world, and they could actually turn and swivel. And so then another one would have like also Osiris, and essentially God, and Shiva, and if you get like five of them for each of them, and you can see how people could come in and they could see, oh, so this is the same guy. He actually went to different places of the world. That's how they remembered him, because they didn't, those creators, those original ones, they did not come here and say, you have to call me by my name. They went by a different name, and that was the name that the people of the tribes they gave them their name. They honored that. They honored the tribes, and they lived as one. That's why, like in India, they have things called Sasranama, and it's got many different names, hundreds. There's one with 108 names. There's one with 1,008 names, all of the same one, and it's representing the same divine being that went to all the different places in that country, and so they all honor. They don't say mine's better than yours. I had it clearer. No, they said I saw him too. My name for him is this. Your name is for that. Let's put them in the same prayer. That's some love to learn. That's some love. That's some love to learn from. Show people the truth. Show them the truth. But this would be the kicker. This would be the kicker. This would set us apart from the other places. Number one, we don't want your money. We'll give it to somebody else. Number two, we'd be able to take in shaman initiates. I'd like to have my own school. I'd like to have my own place where I could train shamans. Shaman initiates. There's so many people out in the world. All these, if you're watching right now, you're a shaman initiate. You're watching because you're perplexed in some way or another of how the heck did he get there and be talking normal at the same time. I don't get this. Don't make sense. This dude should be off his rocker. But I can literally show people. I can literally, in person, give you the keys, and if they have the will and motivation, boom, give me 3 months of your time max, and you're done. We don't need no. We don't need, and it'd be free. The students would be free. If you're not real about it, you're out. You real about it? Come on in. That's what I would like to do. That would be really cool. Like a yogi place. I don't want to call myself a yogi or guru. I don't want to be called. I have a word, but it's an exploring teacher. And the idea of an exploring teacher, exploring means you're always learning. If you're exploring, you're discovering new things, which means you're learning to new realities. And in learning from those new realities, you carry wisdom from what you have been through. And those are teaching. So to be teaching and to be learning is what I enjoy doing all the time, every day. That's my hobby. I don't care to go play. I don't care to go do the booze. I enjoy hitting my vape because I don't have to light the pipe or whatever. I'm cheap or whatever the case. I mean, just simple. I don't need to go do all that stuff. I have what I have, and I can send all the goodness to everybody out there, which is what I love to do. Ooh, ooh. We're gonna learn some real magic today. I'm gonna read some of my favorite book to you. So you wanna get some real deep understanding of where I got, okay? I'm gonna read one of them books. Where is it? Hold on. It's right there it is. To yesterday, Shisha. I could hardly believe I didn't watch it. I didn't watch no replay. I didn't check no chats or comments. I I adjusted the video so it would go public once it went through, and I was like, sheesh, I'll live the crikey out of that. Anyways, I've got two primary here. I'm gonna bring out there. I want to start here, and I'm gonna leave this one for a runner up. Wow, I feel like I'm playing baseball or something because I got like this book, and then the next book, and then the next book, and then the one over there. So it's like, all right. Well, it's kind of like two awesome stories back to back. First one's really short. It says Hans married. See, this is what I'm saying, okay? You ever just like, marry me, gotta get married. And I'm like, the heck, man? I don't get it, okay? I don't get it. Um, can I share something with you? I knew this day was gonna happen, okay? It went viral before. I was on a national television show, interview, season 11, episode 5, Tosh.0. I retract my comments about administration. I think we all fall in that same boat together. You see how we could be all fooled? You see how somebody can fool us? I'm just gonna move away from that. Though I knew this day was coming, and I wanted to find somebody before this day happened. I wanted to find the love of my life before this day happened. Because if I found the love of my life before this day happened, then I can guaranteedly say that she loved me for who I am and not what I had. And now I can't do that. I can't do that. It's impossible. I don't care what the cards tell me. I don't care what it says. Show me your devotion. We were talking about marriage. I never finished up what I was talking about marriage. I'm coming right back to that. Let me grab my coffee. So, marriage, as I found on my shamanic path, I found the Divine Mother, the other guys I was mentioning, right? So, my life is focused. If I meet somebody, I don't care what it is, who it is, how it goes, I don't care what they got for me. If it pulls me away from the Divine Mother herself, I don't want none of it. I don't care what you got. You could have all the riches in the world. I'd rather die alone in the woods. I'm happy to help. I'm happy to do everything, but I love my devotion comes first. Everything else is secondary to that. That's my joy. That's my happiness. That's my love. And that's why I tell you to follow your heart, because your heart will lead you to eternal happiness, eternal peace. You can be sad one moment and you could grab your happiness the next. This is what the ancients taught. This is where we're going to get. Anyways, so when two people, regardless of gender, if they're attracted to each other, two people, regardless of gender, regardless of whatever word you want to use, two people who have dedicated their life to the same divine being. So I dedicated my life to Durga, to Adiparashakti, to Allset, to Kinnamintonket, the water of life. And every day, this is where she's led me to today. And this is where I show up to every moment of my life. Because it is today, every day. It is never tomorrow. Tomorrow never comes, but today always is. So when two people find that are dedicated to the same divine and they're attracted to each other, then that's the divine unifying them into a marriage, and that's the type of marriage I'm down for. That's the type of marriage I follow to the end, because it doesn't matter what I tell them, and it doesn't matter what they tell me. The same plan is being worked somehow beyond both of us. But since we're following the same one and we work the same stuff, maybe she does herbs and I do stones, whatever, but we're working towards the same thing, then in that mannerism, voila, now marriage is different. Because when that marriage comes together, it's actually unified by a force that is not centered in the I construct, though it is stable as a pillar of stability. Two stable pillars create one tuning fork when they're joined together. And that is the pie in the sky, the divinity that wants to be embodied on earth worldwide. The ascension. This is moving forward with humanity 3.0 to 5.0. We're going to skip 4. 4 is going to be like fuzzy, and we're going to get to 5. You can believe it or not. Just watch it happen. That's my construct on marriage. Because if those people were ever to part ways, if they were ever meant to part ways, first and foremost, they're shamans. Female or male, gender does not matter. They're two shamans. These two shamans are on a journey dedicated to that one divine mama or papa, which whoever they're aligned with, hopefully those two are aligned with the same one. That's when they say don't be unevenly yoked. If he's devoted to his ego and you're devoted to your children, well then your cart is going to keep going the wrong way and things going to fall out and you're going to yell and nobody's going to have a happy home. It's all gonna be crashed because you go in two different ways. You can't do it. You can't go two different ways. One's gonna overpower the other, and you're gonna go in circles. Those circles destroy everything. It's got to spiral. You got to spiral down or spiral up. Pick a direction, but you got to go up or down. You can't just okay, right? Heaven, purgatory, hell. Get it? I love you today. I love you. 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 I was going to. I'd always have like you know my weed, like my little pipe or whatever. But then I was going to a Hindu temple, and like I looked it up, and like it's not it's not respectful to show it in front of kids. So I do not have this marked for kids. But so I went to the vape because it's more discreet and not so even on the cigarettes. But I stopped the vape and the cigarettes. I got no urge to them. Like I have cigarette smoke around me from someone else, but I'm not. That's okay. I don't mind. I don't want any. I'm not tempted by it, and so I'm really happy about that progress. I've quit many times before, and after quitting, literally successfully, like I'm not exaggerating. It was like 4 times in one year, and I quit. When I say I quit for like 2 months, 3 months at a time. Okay, like it was lengthy quits, but I started up and I did this on purpose. I devoted 1 year to this. True, I like to do yearly things, anyways, and so what I was doing was I was forcing myself within an allotted amount of time to recognize my withdrawal behaviors. There is a behavior associated with the withdrawal systems. One thing I have learned is that if you go through it a multitude of times, if I go through it a multitude of times, the same thing, well, guess what? I'm gonna get the same results, yeah? Well, guess what? On top of that, I'm gonna pay attention to those results. And then at some point, I'm going to interject something that changes it into an advantage for me. Because if you pay attention to something long enough, you can see how you can shift something within the element. You can't change the whole circumstance, you can't change the reoccurring occurrence, but you could do something to just change the angel, I mean the angle of your perspective. I would like to say that it has been since 2022, 2022 November. It was the grand opening of the Adi Parashakti Temple, Pontiac, Michigan. If you're around, I suggest you go. It's a great place. Great place. And a lot of people are like, does it cost to go? It's free. You walk in, they welcome you, happy to have you. And I walked in that Adi Parashakti means Temple of the Eternal Mother. And I had dedicated my life to the Divine Mother. I didn't know about her. I grew up a Jehovah's Witness, Christian, born and raised, 28 plus years. Mom died, daughters died, religion kicked me out. They didn't kick me out, but I said my goodbyes before they had a chance to kick me out. Did it my way. So technically, I'm still on their books. Something interesting is for everybody out there in the world. If you're part of a group, there's a spirit that controls the group. It doesn't control it, but like there's a reservoir of energy. Everybody in the group is open to receive energy from that source. The source is a collective reservoir of the energy within the group. It exists for everyone. I don't care if it's called Walmart. Now, every single person attached to the company, there's a spirit at the top. And if you are contractually bound to that spirit, whether it be religion or money, it does not matter. Doesn't matter how or why, but if you're contractually attached to it, then you could use that energy for yourself. Do it by divine law and order. Do it to help and heal. If you misuse that power, you will be hurt and harmed by the spirit. If you use that energy to help people, not selfishly, to help people other than yourself, then it is allowed and you are allowed to use it. Now that you are conscious of it, you can actually do that. For as long as you are not conscious of it, then they have all the power to siphon all that energy for only themselves. But divine law and order doesn't work to access only one person. So, you're welcome. The name of that spirit collective entity is called a egregore. mention that because, you know, just join a group and then walk away, you're still attached to it. For me, I send blessings. I don't tax people's energy. I send blessings. I send energy. I have enough energy that I convert. And for those unaware, my mom and my daughters, as I mentioned, they passed on, and so that is something I live with every single day. I convert that energy into positivity and into love. And so I have an unlimited supply of energy to use because I worked on everybody else's pain first around me and converted all of their negative energy. So when somebody would attack me with insults or anything of the sort, physically or not, then I literally transmuted the energy and used it to do something good for people. I used to swing my forearms on like oak trees. And if I missed a spot, like when I was angry or something, I don't do it anymore. But if I missed a spot, if I went too low or too high, then I stopped because I lost control. And if I lost control, then I'm not training anymore. So kind of used it as a combo thing. But I got to the point where I don't do that anymore. Um, because I just convert the energy into blessings and goodness. And that's what I want to share. And so, anyways, it's a bad organization. You know, take the energy, do a bunch of good stuff with it. You'd be amazed how powerful a word written on a piece of paper, on a table, with a candle, water, and dirt, and it's crazy stupid how simple this stuff is. You are you're the you are the quantum particle that their machine is trying to understand. And you can bring your whole world to life. Everything in your life right now is dead, right? No life, no ideas coming from anything. You look around, you're like, this, no ideas, it's just all dead. You know, just a regurgitated crap that someone else said, nothing new, no flavor, no sauce, no original sauce. No sauce, man. Because your imagination can turn stories or ancient wisdom into anything you want it to be, as long as you do not hurt anybody, as long as your product or your process does not enslave another person, then let your imagination run wild and invite people to your theme park. But start with your own relatives. I ain't talking about the living ones. I'm talking about the ones that you may not even know their names of. I know what it's like to be a bit of an orphan. I had a mom my whole life. I was not technically an orphan, but once she died, I was an orphan. And you could say I was in like a house or whatever, for kids. Wasn't the case, but you could kind of, I could see we could make that happen. And then I just been traveling ever since, just like looking for home, looking for family. And so in that way, it doesn't matter how old you are or whether you started out that way. If you're an orphan, you're looking for home. You're looking for a mom or dad. Looking for some friends, care about you, who can look out for you and not hurt you. That's why So I have followed my joy and my heart because it will lead me to all the love I have and all the love that I have. And I'll share it with the world every day. Anyways, Hans married. I think we get back to that. I cried too much. I cried as much as I want. There's a story, an old Egyptian story, and Ta Ra, he cries at the sight of finding his lost children, at their homecoming, I should say. And his tears, as they fall, they turn into humans. I read a story about tears turning into humans, an ancient story. There's more than one. Chinese goes into something of that, if I'm not mistaken. That means tears are sacred because we're all created in the image of God, if you didn't know that one, of the creator, of everything you seek that you are. Your imagination brings your world to life. That's the gold. You're the gold. You are the generating switch that you are the living key that turns everything on. The world, the temples, the buildings, the experiences, people, those are the doors. You are the key. And if the key shifts into love, it opens the door, and then you're done going through that crap. You move on to the next door, and on to the next door, and on to the next door. And I could keep doing it, but I won't bother you with that again, but that's what I've been doing. And so that has gotten me used to change, to a continuance, to furtherment. And if if the spirit tells me that's the way to go, then I don't care what's in anything. I'm gonna go where mama tell me to go. Mama says go that way, then I'm gonna go where mama tell me to go. Because that's my heart. My heart says I am dedicated to the Divine Mother herself, and that's what I'm gonna follow. I'm gonna follow my mama. Nobody can. That's that, and that's what gives life to everything I have. Imagination, whether you want to think it's quantum computing, whether you want to call it religious, no matter what somebody wants to label it as, it does not matter. You can maintain cognizance and dissidence at the same dissidence or distance. I might should look that word up. But you can maintain distance and cognizance of your own world at the same time. Distance from other people, cognizant that you're being distant from other people, yet respectful to other people, controlling your volume, not losing your bonkers. But you giggling to yourself because you got funny ideas. What, they mad because they ain't got no original thought in their head? Must be nice to be you, walking around with a comedian inside your head. Shit, you got some upgrade. Did you get some chip put in your head or something? They start selling those for $5.99 or something. Think about it. They take the happy people and they stick them in a padded room so they don't make other people happy. Who's the lunatic? Hans married. There was once upon a time a young peasant named Hans whose uncle wanted to find him a rich wife. He therefore seated Hans behind the stove and had it made very hot. Then he fetched a pot of milk and plenty of white bread, gave him a bright newly coined farthing in his hand, and said, Hans, hold that farthing fast. Crumble the white bread into the milk and stay where you are, and do not stir from that spot till I come back. Yes, said Hans, I will do all that. Then the wooer put on a pair of old patched trousers, went to a rich peasant's daughter in the next village, and said, Won't you marry my nephew Hans? You will get an honest and sensible man who will suit you. The covetous father said, How is it with regard to his means? Has he bread to break? Dear friend, replied the wooer, my young nephew has a snug berth, a nice bit of money in hand, and plenty of bread to break. Besides, he has quite as many patches as I have. And as he spoke, he slapped the patches on his trousers, put in that district small piece of land where called patches also. And as he spoke, he slapped the patches on his trousers, but in that district, small pieces of land were called patches also. If you will give yourself the trouble to go home with me, you shall see at once that all is as I have said. Then the miser did not want to lose this good opportunity and said, If that is the case, I have nothing further to say against the marriage. So the wedding was celebrated on the appointed day, and when the young wife went out of doors to see the bridegroom's property, Hans took off his Sunday coat and put on his patched smock frock, and said, I might spoil my good coat. Then together they went out, and whenever a boundary line came in sight, or fields and meadows were divided from each other, Hans pointed with his finger and then slapped either a large or a small patch on his smock frock, and said, That patch is mine, and that too, my dearest, just look at it, meaning thereby that his wife should not stare at the broad land, but look at his garment, which was his own. Were you indeed at the wedding? Yes, indeed, I was there, and in full dress. My headdress was of snow. Then the sun came out, and it was melted. My coat was of cobwebs, and I had to pass by some thorns which tore it off me. My shoes were of glass, and I pushed against a stone, and they said clink and broke in two. Yeah, okay. I know I got 2 cups now. Look, Sherlock Holmes is big. It's like told me not to have any role models growing up as a young kid, but secretly I had a few. Sherlock Holmes was one of them. Dude could figure out anything. Dude's mind was like, dang. Well, there's a lot of scriptures in the Bible and other sacred books. It's really teaching you to be pretty smart. So I just follow my heart. I got a little mug and I got a bigger mug. This one's the rooster. Sun's coming out, right? The dawn, look, it's even got the sunflowers, right? So it's like the sun, right? The morning, sun's coming out. And then over here, we got the castle. like this one. It's pretty cool. It's got the guys and everything. Oh man, Germany would be cool. I've never had actual real Guinness like they make it, because I know they make it different in Germany or in Dublin. I should say in Dublin, Germany, because they don't chill it and drink it at room temperature. And I'm like, I want the real ale. Like, so this American stuff is nice and good, but compared to the real stuff I hear and listen, it's crap compared to it. Real stuff like made and it's always different. Anyways, but I got two cups because one's for the female. Boom, it's on the left. It's on the left. Female's the left side of the body. Masculine's right portion of the body. I do work in masculine and feminine energies, so it's a marriage within myself, and my environment reflects that. And like, and so literally, like my altar kind of comes down, literally, kind of, it literally has like a V coming down to a line, almost like dividing all the way to the point. Boom, now it is all the way to the point. Now it is going all the way from the altar all the way down to the point. Like, that's hers, that's his. And so, like, boom, like, okay. See, that's why I follow my heart. I don't know why I was doing that yesterday. I kind of had an idea. Like, I never, I read a story. It was like after, anyways, I follow the clues, and my heart will lead me to do the activities, and my mind will put together the information. And that's why when you see something and it's stark, two different situations, but they have a stark similarity that links them together into one event, this, that moment is a catalyst. That is an initiating alignment moment. And if one can pay attention to that, they become the eye of the beholder. For only they, you, I, that person, the experiencer, will actually be able to understand these two things. That's how you know it's divine, because it was actually aligned. Human nature doesn't align things like that. Doesn't know how to do that. Divinity does. Anyways, I'm gonna fill up my coffee cups, and then we're gonna read the Gold Children. Read about that wedding going on, and now we're gonna read about the Gold Children. Be right back. I want to start writing stories right now. My laptop, that has certain buttons that are like broken, but like right now I'm like thinking of stories I want to write, and so I'm like, shoot, I can't even wait for that. I think I'm gonna grab my other book and just start writing, and I'll read y'all one of my own stories tomorrow. The Gold Children. Oh, okay, so let's be proper, right? See, I just drank the left cup with the right hand. Oh, yeah. No, okay, right cup for right hand, left cup for left hand. That would be correct. Because right to bigger, left to lower. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That was interesting. My altar I had for a long time, the way I had it set up was the Divine Mother is in the center at the top, and then like, and generally it's masculine on one side and feminine on the other side, so that like it matches that energy of, like, because that's what it is the masculine and the feminine bring together to create the unification of the body, okay? And so we need a representation, a visual representation and working to be able to process what we're going through, because at a certain point words fail. The languages that we have is it fails us, okay? Our language fails our transcendence. So I'll do my best here. You'll get it. The stones, the items, the shapes, the configurations, the face that I showed you earlier, all the different items are representations for my senses of what I'm experiencing, a circumstance, a reality. As they take different shapes, I'm processing different things in my brain. This is creating different chemical reactions in my body. So, what I've been doing on the altar is what I want to be doing with my body. And if I make an offering to the front of it, then I'm making one offering. So, either the masculine must take, or either the feminine must take. That's all that was offered. Though, if I make two offerings, then there's one for the masculine portion of myself, pinky lifted up to say, look, I will have form and function, but I like to go my own way and break the rules. Not in a bad way, but I got my own style. Be no part of the world kind of thing. And then my feminine side, well, she the same way. They got that in common. So then, too, boom. So then my altar literally just helped me to bring together what I've been trying to do, and that's to honor the masculine and the feminine, not just the feminine. I want to honor both. Inside, I feel more feminine. I have a masculine body. I would not do anything to change or alter my body. I love my body the way it is. That's me. That's my choice. To each one their own. And that's through and through. Your body, that's yours. We go to the store and we gotta pay $5.99 for a bag of chips or $100 for a laptop. But your body belongs to you. You can't buy that. Slavery, get that out of here, man. Get that out of here. We don't need that. We so smart. We got robots that can do all the work. People sit home and learn something. Anyways, the gold children. There was once a poor man and a poor woman who had nothing but a little cottage and who earned their bread by fishing and always lived from hand to mouth. But it came to pass one day when the man was sitting by the waterside and casting his net that he drew out a fish entirely of gold. As he was looking at the fish, full of astonishment, it began to speak and said, "Hark, you fisherman, if you will throw me back again into the water, I will change your little hut into a splendid castle." When the fisherman answered, "Of what use is a castle to me if I have nothing to eat?" The goldfish continued, "That shall be taken care of. There will be a cupboard in the castle, in which when you open it shall be dishes of the most delicate meats, and as many of them as you can desire." "If that be true," said the man, "then I can well do you a favor." "Yes," said the fish, "there is, however, the condition that you shall disclose to no one in the world, whosoever he may be, whence your good luck has come. If you speak but one single word, all will be over." Then the man threw the wonderful fish back again into the water and went home. But where his hovel had formerly stood, now stood a great castle. He opened wide his eyes, entered, and saw his wife dressed in beautiful clothes, sitting in a splendid room. And she was quite delighted, and said, "Husband, how has all this come to pass? It suits me very well." "Yes," said the man, It suits me too, but I am frightfully hungry. Just give me something to eat, said the wife. But I have got nothing and don't know where to find anything in this new house. There's no need of your knowing, said the man, for I see yonder a great cupboard. Just unlock it. When she opened it, there stood cakes, meat, fruit, wine, quite a bright prospect. Then the woman cried joyfully, "What more can you want, my dear?" And they sat down and ate and drank together. When they had enough, the woman said, "But husband, whence come all these riches?" "Alas," answered he, "do not question me about it, for I dare not tell you anything. If I disclose it to anyone, then all our good fortune will fly." "Very good," said she. "If I am not to know anything, then I do not want to know anything." However, she was not in earnest. She never rested day or night, and she goaded her husband until in his impatience he revealed that all was owing to a wonderful golden fish which he had caught, and to which in return he had given its liberty. And as soon as the secret was out, the splendid castle with the cupboard immediately disappeared. They were once more in the old fisherman's hut, and the man was obliged to follow his former trade in fish. But fortune would so have it that he once more drew out the golden fish. "Listen," said the fish, "if you throw me back into the water again, I will once more give you the castle with the cupboard full of roast and boiled meats. Only be firm, for your life's sake. Don't reveal from whom you have it, or you will lose it all again." "I will take good care," answered the fisherman, and threw the fish back into the water. Now at home everything was once more in its former magnificence, and the wife was overjoyed at their good fortune. But curiosity left her no peace, so that after a couple of days she began to ask again how it come to pass, and how he had managed to secure it. The man kept silence for a short time, but at last she made him so angry that he broke out and betrayed the secret. In an instant the castle disappeared, and they were back again in their old hut. "Now you have got what you want," said he, "and we can gnaw at a bare bone again." "Ah," said the woman, "I had rather not have riches if I am not to know from whom they come, for then I have no peace." The man went back to fish, and after a while he chanced to draw out the gold fish for a third time. "Listen," said the fish, "I see very well that I am fated to fall into your hands. Take me home and cut me into 6 pieces. Give your wife 2 of them to eat, 2 of your horse, and bury 2 of them in the ground. Then they will bring you a blessing." The fisherman took the fish home with him, and did as it had bidden him. It came to pass, however, that from 2 pieces that were buried in the ground 2 golden lilies sprang up. Like that of the horse had 2 golden foals, and the fisherman's wife bore 2 children who were made entirely of gold. The children grew up and became tall and handsome, and the lilies and horses grew likewise. Then they said, "Father, we want to mount our golden steeds and travel out in the world." But he answered sorrowfully, "How shall I bear it if you go away, and I know not how it fares with you?" Then they said, "The 2 golden lilies remain here. By then you can see how it is with us. If they are fresh, then we are in health. If they are withered, we are ill. If they perish, then we are dead." So they rode forth and came to an inn in which were many people. And when they perceived the golden children, they began to laugh and cheer. When one of them heard the mocking, he felt ashamed and would not go out into the world, but turned back and went home again to his father. But the other rode forward and reached a great forest. As he was about to enter it, the people said, "It is not safe for you to ride through. The wood is full of robbers who would treat you badly. You will fare ill, and when they see that you are all of gold, and your horse likewise, they will assuredly kill you." But he would not allow himself to be frightened, and said, "I must and will ride through it." Then he took bearskins and covered himself and his horse with them, so that the gold was no more to be seen, and rode fiercely into the forest. When he had ridden onward a little, he heard a rustling in the bushes, and heard voices speaking together. From one side came cries of, "There is one," but from the other, "Let him go. 'Tis an idle fellow, as poor and bare as a church mouse. What should we gain from him?" So the gold child rode joyfully through the forest, and no evil befell him. One day he entered a village wherein he saw a maiden who was so beautiful that he did not believe that any more beautiful than she existed in the world. And as such a mighty love took possession of him, he went up to her and said, "I love thee with my whole heart. Wilt thou be my wife?" He too pleased the maiden so much that she agreed and said, "Yes, I will be thy wife, and be true to thee my whole life long." Then they were married, and just as they were in the greatest happiness, home came the father of the bride, and when he saw that his daughter's wedding was being celebrated, he was astonished and said, "Where is the bridegroom?" They showed him the gold child, who, however, still wore his bearskins. Then the father said wrathfully, "A vagabond shall never have my daughter," and was about to kill him. Then the bride begged as hard as he could, and said, "He is my husband, and I love him with all my heart," until at last he allowed himself to be appeased. Nevertheless, the idea never left his thoughts, so that next morning he rose early, wishing to see whether his daughter's husband was a common ragged beggar. But when he peeped in, he saw a magnificent golden man in the bed, and the cast off bearskins lying on the ground. Then he went back and thought, "What a good thing it was that I restrained my anger. I should have committed a great crime." But the golden child dreamed that he rode out to hunt a splendid stag, and when he awoke in the morning he said to his wife, "I must go out hunting." She was uneasy and begged him to stay there, and said, "You might easily meet with a great misfortune." But he answered, "I must and will go." Thereupon he got up and rode forth into the forest, and was not long before a fine stag crossed his path exactly according to his dream. He aimed and was about to shoot it. When the stag ran away, he gave chase over hedges and ditches for the whole day without feeling tired. But in the evening the stag vanished from his sight, and when the gold child looked around him, he was standing before a little house wherein was a witch. He knocked, and a little old woman came out and said, "What are you doing so late in the midst of the great forest? Have you not seen a stag?" "Yes," he answered, "I know the stag well." And thereupon a little dog, which had come out of the house with her, barked at the man violently. "Wilt thou be silent, thou odious toad?" said he, "or I will shoot thee dead." Then the witch cried out in a passion, "What! Will you slay my little dog?" and immediately transformed him, so that he lay like a stone, and his bride awaited him in vain, and thought, "That which I so greatly dreaded, which lay so heavily on my heart, has come upon him." But at home the other brother was standing by the gold lilies, when one of them suddenly drooped. "Good heavens!" said he, "my brother has met with some great misfortune. I must, I must away to see if I can possibly rescue him." Then the father said, "Stay here. If I lose you also, what shall I do?" But he answered, "I must and will go forth." Then he mounted his golden horse and rode forth and entered the great forest. When his brother lay turned to stone, the old witch came out of her house and called to him, wishing to entrap him also. But he did not go near her, and said, "I will shoot you if you will not bring my brother to life again." She touched the stone, though very unwillingly, with her forefinger, and he was immediately restored to his human shape. But the two gold children rejoiced when they saw each other again, kissed and caressed each other, and rode away together out of the forest, the one home to his bride, the other to his father. The father then said, I knew well that you had rescued your brother, for the golden lily suddenly rose up and blossomed out again. Then they lived happily, and all prospered with them until their death. The gold children. Oh, we did not read that one. Marriage. There must be some wedding bells going off in the world. That's for sure. I'm gonna get some coffee. I'll be right back. This next one is called The Marriage of Samba. And it's, uh, it's a Indian story. Krishna. Something about Krishna's family. Someone named Kuru. A wedding. Warriors. Looks like a good one. I'm just seeing what I'm getting into here. Good length one. processing some very large constructs. As I was mentioning, the cups, that kind of masculine female representation, the honoring of the body, seeing how the entire portion is honored. Um, just give me a moment or two. I'm going to jump into this reading. I just want to receive. I got some good. Anyways, us. I just like to state for the record for everybody out there, a lot of people understand it, most people don't. But I'm going to introduce you to it. I was walking the streets of Pontiac, Michigan, and dressed the way I am. I lived behind a Renaissance festival for 6 years or so, and just got used to living like a different way. And when I moved, I, I couldn't go back to dressing normal. What is normal? Go out, whatever. Something you see on a TV or whatever. Changing the normal. We are changing. All of us are changing the normal. We're changing everything. Everything is shifting. The poles on the planet are shifting. The water and the rivers are receding. There's problems all around the world. There's a global crisis going on. But my heart's not worried about it. There's something that says this is going to flip for a huge positive good. I don't know. There's going to be there's going to be more good than bad. That's what I see. That's how I feel more than what I see. And I can sense danger. Kind of used to getting into it, not trying to save nobody or nothing, but just getting back to walking around the streets of Pontiac, Michigan. People come up to me and they say, "What are you?" Respectfully, they ask. Like, they're very kind. People are very kind there, and they asking me and not just judging me for the majority, and that I've met, and I said I'm a shaman. And they said, "Well, what's a shaman?" So a shaman is someone who talks to spirits, first with their own ancestors, then with deceased, those of the dead, and then with divine. And then once you do those three, then you start working with the living. And that's why people who connect with anything that I'm doing or saying, that you've had your own experiences and you can't tell anybody, you try to tell people and they can't make sense of it, that's because you're a shaman initiate. Okay? Like, we're gonna read a whole bunch of awesome Indian words and you're like, what the heck is he saying, man? You get that. You're a shaman initiate. You didn't even know it. You didn't even sign up for it. But you're on the path of it. How do angels walk among men? The Bible spoke about a couple of angels that the whole town wanted to rape. And they were men. And the men wanted to take advantage of them. That's a pretty dang beautiful man right there for Lot to have thrown his daughters to the crowd so they would have touched those angels in the flesh. Was, I don't know how else to make sense of that story. That's why nobody can label you. That's why nobody can understand you, because you're growing faster than their ability to look under the microscope and understand what they're seeing. We live in a quantum multi-dimensional world. You can believe, or you can play with your imagination, or you can plug in But to wrap up what I was explaining about being a shaman, the reason why I mentioned being a shaman is because I received thoughts from deceased spirits. I've had communications, and every single time I tried to, in the past, I ignored them. They populate in front of my face in some way. By acknowledging them and working with the information, then all that other junk doesn't happen, and I keep moving forward in my path. So a lot of times, my mind is connected to the dead, to the divine, to the underworld, all of it. So when that information comes in, I have to process as much as I can. And I recommend for yourselves to do that as well, because divine assistance is coming through the world right now. Tahuti, divine wisdom, is active. And this frequency of energy, more than looking at it as a god or a creator or anything with myth or mythos or legend or anything like that, the heavens are lined up to allow divine communication, divine counsel, divine wisdom, divine path. All of this, the the halls of recorded memory are opened this year during the year of the fire horse. And that's what's going on. I'm not the only transmitter. There's a bunch of us. You're a transmitter. I receive, you receive, I increase, you increase. We all increase together. We all are receiving this information together. I'm just a mouth. I'm I'm an effective anyways. That's that's what's going on. And your imagination to be able to be like, yo, this is Pinky. He has a certain attitude, so I know when Pinky talks to me. Or like, Banger, because he's the headbanger. There he is. Just so y'all know. See, because he likes to headbang. Is he young? And so, like, they'll have their own personalities and they do their own things. And so, like, that allows the mind to be cognizant of its consciousness, being aware of being conscious, cognizant of your conscious, being aware of being conscious. You got three brains up in this portion up here. You could have three separate thoughts running at once and be talking about something else, because your gut is a brain called the enteric nervous system. Has so many synapses firing that it's equatable to the brain up here. Up here, mammal, dolphin, like the dolphin, that type of brain, and there's a certain word for it, and reptilian. Those are the three brains that we have that compose our brain up here. Just saying, you could have four speech and three other thoughts running. You got the brain power for it. If you work, that's what meditation is about. Meditation is controlling the brain, saying, I have control of the wheel of this ship. I'm going to decide when I want to think about something and when I don't want to think about something. And when I make that decision, it stands. I don't want to think about Josie, so I don't think about Josie. I want to think about higher learning and Bhagavad Gita and Krishna consciousness and all the good fairies and all the legends and all the understandings. So I focus on what I enjoy and I make that choice. And that's the path, that's my heading every day. I sail my ship into the unknown, but it's the direction of my heart, it's the direction of your heart. On top of all of that, on top of all of that, as a shaman, anybody watching, I'm receiving information into my heart and into my mind. All of this is processing. This doesn't stop, and it only increases. By taking the correct step forward, you're able to maintain traction and take the next step. If you take too much of a step at once, then that next step you take is out of sync and you trip and fall. It's a cosmic dance. It's a cosmic dance with nature at a level that the best words are fairies and gnomes and goblins and trolls and this and all of this. It's the only way to learn the Chinese and the Hindus, the Devas and the Devas and the, all the Sephiroth. And that's, they're all trying to explain this invisible law of nature. And I'm going to say that as a whole of humanity, we messed up. We have broken the law of nature. We have broken divine law as humanity. I ain't putting the finger at any one person. All of us. I'm putting myself in the boat because I'm using the electricity. I'm using that, whatever process to get that. All of us. We messed up. We need to acknowledge our own mistake collectively. All of us. Put our feet together and start anew. That step. One firm step. You know what I learned as a climber? If you're ever climbing, a good piece of note for you, make sure that you maintain 3 points of contact. Your 2 feet and a hand, 2 hands and a foot. One moves while the other three stay in place. What did I just mention earlier? 3 brains up here. You got 3 thoughts running and your gut speaking. That's a heart right there. Heart is speaking, 3 brains running. 3 points of contact while one can move. That's effective progress. That's secure progress. It ain't fast. But once you've done it for a while, oh, the traction gets going. And at this point, oh, it's about, it's just accepting the flow. What's the biggest energy pool of that I'm hearing, that I'm listening? Now, since that's the most of what I hear, dead, alive, ancestors, who you are, divine, all of it, that primary portion, boom, that's what I'm picking up on. So that's what I'm going to be talking about. Was the book more important to read than this? And that's where I'm going to go. I can't set a standard. Yesterday, I mentioned, I said, I'm going to read all day and then I'm going to leave the last few minutes to talk. Today, it's completely different. Completely different. Oh, I can't say completely. We always start out with our blessings. Anyways, flow, flow, and knowing who you are. That's important. One small step after the next. Maintain 3 points of contact while you're pivoting with another, moving with the other. Mm-hmm. I'm going to get on to reading here. Chapter 68, The Marriage of Samba. Duryodhana, the son of Dhritarashtra, had a marriageable daughter by the name of Lakshmana. She was a very highly qualified girl of the Kuru dynasty, and many princes wanted to marry her. In such cases, the Svaryamvara ceremony is held so that the girl may select her husband according to her own choice. In Lakshmana's Svaryamvara assembly, when the girl was to select her husband, Samba appeared. He was a son of Krishna's by Jambavarti, one of Lord Krishna's chief wives. The son Samba was so named because he was a pet child and always lived close to his mother. The name Samba indicated a son who was very much his mother's pet. Arba means mother and Sa means with. So this special name was given to him because he always remained with his mother. He was also known as Jambavarti Surta for the same reason. As previously explained, all the sons of Krishna were as qualified as the Great Father. Samba wanted Duryodhana's daughter, Lakshmana, although she was not inclined to have him. Therefore, Samba kidnapped Lakshmana by force from the Svayamvara assembly. Because Samba took Lakshmana away from the assembly by force, all the members of the Kuru dynasty, such as Dhritarashtra, Bhishma, Vidura, and Arjuna, thought it an insult to their family tradition that the boy Samba could possibly have kidnapped their daughter. All of them knew that Lakshmana was not at all inclined to select him as her husband, and that she was not given the chance to select her own husband. Instead, she was forcibly taken away by this boy. Therefore, they decided that he must be punished. They unanimously declared that he was most impudent and had degraded the Kuru's family tradition. Therefore, all of them, under the counsel of the elder members of the Kuru family, decided to arrest the boy but not kill him. They concluded that the girl could not be married to any boy other than Samba, since she had already been touched by him. According to the Vedic system, once being touched by some boy, a girl cannot be married or given to any other boy, nor would anyone agree to marry a girl who had been already thus associated with another boy. The elder members of the family, such as Bhishma, wanted to arrest him. Thus, all the members of the Kuru dynasty, especially the great fighters, joined together just to teach him a lesson, and Karna was made the commander in chief for the small battle. While making the plan to arrest Samba, the Kurus counseled amongst themselves that upon his arrest, the members of the Yardu dynasty would be very angry with him. There was every possibility of the Yardus accepting the challenge and fighting with him. But they also thought, if they came here to fight with us, what could they do? The members of the Yardu dynasty cannot equal the members of the Kuru dynasty because the kings of the Kuru dynasty are the emperors, whereas the kings of the Yardu dynasty are able to enjoy their land only because we have granted it to them. The Kurus thought, if they come here to challenge us because of their if they come here to challenge us because their son was arrested, we shall accept the fight and teach them a lesson. So that automatically they will be subdued under pressure, as the senses are subdued by the mystic yoga process of pranayama. In the mechanical system of mystic yoga, the airs within the body are controlled and the senses are subdued and checked from being engaged in anything other than meditation upon Lord Vishnu. After consultation and after receiving permission from the elder members of the Kuru dynasty, such as Bhishma and Dhritarashtra, five great warriors, Karna, Sala, Bori, Yajnakertu, and Duryodhana, the father of the girl, who were all Maharathis, and who were guided by the great fighter Bhisma Deva, attempted to arrest the boy Samba. There are different grades of fighters, including Maharathi, Ekarathi, and Rathi, classified according to their fighting ability. These Maharathis could fight alone with many thousands of men. All of them combined together to arrest Samba. Samba was also a Maharathi, but he was alone and had to fight with the six other Maharathis. Still, he was not deterred when he saw all the great fighters of the Kuru dynasty coming up behind him to arrest him. Alone, he turned toward them and took his nice bow posing exactly as a lion stands adamant in the face of other animals. Karna, leading the party, challenged Samba. Why are you fleeing? Just stand and we shall teach you a lesson. When challenged by another Kshatriya to stand and fight, a Kshatriya cannot run away. He must fight. Therefore, Samba accepted the challenge and stood alone before him. But as soon as he did so, he was overpowered by showers of arrows shot by all the great warriors. A lion is never afraid of being chased by many wolves and jackals. Similarly, similarly, Samba, the glorious son of the Yardu dynasty, endowed with inconceivable potencies as the son of Lord Krishna, became very angry at the warriors of the Kuru dynasty for improperly using arrows against him. He fought them with great talent. First of all, he struck each of the six charioteers with six separate arrows. He used another four arrows to kill the charioteers' horses, four on each chariot. Then he used one arrow to kill the driver and one arrow for Karna as well as the other celebrated fighters. While Samba so diligently fought alone with the six great warriors, they all appreciated the boy's inconceivable potency. Even in the midst of the fighting, they admitted frankly that this boy Samba was wonderful, but the fighting was conducted in the Kshatriya spirit. So altogether, although it was improper, they obliged Samba to get down from his chariot, now broken to pieces. Of the six warriors, four took care to kill Samba's four horses. One struck down his chariot driver, and one managed to cut the string of Samba's bow so that he could no longer fight with them. In this way, with great difficulty and after a severe fight, they deprived Samba of his chariot and were able to arrest him. Thus, the warriors of the Kuru dynasty accepted their great victory and took their daughter, Lakshmana, away from him. Thereafter they entered the city of Hastinapura in great triumph. The great sage Narada immediately carried the news to the Yadu dynasty that Samba had been arrested and told them the whole story. The members of the Yardu dynasty became very angry at Samba's being arrested, and improperly so by six warriors. Now, with the permission of the head of the dynasty, King Yugraserna, they prepared to attack the capital city of the Kuru dynasty. Although Lord Balarama knew very well that by slight provocation people are prepared to fight with one another in the age of Kali, he did not like the idea that the two great dynasties, the Kuru dynasty and the Yaru dynasty, would fight amongst themselves, even though they were influenced by Kali Yuga. Instead of fighting with them, he wisely thought, let me go there and see the situation, and let me try to see if the fight can be settled by mutual understanding. Balarama's idea was that if Kuru's dynasty could be induced to release Samba along with his wife, like Smarna, then the fight could be avoided. He therefore immediately arranged for a nice chariot to go to Hastinapura, accompanied by learned priests and Brahmanas, as well as by some of the elder members of the Yadu dynasty. He was confident that the members of the Kuru dynasty would agree to this marriage and avoid fighting with the Yadus. As Lord Balarama proceeded toward Hastinapura in his chariot, accompanied by the Brahmanas and elders, he looked like the moon shining in the sky, clear amongst the glittering stars. When Lord Balarama reached the precincts of the city of Hastinapura, he did not enter, but stationed himself in a camp outside the city, in a small garden house. Then he asked Urhava to meet with the leaders of the Kuru dynasty and inquire from them whether they wanted to fight with the Yardu dynasty or to make a settlement. Urhava went to see the leaders of the Kuru dynasty and he met all the important members, including Bismar Deva. Dotarasra, Dronakarya, Doriordarna, and Barika. After offering them due respects, he informed them that Lord Balarama had arrived at the garden outside the city gate. The leaders of the Kuru dynasty, especially Dorasrara and Doriordarna, were joyful because they knew very well that Lord Balarama was a great well-wisher of their family. There were no bounds to their joy on hearing the news, and so they immediately welcomed Urhava in order to properly receive Lord Balarama. They all took in their hands auspicious paraphernalia for his reception and went to see him outside the city gate. According to their respective positions, they welcomed Lord Balarama by giving him in charity nice cows and orgaria, a mixture of arati, water, and an assortment of items such as honey, butter, flowers, and sandalwood pulp. Because all of them knew the exalted position of Lord Balarama as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they bowed their heads before the Lord with great respect. They all exchanged words of reception by asking one another about their welfare. And when such formalities were finished, Lord Balaram, in a great voice and very patiently, submitted before them the following words for their consideration. My dear friends, this time I have come to you as messenger with the order of the all-powerful King Ugraserna. Please, therefore, hear the order with attention and great care, without wasting a single movement. Please try to carry out the order. King Ugraserna knows very well that you warriors of the Kuru dynasty improperly fought with the pious Samba, who was alone, and that with great difficulty and unrighteous tactics you have arrested him. We have all heard this news, but we are not very much agitated because we are most intimately related to one another. I do not think we should disturb our good friendship. We should continue our friendship without any unnecessary fighting. Please, therefore, immediately release Samba and bring him, along with his wife, Laxmana, before me. When Lord Balarama spoke in a commanding tone full of heroic assertion, supremacy, and chivalry, the leaders of the Kuru dynasty did not appreciate his statements. Rather, all of them became agitated, and with great anger they said, "Oh, these words are very astonishing, but quite befitting the age of Kali. Otherwise, how could Balarama speak so virtue comparatively? The language and tone used by Balarama are simply abusive, and due to the influence of this age, it appears that the shoes befitting the feet want to rise to the top of the head, where the helmet is worn. We are connected with the Yardu dynasty by marriage, and because of this, they have been given the chance to come live with us, dine with us, and sleep with us. Now they are taking advantage of these privileges. They had practically no position before we gave them a portion of our kingdom to rule, and now they are trying to command us. We have allowed the Yadu dynasty to use the royal insignias like a whisk, fan, conch shell, white umbrella, crown, royal throne, sitting place, and bedstead, along with everything else befitting the royal order. They should not have used such royal paraphernalia in our presence, but we did not check them due to our family relationships. Now they have the audacity to order us to do things. Well, enough of their impudence. We cannot allow them to do any more of these things, nor shall we allow them to use these royal insignias. It would be best to take all these things away. It is improper to feed a snake with milk, since much merciful activities simply increase his venom. The Yaru dynasty is now trying to go against those who have fed them so nicely. Their flourishing condition is due to our gifts and merciful behavior, and still they are so shameless that they are trying to order us. How regrettable are all these activities! No one in the world can enjoy anything if members of the Kuru dynasty like Bhishma, Dronakarya, and Arjuna do not allow them to. Exactly as a lamb cannot enjoy life in a presence of a lion, Without our desire, it is not even possible for the demigods in heaven, headed by King Indra, to find enjoyment in life, to what to speak of ordinary human beings. Actually, the members of the Kuru dynasty were very much puffed up due to their opulence, kingdom, autocracy, family tradition, great warriors, family members, and vast expansive empire. They did not even observe common formalities of civilized society. And in the presence of Lord Balarama, they uttered insulting words about the Yartu dynasty. Having spoken in this unmannerly way, they returned to their city of Hastinapura. Although Lord Balarama patiently heard their insulting words and simply observed their uncivil behavior, from his appearance it was clear that he was burning with anger and was thinking of retaliating with great vengeance. His bodily features became so much agitated that it was difficult for anyone to look at him. He laughed very loudly and said, "It is true that if a man becomes too much puffed up because of his family, opulence, beauty, and material advancement, he no longer wants a peaceful life, but becomes belligerent toward all others. It is useless to give such a person good instruction for gentle behavior and a peaceful life. On the contrary, one should search out the ways and means to punish him. Generally, due to material opulence, a man becomes exactly like an animal. To give an animal peaceful instruction is useless, and the only means is argumentation, argumentum ad barculum. In other words, the only means to keep animals in order is a stick. Just see how imprudent are the members of the Kuru dynasty. I want to make a peaceful settlement despite the anger of all the other members of the Yadu dynasty, including Lord Krishna himself. They were preparing to attack the whole kingdom of the Kuru dynasty, but I pacified them and took the trouble to come here to settle the affair without any fighting. Yet these rascals behave like this. It is clear that they do not want a peaceful settlement, for they are factually warmongers. They're factually warmongers. They are factually warmongers. With great pride, they have repeatedly insulted me by calling the Yadu dynasty ill names. Even the king of heaven, Indra, abides by the order of the Yadu dynasty, and you consider King Ugaraserna, the head of the Borjas, Vrisnis, Arnarakas, and Yadavas, to be the leader of a small phalanx? Your conclusion is wonderful. You do not care for King Ugraserna, whose order is obeyed even by King Indra. Consider the exalted position of the Yardu dynasty. They have forcibly used both the assembly house and the Parijarta tree of the heavenly planets, and still you think that they cannot order you? Don't you even think that Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, can sit on the exalted royal throne and command everyone? All right, if your thinking is like that, you deserve to be taught a very good lesson. You have thought it wise that the royal insignias like the whisk, fan, white umbrella, royal throne, and other princely paraphernalia not be used by the Yatu dynasty? Does this mean that even Lord Krishna, the Lord of the whole creation and the husband of the goddess of fortune, cannot use this royal paraphernalia? The dust of Krishna's lotus feet is worshipped by all the great demigods. The Ganga's water inundates the whole world, and since it emanates from his lotus feet, its banks have turned into great places of pilgrimage. The principal deities of all planets engage in his service and consider themselves most fortunate to take the dust of the lotus feet of Krishna on their helmets. Great demigods like Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and even the goddess of fortune and I are simply plenary parts of his spiritual identity. And still you think that he is not fit to use the royal insignia or even sit on the royal throne? Great Alas, how regrettable it is that these fools consider us, the members of the Yadu dynasty, to be like shoes and themselves like helmets. It is clear now that these leaders of the Kuru dynasty have become mad over their worldly possessions and opulence. Every statement they made was full of crazy proposals. I should immediately take them to task and bring them to their senses. If I do not take steps against them, it will be improper on my part. Therefore, on this very day, I shall rid the whole world of any trace of the Kuru dynasty. I shall finish them off immediately. While talking like this, Lord Balarama seemed so furious that he looked as if he could burn the whole cosmic creation to ashes. He stood up steadily and, taking his plow in his hand, began striking the earth with it, separating the whole city of Hastinapura from the earth. And then he began to drag the city toward the flowing water of the river Ganges. This caused a great tremor throughout Hastinapura, as if there had been an earthquake, and it seemed that the whole city would be dismantled. When all the members of the Kuru dynasty saw that their city was about to fall into the water of Ganges, and when they heard their citizens howling in great anxiety, they immediately came to their senses and understood what was happening. Thus, without waiting another second, they brought forward their daughter Lakshmana. They also brought Samba, who had forcibly tried to take her away, keeping him in the forefront with Lakshmana at his back. All the members of the Kuru dynasty appeared before Lord Balarama with folded hands just to beg the pardon of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Now, using good sense, they said, O Lord Balarama, reservoir of all pleasures, you are the maintainer and supporter of the entire cosmic situation. Unfortunately, we were all unaware of your inconceivable potencies. Dear Lord, please consider us most foolish. Our intelligence was bewildered and not in order. Therefore, we have come before you to beg your pardon. Please excuse us. You are the original creator, sustainer, and annihilator of the whole cosmic manifestation, and still your position is always transcendental. Oh, all powerful Lord, great sages speak about you. You're the original competer. You're the original puppeteer, and everything in this world is just like your toy. Oh, unlimited one, you have a hold on everything, and like child's play, you hold all the planetary systems on your head. When the time for dissolution comes, you close up the whole cosmic manifestation within yourself, and that time nothing remains but yourself lying in the casual ocean as Mahavishnu. Oh dear Lord, you have appeared on this earth in your transcendental body just for the maintenance of the cosmic situation. You are above all anger. You are above all anger, envy, and enmity. Whatever you do, even in the form of chastisement, is auspicious for the whole material existence. We offer our respectful obeisance unto you because you are the imperishable supreme personality of Godhead, the reservoir of all opulences and potencies. O Creator of innumerable universes, let us fall down and offer you our respectful obeisances again and again. We are now completely surrendered unto you. Please, therefore, be merciful upon us and give us your protection. When the prominent members of the Kuru dynasty, from grandfather Bhismadeva to Arjuna and Duryodhana, had offered their respectful prayers, in that way the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Balarama, immediately became softened and assured them that there was no cause for fear and that they need not worry. For the most part, it was the practice of the Kshatriya kings to inaugurate some kind of fighting between the parties of the bride and bridegroom before the marriage. When Samba forcibly took away Laxmarna, the elder members of the Kuru dynasty were pleased to see that he was actually a suitable match for her. In order to see his personal strength, however, they fought with him, and without respect for the regulations of fighting, they all arrested him. When the Yadu dynasty decided to release Samba from the confinement of the Kurus, Lord Balarama came personally to settle the matter, and as a powerful Kshatriya, he ordered them to free Samba immediately. The Kauravas were superficially insulted by this order, so they challenged Lord Balarama's power. They simply wanted to see him exhibit his inconceivable strength. Thus, with great pleasure, they handed over their daughter to Samba, and the whole matter was settled. Duryodhana, being affectionate toward his daughter, Laxmarna, had her married to Samba in great pomp. For her dowry, he first gave 1,200 elephants, each at least 60 years old. Then he gave 10,000 nice horses, 6,000 chariots, dazzling just like the sunshine, and 1,000 maidservants decorated with golden ornaments. Lord Balarama, the most prominent member of the Yadu dynasty, acted as guardian of the bridegroom. Samba and very pleasingly accepted the dowry. Samba and very pleasingly accepted the dowry. Balarama was very satisfied after his great reception from the side of the Kurus and accompanied by the newly married couple. He started toward his capital city of Vraraka. Lord Balarama triumphantly reached Dvaraka, where he met with many citizens who were all his devotees and friends. When they all assembled, Lord Balarama narrated the whole story of the marriage, and they were astonished to hear how Balarama had made the city of Hastirnarpura tremble. It is confirmed by Sukardeva Goswami that in those days the river flowing through the city of Hastinapura, present-day New Delhi, was known as the Ganges, although today it is called the Yarmurna. From authorities like Jiva Goswami, it is confirmed that the Ganges and the Yamuna are the same river flowing in different courses. The part of the Ganges which flows through Hastinapura to the area of Vardavarna is called the Yamuna because it is sanctified by the transcendental pastimes of Lord Krishna. The part of Hastinapura which slopes towards the Yamuna becomes inundated during the rainy season and reminds everyone of Lord Balarama's threatening to cast the city into the Ganges. Thus ends the Bhakti Vedanta purport of the 68th chapter of Krishna, the marriage of Sarva. I'm going to use the bathroom right quick. I'll be right back. got a different flavor here. It says the great, it's chapter 69, the next chapter here. It says the great sage Narada visits the different homes of Lord Krishna. I love learning about different ones. To me, like Krishna, this is just me. It's just me. I'm not saying what is everybody else say and what everybody else agrees on. Krishna, Buddha, Christ, same dude, same dude, different forms, same guy, same divine, same consciousness came back for another time. I love all the different cultures around the world, and I learn from all of them. They paint a rich world, and just looking through one lens, you don't get a kaleidoscope. Kaleidoscope is only possible if you look through different lenses. And so that's why some days I learn a little bit more here, a little bit more there. I'll read a story. I don't remember it the first time I read it. Anyways, I'm just going to get to reading. When the great sage Narada heard of Lord Krishna and had married 16,000 wives after he had killed the demon Narakasura, sometimes called Bhamasura, he was astonished that Lord Krishna had expanded himself into 16,000 forms and married these wives simultaneously in different palaces. Being inquisitive as to how Krishna was managing his household affairs with so many wives, Narada, desiring to see these pastimes, set out to visit Krishna's different homes. When Narada arrived in Varaka, he saw gardens and parks full of various flowers of different colors, and also orchids overlooked with a variety of fruits. Beautiful birds were chirping, and peacocks crowed delightfully. There were ponds full of blue and red lotus flowers, and some of these ponds were filled with varieties of lilies. These lakes were full of nice swans and cranes, and the voice of these birds resounded everywhere. In the city there were as many as 900,000 great palaces built of first class marble, with gates and doors made of silver. The pillars of the houses and palaces were bedecked with jewels such as touchstone, sapphire, and emerald, and the doors gave off a beautiful luster. The highways, lanes, streets, crossings, and marketplaces were all beautifully decorated. The whole city was full of residential homes, assembly houses, and temples, all of different architectural beauty. All of this made Varaka a glowing city. The big avenues, crossings, lanes, and streets, and also the thresholds of every residential house were very clean. On both sides of every path there were bushes, and at regular intervals there were large trees that shaded the avenue so that the sunshine would not bother the passerby. In this greatly beautiful city of Varaka, Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, had many residential quarters. The great kings and princes of the world used to visit these places just to worship him. The architectural plans were made personally by Visvakarma, the engineer of the demigods, and in the construction of the palaces he exhibited all of his talents and ingenuity. These residential these residential quarters numbered more than 16,000, and a different queen of Lord Krishna's resided in each of them. The greatest sage, Narada, entered one of these houses and saw that the pillars were made of coral and the ceilings were bedecked with jewels. The walls, as well as the arches between the pillars, glowed from the decorations of different kinds of sapphires. Throughout the palace were many canopies made by Visvakarma that were decorated with strings of pearls. The chairs and other furniture were made of ivory and bedecked with gold and diamonds. The jeweled lamps dissipated the darkness within the palace. There was so much incense and fragrant gum burning that the scented fumes were coming out of the windows. The peacock sitting on the steps became illusioned by the fumes, mistaking them for clouds, and began dancing jubilantly. There were many maidservants, all of whom were decorated with gold necklaces, bangles, and beautiful saris. There were also many maidservants, nicely dressed in cloaks and turbans and jeweled earrings, beautiful as they were. The servants were all engaged in different household duties. Narada saw that Lord Krishna was sitting with Rukmini Devi, the mistress of the particular palace, who was holding the handle of a Kamara whisk. Even though there were many thousands of maidservants equally beautiful and qualified and of the same age, Rukmini Devi personally was engaged in fanning Lord Krishna. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, worshipped even by Narada. Yet as soon as Krishna saw Narada enter the palace, he got down immediately from Rukmini's bedstead and stood up to honor him. Lord Krishna is the teacher of the whole world, and in order to instruct everyone how to respect a saintly person like Narada Murni, he bowed down, touching his helmet to the ground. Not only did Krishna bow down, but he also touched the feet of Narada with the folded hands, requested him to sit on his chair. Lord Krishna is the Supreme Personality, worshipped by all devotees. He is the most worshipful spiritual master of everyone. The Ganga's water, which emanates from his feet, sanctifies the three worlds. All qualified Brahmanas worship him, and therefore he is called Brahmanya Deva. Brahmanya means one who fully possesses the Brahmanical qualifications, which are said to be as follows: truthfulness, self control, purity, mastery of the senses, simplicity, full knowledge by practical application, and engagement in devotional service. Lord Krishna possesses all these qualities. Lord Krishna possesses all these qualities, and he is worshipped by persons who themselves possess such qualities. There are thousands and millions of names of Lord Krishna, Vishnu Sahasranama, and all of them are given to him because of his transcendental qualities. Lord Krishna in Varaka enjoyed the pastimes of a perfect human being. Therefore, when he washed the feet of the sage Narada and took the water on his head, Narada did not object, knowing well that the Lord did so to teach everyone how to respect saintly persons. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, who is the original Narayana, and eternal friend of all living entities, thus worship the sage Narada according to the Vedic regulative principles. Welcoming him with sweet nectarian words, he addressed Narada as Bhagavan, or one who is self-sufficient, possessing all knowledge, renunciation, strength, fame, beauty, and other similar opulences. He particularly asked Narada, "What can I do in your service?" Narada replied, "My dear lord, this kind of behavior by your lordship is not at all astonishing, for you are the supreme personality of Godhead and master of all species of living entities. You are the supreme friend of all living entities, but at the same time, you are the supreme chastiser of the miscreants and the envious. I know that your lordship has descended to this earth for the proper maintenance of the whole universe. Your appearance, therefore, is not forced by any other agency. By your sweet will only you agree to appear and disappear. It is my great fortune that I have been able to see your lotus feet daily. Anyone who becomes attached to your lotus feet is elevated to the supreme position of neutrality and is uncontaminated by the material modes of nature. My lord, you are unlimited. There is no limit to your opulences. Great demigods like Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva are always busy placing you within their hearts and meditating upon you. The conditioned souls who have now been put into the blind well of material existence can get out of this eternal captivity only by accepting your lotus feet. Thus, you are the only shelter of all conditioned souls. My dear Lord, you have very kindly asked what you can do for me. In answer to this, I simply request that I may not forget your lotus feet at any time. I do not care where I may be, but I pray that I constantly be allowed to remember your lotus feet. By asking this benediction from the Lord, the sage Narada showed the ideal prayer of all pure devotees. A pure devotee never asks for any kind of material or spiritual benefit. His only prayer is that he may not forget the lotus feet of the Lord in any condition of life. Oh, God. A pure devotee does not care whether he is put into heaven or hell. He is satisfied anywhere, provided he can constantly remember the lotus feet of the Lord. Lord Caitanya taught this same process of prayer in his Siksastarka, in which he clearly stated that all he wanted was devotional service, birth after birth. A pure devotee does not even want to stop the repetition of birth and death. To a pure devotee, it does not matter whether he is taken to birth again in the various species of life. His only ambition is that he not forget the lotus feet of the Lord in any condition of life. After departing from the palace of Rukmini, Naradaji wanted to see further activities of Lord Krishna's internal potency, Yogamaya. Thus, he entered the palace of another queen. There he saw Lord Krishna engaged in playing chess with his dear wife and Uddhava. The Lord immediately got up from his personal seat and invited Narada Muni to sit there. The Lord again worshipped him with as much paraphernalia for reception as he had used in the palace of Rukmini. After worshipping him properly, Lord Krishna acted as if he did not know what had happened in the palace of Rukmini. He therefore told Narada, my dear sage, when your holiness comes, you are fooling yourself. Although we are householders and are always in need, you do not require anyone's help, for you are self self-satisfied. Under the circumstances, what reception can we offer you, and what can we possibly give you? Yet, since your holiness is a Brahmana, it is our duty to offer you something as far as possible. Therefore, I beg you, please order me. What can I do for you? I want to live in a temple. I want to live in Adiparashakti temple. That's what I wanted to do for the past 2 years of my life. That's why my room looks the way it does. Because I just want to live in a temple. I just want to serve day and night. I don't care to go traveling. I just want to stay in a temple every day and night. And if some spirits are talking to me and let me know your hearts are telling something along these lines, shoot, Dr. Kumar Krishna and everyone at the Adipati Shakti temple at 551. Oh, do I remember East? God, I can barely remember the name. I think, shoot, I haven't been there in 3, 4 months. I should remember. I know it's 551 something, 551 East something. Anyways, Adipati Shakti, the Temple of the Eternal Mother, Pontiac, Michigan. Shoot, if y'all are connected to me or something, that's what I like to do for the rest of my life. I want to live inside a temple. I want to serve every day. I want to help people every day of my life. That's what I've devoted my life to, and that's what I want to do. Anyways, that's just boils up in my heart when I read those words right there. Sheesh. You know, sometimes you have. I don't need nothing big. I don't, I went vegetarian. I don't want to eat meat no more. When I was going there last, I was still eating meat. I still wanted to eat meat. Now I don't want to eat meat no more. I was eating some Campbell noodle soup last night, and it had some pieces of pork in there, and I noticed it was in there. I was like, oh, couldn't eat it. Couldn't eat it. I took the pork out of. I took it out of my mouth. I could tell the consistency. I said, I don't want to eat meat. I can't control everything. There's some things that go on in the world, and we don't know what's coming or going or whatever the case. But I'm done eating meat. So that part's out of me. Don't have to worry about that portion. Anyways, I'm gonna move forward. So you got a Hindu temple. I like to live in a temple. I mean, heck, there's sometimes Divine Mother herself. She's like middle of the night, 12 o'clock at night. She's like, "Come talk to me." Okay, let's talk. Sometimes she's like, "Man, that door need to be open. You need to be having that fire on. Whatever." I'll be quiet. Keep reading. After departing from the palace of Rukmiri, Nararaji knew everything about the pastimes of the Lord, so without further discussion, he simply left the palace silently. In great astonishment over the Lord's activities, he then entered into another palace. This this time, Naradashi saw that Lord Krishna was engaged as an affectionate father, petting his small children. From there he entered another palace and saw Lord Krishna preparing to take his bath. In this way, Saint Narada entered each and every one of the 16,000 residential palaces of the queens of Lord Krishna, and in each of them he found Krishna engaged in different ways. In one palace he found Krishna offering oblations to the sacrificial fire and performing the ritualistic ceremonies of the Vedas as enjoined for householders. In another palace he found Krishna performing the Pankarayashana sacrifice, which is compulsory for a householder. The yashana is also known as Pankasurna. Knowingly or unknowingly, everyone, especially the householder, commits 5 kinds of sinful activities. When we receive water from a water pitcher, we kill many germs that are in it. Similarly, when we use a grinding machine or eat food, we kill many germs. When sweeping a floor or igniting a fire, we kill many germs. And when we walk on the street, we kill many ants and other insects. Consciously or unconsciously, in all our different activities, we are killing. And therefore, it is incumbent upon every householder to perform the Pankasurna sacrifice to rid himself of the reactions to such sinful activities. In one palace, Narada found Lord Krishna feeding Brahmanas after performing ritualistic yarshanas. In another palace, Narada found Krishna silently chanting the Gayatri mantra, and in a third, he found him practicing fighting with the sword and shield. In some palaces, Lord Krishna was found riding on horses, elephants, or chariots and wandering hither and thither. Elsewhere, he was found lying down on his bedstead, taking rest. And somewhere else, he was found sitting in his chair, being praised by the prayers of his different devotees. In some of the palaces, he was found consulting with ministers like Urhava on important matters of business. In one palace, he was found surrounded by many young society girls, enjoying in a swimming pool. In another palace, he was found giving well decorated cows in charity to the Brahmanas. And in another palace, he was found hearing the narrations of the Puranas and of histories such as the Mahabharata, which are supplementary scriptures for disseminating Vedic knowledge to common people by narrating important instances in the history of the universe. Somewhere Lord Krishna was found enjoying the company of a particular wife by exchanging joking words with her. Somewhere else he was found engaged with his wife in religious ritualistic functions. Since it is necessary for householders to increase their financial assets for various expenditures, Krishna was found somewhere engaged in matters of economic development. Somewhere else, he was found enjoying family life according to the regulative principles of the Sastras. In one palace, he was found sitting in meditation as if concentrating his mind on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is beyond these material universes. Meditation, as recommended in authorized scripture, is meant for concentrating one's mind on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu. Lord Krishna is himself the original Vishnu, but because he played the part of a human being, he taught us definitely by his personal behavior what is meant by meditation. Somewhere Lord Krishna was found satisfying elderly superiors by supplying them things they need. Somewhere else, Nararaji found that Lord Krishna was engaged in discussing topics of fighting, and somewhere else in making peace with enemies. Somewhere Lord Krishna was found discussing the ultimate auspicious activity for the entire human society with his elder brother, Lord Balarama. Narada saw Krishna engaged in getting his sons and daughters married with suitable brides and bridegrooms in due course of time, and the marriage ceremonies were being performed with great pomp. In one in one palace the Lord was found bidding farewell to his daughters, and in another he was found receiving a daughter-in-law. People throughout the whole city were astonished to see such pomp and ceremonies. Somewhere the Lord was seen performing different types of sacrifices to satisfy the demigods, who are only his qualitative expansions. Somewhere he was seen engaged in public welfare activities, establishing deep wells for the water supply, rest houses and gardens for unknown guests, and great monasteries and temples for saintly persons. These are some of the duties enjoined in the Vedas for householders for fulfillment of their material desires. Somewhere, Krishna was found as a Kshatriya king engaged in hunting animals in the forest and riding on a very beautiful Siddhi horse. According to Vedic regulations, the Kshatriyas were allowed to kill prescribed animals on certain occasions, either to maintain peace in the forest or to offer the animals in the sacrificial fire. Kshatriyas are allowed to practice this killing art because they have to kill their enemies mercilessly to maintain peace in society. In one situation, the great sage Narada saw Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead and Master of mystic powers, acting as a spy by changing his usual dress in order to understand the motives of different citizens in the city and the palaces. Saint Narada saw all these activities of the Lord, who is the supersoul of all living entities, but who played the role of an ordinary human being to manifest the activities of his internal potency. Smiling within himself, Narada addressed the Lord as follows: My dear Lord of all mystic powers, object of the meditation of great mystics, the extent of your mystic power is certainly inconceivable, even to mystics like Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva. But by your mercy, because of my being always engaged in the transcendental loving service of your lotus feet, your lordship has very kindly revealed to me the actions of your internal potency. My dear Lord, you are worshipable by all, and demigods and predominating deities of all 14 planetary systems, and are completely aware of your transcendental frame. Now, please give me your blessings so that I may be able to travel all over the universe, seeing the glories of your transcendental activities. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna, replied to Narada as follows: My dear Narada, O sage among the demigods, you know that I am the supreme instructor and perfect follower of all religious principles, as well as the supreme enforcer of such principles. I am there personally executing such religious principles in order to teach the whole world how to act. My dear son, it is my desire that you not be bewildered by such demonstrations of my internal energy. The Supreme Personality of Godhead was engaged in his so called household affairs in order to teach people how one can sanctify one's household life, although one may be attached to the imprisonment of material existence. Actually, one is obliged to continue the term of material existence because of household life. But the Lord, being very kind upon householders, demonstrated the path of sanctifying ordinary household life. Because Krishna is the center of all activities, the life of a Krishna consciousness householder is transcendental to Vedic injunctions and is automatically sanctified. Thus Narada saw one single Krishna living in 16,000 palaces by his plenary expansions. Due to his inconceivable energy, he was visible in the palace of each and every individual queen. Lord Krishna has unlimited power, and Narada's astonishment was boundless upon observing again and again the demonstration of Lord Krishna's internal energy. Lord Krishna behaved by his personal example as if he were very much attached to the four principles of civilized life, namely religion, economic development, sense gratification, and salvation. These four principles of material existence are necessary for the spiritual advancement of human society, and although Lord Krishna had no need to do so, he exhibited his household activities so that people might follow in his footsteps for their own interest. Lord Krishna satisfied the sage Narada in every way. Narada was very much pleased by seeing the Lord's activities in Varaka, and thus he departed. In narrating the activities of Lord Krishna in Varaka, Sukadeva Goswami explained to King Pariksit how Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, descends to this material universe by the agency of his internal potency, and personally exhibits the principles which, if followed, can lead one to achieve the ultimate goal of life. All the queens in Varaka, more than 16,000 in number, engaged their feminine attractive features in the transcendental service of the Lord by smiling and serving, and the Lord was pleased to behave with them exactly like a perfect husband, enjoying household life. One should know definitely that such pastimes cannot be performed by anyone but Lord Sri Krishna, who is the original cause of the creation, maintenance, and dissolution of the whole cosmic manifestation. Anyone who attentively hears the narrations of the Lord's pastimes in Varaka or supports a preacher of the Christian consciousness movement will certainly find it very easy to traverse the path of liberation and taste the nectar of the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, and thus he and she will be engaged in Lord Krishna's devotional service. Thus ends the Bhakti Vedanta purport of the 69th chapter of Krishna. The great sage Narada visits the different homes of Lord Krishna. Hmm. Well, the next chapter is chapter 70. Seven's just a great number. It's quite a few pages. So it's literally why my room and my setup and my life is the way it is. I visited the Adiparashakti Temple, Temple of the Eternal Mother in Pontiac, Michigan, and I loved it. The energy, the structure. When I walked in, I had been studying ancient Egyptian, but everything I studied on the ancient Egyptian said that it was the same. It was different names, same divine being. That's what this book helped me understand. This oracle system of ancient Egyptian literally helped me understand that very fact. So when I walk in and I saw the ceremonies going on, I knew it was ancient. This stuff was memory in action, preserved from 3, 4, 5,000 plus years, some 8,000 years ago, depending on, and it's passed from father to son. It's not like, they got some schools, but for the most, it's something that's passed on. They're the living oracles, the living oracular. It's fascinating. I love it. I loved everything I saw. And I learned so much. I just went every day. I didn't understand it. I didn't understand the words, but what I saw is what I learned of what the ancient Egyptians were doing, and it was exactly what I saw they were doing. I already knew. I already knew. And so, without understanding the details, I just sat and I joined in. And when the ceremony started, I just closed my eyes. I go into meditation. I'm not looking at anything on the outside. I'm going inside. I'm going inside. When they start that jam, I'll go on the inside. That's why I read the words that I do at the beginning, is because I admired very much so the priest, the shaman, the wise men who could speak those words so fast. It's like, man, that's some devotion right there, bro. That is some devotion. And well, I did it. My life's already been dedicated to the Divine Mother, and that's what they're doing. They're offering up their prayers. And man, I was like, dude, I gotta join the front. I gotta join the front lines of the spiritual quest, mission, whatever you want to call it, to pray to the planet, to provide goodness for all of humanity. And reading through that, all that marriage and stuff, when I first showed up to the Adiparashakti Temple in Pontiac, Michigan, Temple of the Eternal Mother, when I showed up there, they were having their grand opening. Grand opening, Temple of the Eternal Mother, and I had personally dedicated my life to the Divine Mother already. 2 years before that or so, roughly 1 or 2 years before. Yeah. So it's very, very amazing, very, very. I learned a lot. I learned a lot. I learned from just paying attention, just paying attention, just being a part, just being present. Today is a present. Yes, it is the present moment, and it is a present. Lord Krishna's daily activities. From the Vedic mantras, we learn that the Supreme Personality of Godhead has nothing to do. Na tasya karyam kararnam kartvidyarte. But if the Supreme Lord has nothing to do, how can we speak of the activities of the Supreme Lord? From the previous chapter, it is clear that no one can act the way Lord Krishna does. We should clearly note this fact. The activities of Lord should be followed, but they cannot be imitated. For example, Krishna's ideal life as a householder can be followed, but if one wants to imitate Krishna by expanding into many forms, that is not possible. We should always remember, therefore, that Lord Krishna, always playing the part of a human being, simultaneously maintains the position of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We can follow Lord Krishna's dealings with his wives as an ordinary human being, but his dealings with more than 16,000 wives at one time cannot be imitated. The conclusion is that to become ideal householders, we should follow in the footsteps of Lord Krishna as he displayed his daily activities, but we cannot imitate him at any stage of our life. Lord Krishna used to lie down with his 16,000 wives, but he would also rise from bed very early in the morning, 3 hours before sunrise. By nature's arrangement, the crowning of the cocks warns of the Brahma Muhurta hour. There is no need of alarm clocks. As soon as the cock crows early in the morning, it is to be understood that it is the time to rise from bed. Hearing that sound, Krishna would get up from bed, but his rising early was not very much to the liking of his wives. The wives of Krishna were so much attached to him that they would lie in bed embracing him, and as soon as the cocks crowed, Krishna's wives would be very sorry and would immediately condemn the crowing. In the garden within the compound of each palace there were parijata flowers. The parijata is not an artificial flower. We remember that Krishna brought the parijata trees from heaven and planted them in all his palaces. Early in the morning, aroma of the parijata flower, and Krishna would smell it just after rising from bed. Due to this aroma, the honeybees would begin their humming vibration, would begin their sweet chirping sounds. Altogether, it would sound like the singing of professional chanters engaged in offering prayers to Krishna. Although Srimati Rukmini Devi, the first queen of Lord Krishna, knew that Brahma Muhurta is the most auspicious time in the entire day, she would feel disgusted at the appearance of Brahma Muhurta because she was not very happy to have Krishna leave her side in bed. Despite Srimati Rukmini Devi's disguise, Lord Krishna would immediately get up from bed exactly on the appearance of Brahma Muhurta. An ideal householder should learn from the behavior of Lord Krishna how to rise early in the morning, however comfortably he may be lying in bed embraced by his wife. After rising from bed, Lord Krishna would wash his mouth, hands, and feet and would immediately sit down and meditate on himself. This does not mean, however, that we should also sit down and meditate on ourselves. We have to meditate upon Krishna, Radha Krishna. That is the real meditation. Krishna is Krishna himself, therefore, he was teaching us that Brahma Muhurta should be utilized for meditation on Radha Krishna. By such meditation, Krishna would feel very much satisfied. And similarly, we will also feel transcendently pleased and satisfied if we utilize the Brahma Muhurta period to meditate on Rudra and Krishna. And if we think of how Sri Rukmini Devi and Krishna acted as ideal householders to teach the whole human society to rise early in the morning and immediately engaged in Krishna consciousness. There is no difference between meditating on the eternal forms of Radha Krishna and chanting the Maha Mantra Hare Krishna. As for Krishna's meditation, he had no alternative but to meditate on himself. The object of meditation is Brahman, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Himself is all three. He is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Bhagavan, the localized Paramatma, is his plenary partial expansion, and the all pervading Brahman effulgence is the personal rays of his transcendental body. Therefore, Krishna is always one, and for him there is no differentiation. That is the difference between an ordinary living being and Krishna. For an ordinary living being, there are many distinctions. An ordinary living being is different from his body, and he is different from other species of living entities. A human being is different from other human beings and different from the animals. Even in his own body, there are different bodily limbs. We have our hands, legs, but our hands are different from our legs. The hand cannot act like the leg, nor can the leg act like the hand. The ears can hear, but the eyes cannot. And the eyes can see, but the ears cannot. All these differences are technically called svarjartya vyajartya, the bodily limitation whereby one part of the body cannot act as another part is totally absent from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. There is no difference between his body and himself. He is completely spiritual, and therefore there is no difference between his body and his soul. Similarly, he is not different from his millions of incarnations and plenary expansions. Baladeva is the first expansion of Krishna, and from Baladeva expanded Sankarsarna, Vasudeva, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha. From Sankarsarna, there is an expansion of Narayana, and from Narayana, there is a second quadruple expansion of Sankarsarna, Vasudeva, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha. Similarly, there's an innumerable other expansions of Krishna, but all of them are one. Krishna has many incarnations, such as Lord Nrsimha, Lord Boar, Lord Fish, and Lord Tortoise, but there is no difference between Krishna's original two handed form, like that of a human being, and these incarnations of gigantic animal forms, nor is there any difference between the action of one part of his body and that of another. His hands can act as his legs, his eyes can act as his ears, or his nose can act as another part of his body. Lord Krishna, smelling and eating and hearing are all the same. We limited living entities have to use a particular part of the body for a particular purpose, but there is no such distinction for Krishna. In the Brahma Samhita it is said, Angarni Yarsya Sarkarendriya Vertrimbarti. Krishna can perform the activities of one limb with any other limb. So, by analytical study of Krishna in his person, it is concluded that he is the complete whole. When he meditates, therefore, he meditates on himself. Self meditation by ordinary men, designated in Sanskrit as Soham, is simply imitation. Krishna may meditate on himself because he is the complete whole, but we cannot imitate him and meditate on ourselves. Our body is a designation superimposed upon ourself, the soul. Krishna's body is not a designation. Krishna's body is also Krishna. There is no existence of anything foreign in Krishna. Whatever there is in Krishna is also Krishna. He is therefore the supreme, indestructible, complete existence or the supreme truth. Krishna's existence is not relative existence. Everything else but Krishna is a relative truth, but Krishna is the supreme absolute truth. Krishna does not depend on anything but himself for his existence. Our existence, however, is relative. For example, only when there is the light of the sun, the moon, or electricity are we able to see. Our seeing, therefore, is relative, and the light of the sun and moon and electricity is also relative. They are called illuminating only because we see them as such. but dependence and relativity do not exist in Krishna. His activities are not dependent on anyone else's appreciation, nor does he depend on anyone else's help. He is beyond the existence of limited time and space, and because he is transcendental to time and space, he cannot be covered by the illusion of Maya, whose activities are limited. In the Vedic literature, we find that the Supreme Personality of Godhead has multipotencies, since all such potencies are emanations from him. There is no difference between him and his potencies. Certain philosophers say, however, that when Krishna comes, he accepts a material body. But even if it is accepted that when he comes to the material world, he accepts a material body, it should be concluded also that because the material energy is not different from him, this body does not act materially. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is said, therefore, that he appears by his own internal potency, Atma Maya. Krishna is called the Supreme Brahman because he is the cause of creation, the cause of maintenance, and the cause of dissolution. Lord Brahma, Lord Vishnu, and Lord Shiva are different expansions of these material qualities. All these material qualities can act upon the conditioned souls, but there is no such action and reaction upon Krishna because these qualities are all simultaneously one with the different with and different from him. Krishna himself is simply Sarksirtarnanda Vigraha, the eternal form of bliss and knowledge. And because of his inconceivable greatness, he is called the Supreme Brahman. His meditation on Brahman or Paramatma or Bhagavan is on himself only and not on anything else beyond himself. This meditation cannot be imitated by the ordinary living entity. After his meditation, the Lord would regularly bathe early in the morning with clear, sanctified water. Then he would change into fresh clothing, cover himself with a wrapper, and engage in his daily religious functions. Out of his many religious duties, the first was to offer oblations into the sacrificial fire and silently chant the Gayatri mantra. Lord Krishna, as the ideal householder, executed all the religious functions of a householder without deviation. When the sunrise became visible, the Lord would offer specific prayers to the sun god. The sun god and other demigods mentioned in the Vedic scriptures are described as different limbs of the body of Lord Krishna, and it is the duty of the householder to offer respects to the demigods and great sages as well as the forefathers. As it is said in the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord has no specific duty to perform in this world yet, and yet he acts just like an ordinary man. Living an ideal life within this material world. In accordance with Vedic ritualistic principles, the Lord would rather offer respects to the demigods. The regulative principle by which the demigods and forefathers are worshipped is called Tarparna, which means pleasing. One's forefathers may have to take a body on another planet, but by performance of this Tarpana system, they become very happy wherever they may be. It is the duty of the householder to make his family members happy, and by following this Tarpana system, he can make his forefathers happy also. As the perfect exemplary householder, Lord Sri Krishna followed this Tarpana system and offered respectful obeisances to the elderly, superior members of his family. His next duty was to give cows in charity to the Brahmanas. Every day, Lord Krishna used to give many groups of 13,084 cows. Each of the cows was decorated with a silken cover and pearl necklace. Each their horns were covered with gold plating, and their hooves were silver plated. All of them were full of milk due to having their firstborn calves with them, and they were very tame and peaceful. When the cows were given in charity to the Brahmanas also were very uh, when cows were given in charity to the Brahmanas also were given nice silken garments, and each was given a deerskin and large quantity of sesame seeds. The Lord is generally known as Go Brahmana Yatayaka, which means that his first duty is to see to the welfare of the cows and the Brahmanas. Thus, he used to give cows in charity to the Brahmanas with opulent decorations and paraphernalia. Then, wishing for the welfare of all living entities, he would touch auspicious articles such as milk, honey, ghee, clarified butter, gold, jewels, and fire. Although the Lord is by nature very beautiful due to the perfect figure of his transcendental body, he would dress himself in yellow garments and put on his necklace of kosurba jewels. He would wear flower garlands, smear his body with the pulp of sandalwood, and decorate himself with similar cosmetics and ornaments. It is said that the ornaments themselves became beautiful upon being placed on the transcendental body of the Lord. After decorating himself in this way, the Lord would then look at marble statues of the cow and calf and visit temples of God or demigods like Lord Shiva. There were many Brahmanas who would come daily to see the Supreme Lord before taking their breakfast. They were anxious to see him, and he welcomed them. His next duty was to please all kinds of men belonging to the different castes, both in the city and within the palace compound. He made them happy by fulfilling their different desires, and when the Lord saw them happy, he also became very much pleased. The flower garlands, betel nuts, sandalwood pulp, and other fragrant cosmetic articles offered to the Lord would be distributed by him, first to the Brahmanas and elderly members of the family, then to the queens, and then to the ministers, and if there were still some balance, he would engage it for his own personal use. By the time the Lord finished all these daily duties and activities, his charioteer Daruka would come with his wonderful chariot to stand before the Lord with his folded hands, in intimating that the chariot was ready intimidate it, meaning that the chariot was ready, and the Lord would come out of the palace to travel. Then the Lord, accompanied by Urava and Satyarki, would ride on the chariot just as the sun god rides on his chariot in the morning, appearing with his blazing rays on the surface of the world. When the Lord was about to leave his palaces, all the queens would look at him with feminine gestures. the Lord would respond to their greetings with smiles, attracting their hearts so much that they would feel intense separation from him. Then the Lord would go to the assembly house known as Sudharma. It may be remembered that the Sudharma assembly house was taken away from the heavenly planets and established in the city of Dvaraka. The specific significance of the assembly house was that anyone who entered it would be freed from the six kinds of material pains, namely hunger, thirst, lamentation, illusion, old age, and death. These are the whips of material existence, and as long as one remained in that Surharma assembly house, he would not be affected by the six material whips. The Lord would say goodbye in all the 16,000 palaces, and again he would become one and enter the Sudharma assembly house in procession with other members of the Yardu dynasty. After entering the assembly house, he used to sit on the exalted royal throne and would be seen to emanate glaring rays of transcendental effulgence in the midst of all the great heroes of the Yadu dynasty. Krishna resembled the full moon in the sky surrounded by multi-luminaries. Krishna resembled the full moon in the sky surrounded by multi-luminaries in the assembly house who were professional jokers, dancers, musicians, and ballet girls. And as soon as the Lord sat on his throne, they would begin their respective functions to please the Lord and put him in a happy mood. First of all, the jokers would talk in such a way that the Lord and his associates would enjoy their humor, which would refresh the morning mood. The dramatic actors would then play their parts, and the dancing ballet girls would separately display their artistic movements. All these functions would be accompanied by the beating of the mardanga drums and the sounds of the vina flutes and the bells, followed by the sound of the moraja, another type of drum. To these musical vibrations, the auspicious sound of the conch shell would be added. The professional singers, called surtas and magardas, would sing, and others would perform their dancing art. In this way, as devotees, they would offer respectful prayers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sometimes the learned brahmanas in present in the assembly would chant Vedic hymns and explain them to the audience to the best of their knowledge. And sometimes some of them would recite old historical accounts of activities of prominent kings. The Lord, accompanied by his associates, would be very much pleased to hear them. Once upon a time, a person arrived at the gateway of the assembly house who was unknown to all the members of the assembly, and with the permission of Lord Krishna, he was admitted into the assembly by the doorkeeper. The doorkeeper was ordered to present him before the Lord, and the man appeared and offered his respectful obeisances unto the Lord with folded hands. It had happened that when King Jarasandha conquered all other kingdoms, many kings did not bow their heads before Jarasandha, and consequently all of them, numbering 20,000, were arrested and made his prisoners. The man brought before Lord Krishna by the doorkeeper was a messenger from these imprisoned kings. Being duly presented before the Lord, the man began to relay a message from the kings as follows. Dear Lord, you are the eternal form of transcendental bliss and knowledge. As such, you are beyond the reach of the mental speculation or vocal description of any materialistic man within this world. A slight portion of your glories can be known by persons fully surrendered unto your lotus feet, and by your grace only such persons become freed from all material anxieties. Dear Lord, we are not among these surrendered souls. We are still within the duality and illusion of this material existence. We therefore take shelter of your lotus feet, for we are afraid of the cycle of birth and death, dear Lord. We think that there are many living entities like us who are eternally entangled in fruitive activities and their reactions. They are never inclined to follow your instructions by performing devotional service, although it is pleasing to the heart and most auspicious for one's existence. On the contrary, they are against the path of Krishna conscious life, and they are wandering within the three worlds, impelled by the illusory energy of material existence. Dear Lord, who can estimate your mercy and your powerful activities? You are present always as the insurmountable force of eternal time, baffling the indefatigable desire of the materialists, who are thus repeatedly confused and frustrated. We therefore offer our respectful obeisances unto you in your form of eternal time. Dear Lord, you are the proprietor of all the worlds, and you have incarnated yourself with your planetary expansion, Lord Balarama. It is said that your appearance in this incarnation is for the purpose of protecting the faithful and destroying the miscreants. Under these circumstances, how is it possible that miscreant like Jarasandha can put us into such deplorable conditions of his life against your authority? We are puzzled at the situation and cannot understand how it is possible. It may be that Jarasandha has been disputed to give us such trouble because of our past misdeeds. But we have heard from revealed scriptures that anyone who surrenders unto your lotus feet is immediately immune to the reactions of sinful life. We therefore offer ourselves wholeheartedly unto your shelter, and we hope that your Lordship will now give us full protection. We have now come to the real conclusion of our lives. Our kingly positions were nothing but the reward of our past pious activities, just as our suffering imprisonment by Jarasandha is the result of our past pious activities. We realize now that the reactions of both pious and impious activities are temporary, and that we can never be happy in this conditioned life. The material body is awarded to us by the modes of material nature, and on account of this, we are full of anxieties. The material condition of life simply involves bearing the burden of this dead body. As a result of fruitive activities, we have thus been subjected to being beasts of burden for these bodies, and being forced by conditioned life, we have given up the pleasing life of Krishna consciousness. Now we realize that we are the most foolish persons. We have been entangled in the network of material reactions due to our ignorance. We have therefore come to the shelter of your lotus feet, which can immediately eradicate all the results of fruitive action and thus free us from the contamination of material pains and pleasures. Be free from the material contamination of material pains and pleasures. Be free, be free, be free. Whole world, every human on this planet, on top, in the middle, in the sky, and everything around, so be it. Dear Lord, because we are now surrendered souls at your lotus feet, you can give us relief from the entrapment of fruitive action made possible by Jarasandha. Dear Lord, it is known to you that Jarasandha possesses the power of 10,000 elephants, and with this power he has imprisoned us, just as a lion hypnotizes a flock of sheep. Dear Lord, you have already fought with Jarasandha 18 times consecutively, out of which you have defeated him 17 times by surpassing his extraordinary or extraordinary powerful position. But in your 18th fight, you exhibited your human behavior, and thus it appeared that you were defeated. Dear Lord, we know very well that Jarasandha cannot defeat you at any time, for your power, strength, resources, and authority are all unlimited. No one can equal you or surpass you. Your apparent defeat by Jarasandha in the 18th engagement was nothing but an exhibition of human behavior. Unfortunately, foolish Jarasandha could not understand your tricks, and he has since then become puffed up over his material power and prestige. Specifically, he has arrested and imprisoned us, knowing fully that as your devotees we are subordinate to your sovereignty. The messenger concluded, now I have explained the awful position of the kings, and your lordship can consider and do whatever you like. As the messenger and representative of all those imprisoned kings, I have submitted my words before your lordship and presented their prayers to you. All the kings are very anxious to see you so that they can all personally surrender at your lotus feet. My dear Lord, be merciful upon them and act for their good fortune. At the very moment the messenger of the imprisoned kings was presenting their appeal before the Lord, the great sage Narada arrived because he was a great saint. His hair was dazzling like gold, and when he entered the assembly house, it appeared that the sun god was personally present in the midst of the assembly. Lord Krishna is the worshipful master of even Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva. Yet, as soon as he saw that the sage Narada had arrived, he immediately stood up with his ministers and secretaries to receive the great sage and offer his respectful obeisances by bowing his head. The great sage Narada took a comfortable seat, and Lord Krishna worshipped him with all paraphernalia as required for regular reception of a saintly person. While trying to satisfy Nararaji, Lord Krishna spoke the following words in his sweet and natural voice. My dear great sage, among the demigods, I think that now everything is well within the three worlds. You are perfectly eligible to travel everywhere in space, in the upper, middle, and lower planetary systems of this universe. Fortunately, when we meet you, we can very easily take information from your holiness of all the news of the three worlds, for within this cosmic manifestation of the Supreme Lord, there is nothing concealed from your knowledge. You know everything, and so I wish to question you. Are are the Pandavas doing well, and what is the present plan of King Yudhishthira? Will you kindly let me know what they want to do at present? The great sage Narada spoke as follows. My dear Lord, you have spoken about the cosmic manifestation created by the Supreme Lord, but I know that you are the all pervading creator. Your energies are so extensive and conceivable that even powerful personalities like Brahma, the Lord of this particular universe, cannot measure your inconceivable power. My dear Lord, you are present as the supersoul in everyone's heart by your inconceivable potency, exactly like the fire which is present in everyone but which no one can see directly. In conditioned life, all living entities are within the jurisdiction of the three modes of material nature. As such, they are unable to see your presence everywhere with their material eyes. By your grace, however, I have seen many times the action of your inconceivable potency. And therefore, when you ask me for the news of the Pandavas, which is not at all unknown to you, I'm not surprised at your inquiry. My dear Lord, by your inconceivable potencies, you create this cosmic manifestation, maintain it, and again dissolve it. Only by dint of your inconceivable potency does this material world, although a shadow, representation of the spiritual world appear to be factual, no one can understand what you plan to do in the future. Your transcendental position is always inconceivable to everyone. As far as I am concerned, I can simply offer my respectful obeisances unto you again and again. In the bodily concept of existence, everyone is driven by material desires, and thus everyone develops new material bodies one after another in the cycle of birth and death. Being absorbed in such a concept of existence, one does not know how to get out of this encagement of the material body. By your causeless mercy, my Lord, you descend to exhibit your various transcendental pastimes, which are illuminating and full of glory. Therefore, I have no alternative but to offer my respectful obeisances unto you. My dear Lord, you are the supreme Parabrahman, and your pastime as an ordinary human are another tactical resource, exactly like a play on the stage in which the actor plays parts different from his own identity. Because the Pandavas are your cousins, you have inquired about them in the role of their well wisher, and therefore I shall let you know about their intentions. Now, please hear me. First, I may inform you that King Yudhishthira has all material opulences which are possible to achieve in the highest planetary system, Brahmaloka. He has no material in opulence for which to aspire, and yet he wants to perform the Rajasurya sacrifice only to get your association and please you. King Yudhishthira is so opulent that he has attained all the opulences of Brahmaloka, even on this earthly planet. He is fully satisfied and he does not need anything more. He is full in everything, but now he wants to worship you to achieve your causeless mercy. And I beg to request you to fulfill his desires, my dear Lord. In these great sacrificial performances by King Yudhishthira, there will be an assembly of all the demigods and all the famous kings of the world. My dear Lord, you are the Supreme Brahman, the personality of Godhead, one who engages himself in your devotional service by the prescribed methods of hearing, chanting, and remembering, certainly becomes purified from the contamination of the modes of material nature. And what to speak of those who have the opportunity to see you and touch you directly? My dear Lord, you are the symbol of everything auspicious. Your transcendental name and fame have spread all over the universe, including the higher, middle, and lower planetary systems. The transcendental water which washes your lotus feet is known in the higher planetary system as Mandarkini, in the lower planetary system as Bhagavarti, and in this earthly planetary system as the Ganges. This sacred transcendental water flows throughout the entire universe, purifying wherever it flows. Just before the great sage Narada arrived in the Sudharma assembly house of Dvaraka, Lord Krishna and his ministers and secretaries had been considering how to attack the kingdom of Jarasandha because they were seriously considering the subject. Narada's proposal that Lord Krishna go to Hastinapura for Maharaja Yudhishthira's great Raja Surya sacrifice did not much appeal to them. Lord Krishna could understand the intentions of his associates because he is the ruler of even Lord Brahma. Therefore, and in order to pacify them, he smilingly said to Urava, "My dear Urava, you are always my well wishing confidential friend. I therefore wish to see everything through you, because I believe that your counsel is always correct. I believe that you understand the whole situation perfectly. Therefore, I am asking your opinion. What should I do? I have faith in you, and therefore I shall do whatever you advise. It was known to Rava that although Lord Krishna was acting like an ordinary man, he knew everything, past, present, and future. However, because the Lord wanted to consult with him, Lord Rava, in order to render service to the Lord, began to speak. I'm pretty entertained. I don't know about you. Next one's not. Next one's chapter 71. 7, 7, 1, 8, 7, 8. I won't read that one. I hope you're enjoying the story. I certainly am. Krishna's. I never knew anything about Krishna, and I walked into this Hindu temple. I had a peacock feather on my forehead. And they're like, "You know who Krishna is?" I said, "Krishna who?" "I don't know. I've been studying ancient Egyptian. I know this stuff connects with that stuff." They're like, "Huh." I always talk about a good compliment. Marriage. Marriage is like a good compliment. Marriage is a compliment. It ain't the same thing. They're two different things. Marriage is two different things. Like a burger and fries. See, a burger and French fries. I'm not trying to advocate meat, but like, just you got a burger, you got fries. Fries complement the burger. You don't put fries on the burger. I mean, some people do. They got the new stuff going on. Okay, but you know what I'm saying. Fries go on the side. If you're gonna give me a burger, do not put a salad on my plate. I hope that salad goes on the burger. It goes on the burger between the two buns. Even if it's no meat and it's just a salad in between two buns, well, then it's a sandwich. And fries are they're complement. They're not the same thing. Hmm. Interesting. Always, I can't say always, but I came to the understanding a while ago that like the shamans, they would have been traveling around from temple to temple. Some would have found the temple that was like home to them, and they would have just resonated. Like what I read right there, and whether you were keeping up or not, Krishna, he goes over these prayers to connect with his family out across in the stars, not humans. He reaching out into the stars, talk to other planets. And when he says these words, he feels like his whole family's right there with him. And for like 3 years of my life, like maybe a little bit more, but real heavy 3 years, like I've been going over these words. I've added to them. And I got more to go. I got more to read over than I normally read over. Some, depending on what's kind of energies in the air or whatever, I'll read what I need to read right now. Like energy is nice, so I can read less and less and less. And the worse the energy is, the more I need to call out to, because they're gonna hear, they're gonna see, and there's that one part there, like nothing's, like your consciousness doesn't block anything out. It's connected to everything, and when I go over those blessings, I just send out all my thoughts. I just send out all my thoughts. Just, it's an open book. And I just know somebody's reading my brain, reading my heart, looking over all my information. I'm just opening up myself to be completely connected. That's what prayer is about. Prayer is about connection. Meditation, connection. Those moments, it's all about connection. And when I speak those names, like I feel connected. And I feel like whatever is going to happen in my life is going to be okay because they're going to take care of it. And, human, we're like kids. We can't see what's coming next. I don't know what's happening next, but the cards say this and the books say that, and I'm reading this, and it sounds a lot like my life, and I just share my life with you. I can't afford to get caught down in those. I mentioned all that junk earlier. I'd stay right here in my own happy world. That's where I stay and play. Tell you a story about Adi Parashakti in Pontiac, Michigan. 5551 West Kennett Street. Kennett. I think. But it's Kennett Street. Yeah, 511 West Kennett Street. I even remember the address. See? Love that place. Anyways, um, I was there one day and I was like, I've been going through experience. I'm not gonna share everything, but I was like, where's my moon gonna come from? Because I knew the moon was next. I was getting all the signs. I was seeing all the things. I was like, I gotta get my moon. And this is my staff D. We got some things in here, some blessings. But this is my staff D. D's pretty awesome. D's D's got a lot of pretty awesome, fascinating parts. Anyways, where am I getting to? I was getting to something about D here. What am I talking about, you? Let's talk about the temple. You know what? Sometimes it's nice to forget a thought. It just goes, woof. Oh yeah, my moon there. I remember now. Haha, it came back as soon as I looked at myself. Anyways, look. Technically I said I don't have a cross, but technically I do have a cross. See? But it was an anchor. It had the anchor on it. Look, right here. See? It had the anchor. That's the anchor part. And I was at Adiparashakti temple, and there was three really special men. Like they're like, I don't want to say guru. I don't know the proper word. Like something we read right there, and they were like, I asked one of them if I could give him a hug, and he was the older one. He refused to give me a hug out of kindness, but he allowed the other two that were with him to give me a hug, which I was honored by, because that's not the normal kind of thing to do. And anyways, while I was standing next to them, um, my the portion for the anchor, right? That's what it's connected to. Literally got caught in my clothes. I've been on here for so long, and it fell off. And I'm just gonna say priests, um, like pointed it out to me, and I looked on the ground. I was like, oh, I got so happy. They I don't know what went through their head, but I got so happy because like in their presence, like I was like, boom, I got my moon. I got my moon. And so, like things break. I started mentioning that earlier today. Things break. And that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. It's awesome to see, to appreciate the different parts of life. I'll tell you something about eternal peace. emotions. Emotions are very important. Sadness, joy, happiness. The emotions are fuel for your imagination to become real. How do you turn imagination into reality, into feasible, legitimate? That's the theme park I'm going to. How do you make that happen? Imagination coupled with intense emotion. That's simple. That is it. That you put those two things together. Let the sadness come through. Face your own history. You're busy looking at me and listening to me. Look and listen to you in the most loving of ways. That's what I did. I looked at myself and I looked at myself and I looked at myself in all the different ways and I saw my different reflections. And I started this journey. And at the beginning, I had no necklaces and I had no bracelets and I had no rings and I had no caps and no feathers. I looked just like yourself. And this is my journey. This is all the things I picked up on the road along the way. And if you have a journey in life, you'll pick up things too. And you'll be like, boop. And then you talk to somebody, that's a story. That feather's a story. That feather's a story. This is a story. That's a story. That's a. Now you're walking around with memories. One thing about eternal peace is that you experience the emotions and you accept the emotions. No matter what it is, you just accept it. You don't give that right back to anybody. You gotta hold on to that. That's yours. They gave you those. You got that emotion. You got that energy. That's your ball now. It's your job to form that, reform that. What I do is I go into imagination land, which I just say it metaphorically speaking, but I got pink rainbows and butterflies in my reality. That's all I got. That's all that's going on over there. And I go in there and I create with my imagination, my heart. Not in this world, not building and book and library and this. No, but like a kid with my toys and Pinky, Banger. He's called Banger because he hand bangs because he likes the rock music. Anyways, and then you start giving your life emotional existence. That emotional existence is transcendence from the imagination into your very reality. And it doesn't matter what somebody else sees or calls it. They may say that's dumb and stupid. Well, that's only an opinion. Show me the progress. You know what? You stay in your own world, and I'm going to go with my pink rainbows and butterflies because it's a lot more peaceful over there. So I can use all of that energy, put it towards something positive, positive construction, and then I can return right back to my peace. Like that. It ain't magic. It's learning how to process information from the experience, matching those, and learning how to take a step up in life. That's called a life lesson. Something real big. And then you take another big step up there, life lesson. But they're little steps. And a little one, and a little one, little one, little one, little one. You start making real good progress. Because you know if you try something too big, you're going to trip over yourself. So you take a little step, little step, little step, little step, little step. You don't fall. I'm going to teach you a trick. It could save you. It could save your ankles. It could save your life. It could just save you from getting a bruised knee. Start taking smaller steps in life, literally and physically, with your feet. I ain't talking about anything else. I ain't talking no metaphor. Your physical life. Take smaller, closer steps. Because if you ever slip on a rock or you lose your footing, it's a lot easier to keep your balance if your feet are not split too far apart. Kind of like that small one for the female and that big one for the masculine. This is one of my stones. It's an amethyst point. Chapter 71. Lord Krishna in Indraprastha. In the presence of the great sage Narada and all the other associates of Lord Krishna, I'll start that right back up. Change of direction. Old Hildebrand. Once upon a time lived a peasant and his wife, and the parson of the village had a fancy for his wife, and had wished for a long while to spend a whole day happily with her. The peasant woman, too, was quite willing. One day, therefore, he said to the woman, "Listen, my dear friend, I have now thought of a way by which we can for once spend a whole day happily together. I'll tell you what. On Wednesday, you must take to your bed and tell your husband you are ill, and if you only complain and act being ill properly and go on doing so until Sunday, when I have to preach, I will then say in my sermon that whosoever has a homesick child, a sick husband, a sick wife, a sick father, a sick mother, a sick brother, or whosoever else it may be, that makes a pilgrimage to the Gocchiaroli Hill in Italy, where you can get a peck of laurel leaves for a cruiser, the sick child, the sick husband, the sick wife, the sick father, the sick mother, sick sister, whosoever else it may be, will be restored to health immediately. I will manage it, said the woman promptly. Now, therefore, on Wednesday, the peasant woman took to her bed and complained and lamented as agreed on. And her husband did everything for her that he could think of, but nothing did her any good. And when Sunday came, the woman said, I feel as ill as if I were going to die at once. But there is one thing I should like to do before my end. I should like to hear the parson's sermon that he is going to preach today. On that the peasant said, Ah, my child, do not do it. Thou mightest make thyself worse if thou wert to get up. Look, I will go to the sermon, and I will attend to it very carefully, and will tell thee everything the parson says. Well, said the woman, go then and pay great attention, and repeat to me all that thou hearest. So the peasant went to the sermon, and the parson began to preach and said, If anyone had at home a sick child, a sick husband, a sick wife, a sick father, a sick mother, a sick sister, brother, or anyone else, and would make a pilgrimage to Golkerli Hill in Italy, where a peck of laurel leaves costs a cruiser, the sick child, the sick husband, the sick wife, the sick father, the sick mother, the sick sister, or brother, or whosoever else it might be, would be restored to health instantly. And whosoever wished to undertake the journey was to go to him after the service was over, and he would give him the sack for the laurel leaves and the cruiser. Then no one was more rejoiced than the peasant, and after the service was over, he went at once to the parson, who gave him the bag for the laurel leaves and the cruiser. And after he went home, and even at the house door, he cried, Hurrah, dear wife! It is now almost the same thing as if thou wert well. The parson has preached today that whosoever had at home a sick child, a sick husband, a sick wife, a sick father, a sick mother, a sick sister, brother, whosoever it might be, and would make a pilgrimage to the Golkerli Hill in Italy, where a peck of laurel leaves cost the cruiser, the sick child, sick husband, sick wife, sick father, sick mother, sick sister, brother, or whosoever was it was, would be cured immediately. And now I have already got the bag and will at once begin my journey, so that thou mayest get faster. And thereupon he went away. He was, however, hardly gone before the woman got up, and the parson was there directly. But now we will leave these two for a while and follow the peasant, who walked on quickly without stopping, in order to get the sooner to the Gokleri Hill. And on his way he met his gossip. His gossip was an egg merchant, and was just coming from the market, where he had sold his eggs. May you be blessed, said the gossip. Where are you off to so fast? To all eternity, my friend, said the peasant. My wife is ill, and I have been today to hear the parson's sermon, and he preached that if any one had in his house a sick child, a sick husband, a sick wife, a sick father, a sick mother, a sick sister, brother, or anyone else, and made a pilgrimage to the Golkerli Hill in Italy, where a peck of laurel leaves cost the cruiser, the sick child, the sick husband, the sick wife, the sick father, the sick mother, the sick sister, brother, who would be cured immediately. And so I have got the bag for the laurel leaves and the cruiser from the parson, and now I am beginning my pilgrimage. But listen, gossip, said the egg merchant to the peasant, are you then stupid enough to believe such a thing as that? Don't you know what it means? The parson wants you to spend a whole day alone with your wife in peace. So he has given you this job to do to get you out of the way. My word, said the peasant, how I'd like to know if that's true. Come then, said the gossip, I'll tell you what to do. Get into my egg basket, and I will carry you home, and then you will see for yourself. So that this was settled, and the gossip put in the peasant into his egg basket and carried him home. When they got home to the house, hurrah! But all was going merry there. The woman had already had nearly everything killed, and was in the farmyard and had made pancakes, and the parson was there and had brought his fiddle with him. The gossip knocked at the door, and the woman asked who was there. "It is I, Gossip," said the egg merchant. "Give me shelter this night. I have not sold my eggs at the market, so now I have to carry them home again, and they are so heavy that I shall never be able to do it, for it is dark already." "Indeed, my friend," said the woman, "thou comest at a very inconvenient time for me. But as thou art here, it can't be helped. Come in and take a seat here on the bench by the stove." Then she placed the gossip and the basket which he carried on his back on the bench by the stove. The parson, however, and the woman were as merry as possible. At length the parson said, "Listen, my dear friend, thou canst sing beautifully. Sing something to me." "Oh," said the woman, "I cannot sing now. In my young days, indeed, I could sing well enough, but that's all over now." "Come," said the parson once more, "do sing some little song." Oh, that the woman began to sing. "I've sent my husband away from me to the Gorgally Hill in Italy." Thereupon the parson sang, "I wish 'twas a year before he came back. I'd never ask him for the laurel leaf sack. Hallelujah!" Then the gossip, who was in the background, began to sing. But I ought to tell you, the peasant was called Hildebrand. So the gossip sang, "What art thou doing, my Hildebrand dear, there on the bench by the stove so near? Hallelujah!" And then the peasant sang from his basket, "All singing I never shall hate from this day, and there in this basket no longer I'll stay. Hallelujah!" And he got out of the basket and cudgeled the parson out of the house. It's pretty cute. Right back. Hmm. It is a striking, interesting reality that tomorrow is Wednesday. And I'm going to be talking about my favorite place to go to that I've found personally. I love the people there. So I'm going to I'm going to send a text message to a buddy of mine and see if maybe I can get a ride to go to the Adiparashakti temple tomorrow and spend the day there. I might be able to get internet set up so that I can broadcast, but as of this moment, I don't exactly have. I got it at the place where I'm at, so I'm gonna send a message out. I don't normally send text messages while doing this, but that seems kind of appropriate. Works out, lines up. If not, wasn't meant to be. All right, we'll see if we get a response back. If we get a response back, I'll let you know. And if I'm not live tomorrow, you'll know why. Because the cards yesterday said things could change. Said your schedule may change. So we'll see what tomorrow brings. We'll see how that rolls. Further, must we say that sensible substances alone exist, or that there are others besides these, and are substances of one kind, or are there in fact several kinds of substances, as those who assert the existence both of the forms and of the intermediates with which they say the mathematical sciences deal? The sense in which we say the forms are both causes and self dependent substances has been explained in our first remarks about them. While the theory presents difficulties in many ways, the most paradoxical thing of all is the statement that there are certain things besides those in the material universe, and that these are the same as sensible things, except that they are eternal, while the latter are perishable. For they say there is a man himself, and a horse itself, and health itself, with no further qualification. A procedure like that of the people who said there were gods, but in human form, for they were possessing nothing but eternal men, nor are the Platonists making the forms anything other than eternal sensible things. Further, if we are to pose that besides the forms and the sensible, the intermediates between them, we shall have many difficulties. For clearly, on the same principle, there will be lines besides the lines themselves in the sensible lines, and so with each of the other classes of things, so that since astronomy is one of these mathematical sciences, there will also be a heaven besides the sensible heaven, and a sun and a moon, and so with the other heavenly bodies besides the sensible. Yet how are we to believe in these things? It is not reasonable to suppose such a body immovable, but to suppose it moving is quite impossible. And similarly with the things of which optics and mathematical harmonics treat, for these also cannot exist apart from the sensible things, for the same reasons. For if there are sensible things, the sensations intermediate between form and individual Eventually, there will also be animals intermediate between animals themselves and the perishable animals. We might also raise the questions with reference to which kind of existing things we must look for in these sciences of intermediaries. If geometry is to differ from mensuration only in this, that the latter deals with things we perceive, and the former with things that are not perceptible. Evidently, there will also be a science other than medicine, intermediate between medical science itself and this individual medical science, and so with each of the other sciences. Yet, how is this possible? There would have to be also healthy things besides the perceptible healthy things in the healthy itself. And at the same time, not even this is true, that the mensuration deals with perceptible and perishable magnitudes, for then it would have perished when they perished. Truthfulness, cleanliness, and forgiveness are also decreasing. I want to share something funny. I was like, I'm going to go to page 88. That's what I had in my eye. I'm going to go to page 88. And so I flipped it open, and it turned me to page 187. And I turned away from page 187, and I was going to page 88, and I was like, let's go to page 188. Truthfulness, cleanliness, and forgiveness are also decreasing. Formerly, if someone did something wrong, the other party would forgive him. For example, Arjuna was tortured by his enemies, yet still on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, he said, Krishna, let me leave. I don't want to kill them. This is forgiveness. But now, even for a small insult, people will kill. This is going on. Also, there is now no mercifulness, Daria. Even if you see someone being killed in front of you, you will not take interest. These things are happening already. So, religion, truthfulness, cleanliness, forgiveness, mercifulness, duration of life, bodily strength, and memory, these eight things will decrease, 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 decrease. When you see these symptoms, you should know the age of Kali is making progress. Another symptom is Vairam erva karlor nornam jarmakara kurnorayar. In the Kali Yuga, a man's qualities and social position will be calculated according to the extent of his wealth. Formerly, a man's position was calculated according to his spiritual understanding. For example, a Brahmana was honored because he knew Brahman. He was aware of the Supreme Spirit, but now in the Kali Yuga, there are actually no Brahmanas because people are taking the title of Brahmana simply by Jarma or birthright. Previously, there was also birthright, but one was actually known according to this behavior. If a man was born in a Brahmana family or a Kshatriya, administrative or military family, he had to behave like a Brahmana or Kshatriya, and it was the king's duty to see that no one was falsely representing him. In other words, respectability was awarded according to culture and education. But nowadays, varam erva korlo nam. If you get money somehow or other, then everything is available. You may be a third class or fourth class or 10th class man, but if you get money somehow or other, then you are very much respected. There is no question of the culture or education or knowledge. This is the Kali Yuga. Another symptom of the Kali Yuga, Dharma Nyariyadvasvartariyam Karanarmbarlamervarhi. Religious principles and justice will be determined by a show of strength. If you have some influence, then everything will be decided in your favor. You may be the most irreligious person, but if you can bribe a priest, he will certify that you are religious. So character will be decided by money, not by actual qualification. Next is Dampartie, Pierusir, Hetur Mayaiva, Vayashar, Vayarvarhorike. Marriages will be arranged according to temporary affection, and to be a successful businessman, one will have to cheat. The relationship between husband and wife will depend on abiaroshi, they're liking each other. I just want to extrapolate and bring out that this is speaking of our age of the Kali Yuga, of which is encapsulated on the entire world, though is going currently through a change, a transformation. If a girl likes a boy during this Kali Yuga age, then they think all is all right and now let the marriage take place. No one ever knows what the future of the girl and boy will be. Therefore, everyone becomes happy. 6 months after marriage, divorce. This is because the marriage took place simply on the basis of superficial liking, not deep understanding. Formerly, at least in India during my time, marriages did not take place because the boy and girl liked each other. No, marriages were decided by the parents. I married when I was a student, but I did not know who my wife would be. My parents arranged everything. Another example is Dr. Rajendra Prasad, the first president of India. In his biography, he wrote that he married at the age of 8. Similarly, my father in law married when he was 11 years old, and my mother in law when she was 7. So the point is that formerly in India, marriage took place only after an astrological calculation of past, present, and future and determined whether the couple would be happy in their life together. When marriage is thus sanctified, the man and woman live peacefully and practice spiritual culture. Each one helps the other, so they live very happily and become advanced in spiritual life. And at last, they go back home, back to Godhead. That is the system. Not that a grown up girl and a grown up boy mix together, and if he likes her and she likes him, they get married, and then he leaves her, she leaves. This kind of marriage was not sanctioned. But of this Kali Yuga it is said, Damparye Biarushe, marriage will take place simply because of mutual liking. That's all. Liking one moment means disliking the next moment. That is a fact. So marriage based on mutual liking has no value. The next symptoms of this age are stritve, pumsve karhiratir vibratve, sudramervahi. A husband and wife will stay together only as long as there is sex attraction, and Brahmanas, saintly intellectuals, will be known only by their wearing a sacred thread. Brahmanas are offered a sacred thread. So now people are thinking, now I have a sacred thread. So I have become a Brahmana. I may act like a Karandala, dog eater, but it doesn't matter. This is going on. One doesn't understand that as a Brahmana, he has so much responsibility simply because he has the 2 cent sacred thread. He thinks he has become a Brahmana and and Stritver Pumsver Karnhirati. A husband and wife will remain together because they like each other. But as soon as there will be some sex difficulty, their affection will slacken. Another symptom of the Kali Yuga is avarya nyarya darbaryam pandetya kapalam varka. Those without money will be unable to get justice, and anyone who can cleverly juggle words will be considered a scholar. If you have no money, then you will never get justice in court. This is the Kali Yuga. Nowadays, even the high court judges are taking bribes to give you a favorable judgment. But if you have no money, then don't go to court. And Pandit yer kapalam varka. If a man can talk expertly, it doesn't matter what he says, and nobody has to understand it. Then he is a Pandita. He is a learned scholar. And then it goes on speaking gibberish. By the latricium of wife, like this, if you go on speaking, no one will understand you. Yet people will say, ah, see how learned he is? This is actually happening. There are so many rascals writing books, but if you ask one of them to explain what he has understood, he'll say, oh, it is inexplicable. These things are going on. Next to Srimad Bhagavatam says, Anaryattari vasarurve, sarurve dharma vartu, svikari vakurvae, snarnamer vaprasartarnam. Poverty will be looked on as dishonorable, while a hypocrite who can put on a show will be thought pious. Marriage will be based on arbitrary agreement, and simply taking a bath will be considered proper cleansing and decoration of the body. First, Andyartha. If you're a poor man, then you are dishonorable. People will think that a man is not honorable because he does not know how to earn money by hook or crook. And Svikara, Eva Korvahe. Marriages will take place by agreement. This is being experienced in your country and in my country also. The government appoints a marriage magistrate, and any boy and girl who want to can simply go to them and get married. Maybe there's some fee. Yes, we agree to marry, they say, and certifies that they are married. Formerly, the father and mother used to select a bride and bridegroom by consulting an astrologer who could see the future. Nowadays, marriage is taking place according to Svikara agreement. That's our world certainly has been dictated by money in a lot of ways, and what I'm reading is all about it's talking about the change. It's talking about change, and for me to keep reading is like on this subject is unless I'm moved to do so otherwise. But everything's changing, and miracles in the world are a miracle is something that you don't see every day, and you can't explain why or how. And And it's very true. It's very true in so many ways. It's very true in so many ways of how people, they, in America, in Canada, it doesn't matter anywhere in the world. I mean, we're all trying to survive together, aren't we? We're all trying to make it together. And most people, they just push people away and try to find one. Little Snow White. You want to hear the actual Snow White story? Got a looking glass. Yeah, and change it up. Spirit moves fast. One thing I found about being a shaman on your journey is things shift. Things shift and they change. And the only way to move forward is to shift, adjust, and change with that movement forward. I'm not going to exactly copy what I did yesterday, and tomorrow I'm going to be a little bit different. And that's every single day of my life. I'm always growing, I'm always developing, I'm always learning, and I call it divine weather. And there's always a weather in the air, but like an astral weather. And in my life, I've seen how people go through, like, we're all in different areas, different portions of the world, different experiences, but we wind up having the same type of experience to learn from. And as that happens, we emerge as a butterfly from our old cocoon. At least for myself, that applies. Little Snow White. I feel like a gong. I feel like a gong. Gong. I'm gonna put some coffee on real quick because I hit the low, and I would go without coffee, though as I did, no hot running through my throat, left my throat a little. I got any hot cocoa or something, like a dark chocolate. Anyways, I'll be right back. Gonna be some honey in one of these coffee cups. Got that page marked here. Draw a card real quick. What am I pulling a card about? I see feels something curious poking at me. It's a good trick. That's a good trick. not they're not tricks, just spirits. When I feel something poking at me, they move my body, and I had I had I was about to literally pull the cards out and put them flat out, and as I like looked down because I thought a card fell, but no card fell, and so I was like, huh, and I went back, and when I looked up, these two cards fell out of my hands, literally just fell out, and I was like, huh, that's a nice trick. Spirits. I got a new one. This just hit my noggin. A show magician, someone you know is a magician. They got to be all. They got to put on the show. They got to have a suit on. They got to get on the tux. And here's a rabbit popped it out of my hat. How did I do that? Boom, and pair and birds fly out my arm. How did I do that? And all I'm doing is I'm dressing up that individual. I should say is dressing up a trick with a bunch of distractions. And all I got of real magic, I don't know how to sell it. I can't dress it up for squat. I, this is me dressing it. This is just me being me. I don't know how to dress up. I ain't no good at dressing up. This is who I am. This is what I do every day. That's all I know how to do is be me. So it's really interesting the difference between a real magician and an actual trickster. I'm not a trickster. I'm a real magician. I think they call that in my day the real McCoy. I don't care what anybody thinks about me. I got something that works. All it took was my heart following true north the whole time. Got me right sailing into heaven. Alright, so we have the Wheel of Fortune. We have the Page of Wands. Now, this little book has some nice explanation. But on the reality, these got awesome pictures. But I like this explanation is a little bit more detailed, and it's the same system technically. So, Wheel of Fortune. Check this card out. This card's cool. What is seen in the card seems incomprehensible, even dangerous or threatening. Are the figures moving or remain still? Is the wheel turning on its own axis or is it held in its frame? Is the red fox clinging to the mystical frame of the wheel until he becomes dizzy, or is he racing the ride at a gallop? Imperceptibly, the blue snake curls around the spokes of the wheel, turning it from the eternity of the starry sky into the earthly land. The pharaonic figure guards secret upon secret, holding the sword in both hands. Even the white sparkling diamond within the pharaoh's hollow body hides the sharp tip. Intervention is pointless. I'm going to stay with this book for the moment. It's a Page of Wands next. Holding the Moon. And the Wheel of Fortune, I'll read more on it if you Open right to it. Page of Wands. Thirst for adventure. You do not know where you are heading. Let yourself be driven by the freedom of the fool. Your inner fire is a walking stick. Let it support and guide you. Whichever way the wind blows, sounds about right. Mm. The Wheel of Fortune, astrological influence. Jupiter governs circular motion and is considered to be the comprehensive reasoning planet. Well, I'll stop right there. The reasoning planet is going to guide the fool. I like that idea. It's just going to fly. It's just going to sail that way. Whichever way it goes. My coffee pot's still running. It'll quit in a moment. It's pretty interesting because up till recently my life has been very I would say chaotic. Moving from this place to that place, serving this person to serving that person, still doing what I'm doing. And I was at one place. Yeah, that's the past. Future's different. I like that idea. We had a story laid up here. Let's get back to that after I get some coffee. Once upon a time, in the middle of winter, when the flakes of snow were falling like feathers from the sky, A queen sat at a window sewing, and the frame of the window was made of black ebony. And while she was sewing and looking out of the window at the snow, she pricked her finger with the needle, and 3 drops of blood fell upon the snow. And the red looked pretty upon the snow white, and she thought to herself, would that I had a child as white as snow, as red as blood, and as black as the wood of the window frame. Soon after that she had a little daughter who was as white as snow and as red as blood, and her hair was as black as ebony. And she was therefore called Little Snow White. And when the child was born, the queen died. After a year had passed, the king took to himself another wife. She was a beautiful woman, but proud and haughty, and she could not bear that anyone else should surpass her in beauty. She had a wonderful looking glass, and when she stood in front of it and looked at herself in it, and said, looking glass, on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of all? The looking glass answered, thou, O queen, art the fairest of all. Then she was satisfied, for she knew that the looking glass spoke the truth. But Snow White was growing up and grew more and more beautiful, and when she was 7 years old, she was as beautiful as the day, and more beautiful than the queen herself. And once, when the queen asked her looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of all? And it answered, thou art fairer than all who are here, Lady Queen, but more beautiful still is Snow White, as I ween. Then the queen was shocked and turned yellow and green with envy. From that hour, whenever she looked at Snow White, her heart heaved in her breast. She hated the girl so much, and envy and pride grew higher and higher in her heart like a weed, so that she had no peace day or night. She called a huntsman and said, take the child away into the forest. I will no longer have her in my sight. Kill her and bring me back her heart as a token. The huntsman obeyed and took her away, but when he had drawn his knife and was about to pierce Snow White's innocent heart, she began to weep and said, ah, dear huntsman, leave me my life. I will run away into the forest and never come home again. And as she was so beautiful, the huntsman had pity on her and said, run away, then, you poor child. The wild beasts will soon have devoured you, thought he, and yet it seemed as if a stone had been rolled from his heart, since it was no longer needful for him to kill her. And as a young boar just then came running by, he stabbed it and cut out its heart and took it to the queen as proof that the child was dead. The cook had to salt this, and the wicked queen ate it and thought she had eaten the heart of Snow White. But now the poor child was all alone in the great forest, and so terrified that she looked at every leaf of every tree and did not know what to do. Then she began to run and ran over sharp stones and through thorns, and the wild beast ran past her, but did her no harm. She ran as long as her feet would go until it was almost evening. Then she saw a little cottage and went into it to rest herself. Everything in the cottage was small, but neater and cleaner than can be told. There was a table on which was a white cover and 7 little plates, and on each little plate a little spoon. Moreover, there were 7 little knives and forks and 7 little mugs. Against the wall stood 7 little beds side by side and covered with snow white counterpanes. Little Snow White was so hungry and thirsty that she ate some vegetables and bread from each plate and drank a drop of wine out of each mug, for she did not wish to take all from one only. Then, as she was so tired, she laid herself down on one of the little beds, but none of them suited her. One was too long, another too short, but at last she found that 7th one was right, and so she remained in it, said a prayer, and went to sleep. When it was quite dark, the owners of the cottage came back. They were seven dwarfs who dug and delved in the mountains for ore. They lit their seven candles, and as it was now light within the cottage, they saw that someone had been there, for everything was not in the same order in which they had left it. The first said, "Who has been sitting on my chair?" The second, "Who has been eating off my plate?" The third, "Who has been taking some of my bread?" The fourth, "Who has been eating my vegetables?" The fifth, "Who has been using my fork?" The sixth, "Who has been cutting with my knife?" The seventh, "Who has been drinking out of my mug?" Then the first looked round and saw that there was a little hole in his bed, and he said, "Who's been getting into my bed?" The others came up, and each other called out, "Somebody's been lying in my bed too." But the seventh, when he looked at his bed, saw little Snow White, who was lying asleep therein. And he called the others, who came running up, and they cried out with astonishment, and brought their seven little candles, and let the light fall on little Snow White. "Oh heavens! Oh heavens!" cried they. "What a lovely child!" And they were so glad that they did not wake her up, but let her sleep on in the bed. And the seventh dwarf slept with his companions, 1 hour with each, and so got through the night. When it was morning, little Snow White awoke and was frightened when she saw the seven dwarfs. But they were friendly and asked her what her name was. "My name is Snow White," she answered. "How have you come to our house?" said the dwarfs. Then she told them that her stepmother had wished to have her killed, but the huntsman had spared her life, and that she'd run for the whole day until at last she had found their dwelling. The dwarf said, "If you will take care of our house, cook, make the beds, wash, sew, and knit, and if you will keep everything neat and clean, you will stay with us, and you will want for nothing." "Yes," said Snow White, "with all my heart." And she stayed with them. She kept the house in order for them. In the mornings they went to the mountains and looked for copper and gold. In the evenings they came back, and then their supper had to be ready. The girl was alone the whole day, so the good dwarfs warned her and said, "Beware of your stepmother. She will soon know that you are here. Be sure to let no one come in." But the queen, believing that she had eaten Snow White's heart, could not but think that she was again the first and most beautiful of all. And she went to her looking glass and said, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is fairest of all?" And the glass answered, "O queen, thou art fairest of all, I see. But over the hills where the seven dwarfs dwell, Snow White is still alive and well, and no one is so fair as she." Then she was astounded, for she knew that the looking glass never spoke falsely, and she knew that the huntsman had betrayed her, and that the Snow White was still alive. And so she thought, and thought again how she might kill her. And so long as she was not the fairest in the whole land, envy let her have no rest. And when she had at last thought of something to do, she painted her face and dressed herself like an old peddler woman, and no one could have known her. In this disguise, she went over the seven mountains to the seven dwarfs and knocked at the door and cried, "Pretty things to sell, very cheap, very cheap." Little Snow White looked out of the window and called out, "Good day, my good woman. What have you to sell?" "Good things, pretty things," she answered. "Stay laces of all colors." And she pulled out one which was woven of bright colored silk. "I may let the worthy old woman in," thought Snow White, and she unbolted the door and brought the pretty laces. "Child," said the woman, "what a fright you look! Come, I will lace you properly for once." Snow White had no suspicion, but stood before her, and let herself be laced with the new laces. But the old woman laced so quickly and so tightly that Snow White lost her breath and fell down as if dead. "Now I am the most beautiful," said the queen to herself, and ran away. Not long afterwards, in the evening, the seven dwarfs came home, but how shocked they were when they saw their dear little Snow White lying on the ground, and that she neither stirred nor moved and seemed to be dead. They lifted her up, and as they saw that she was laced too tightly, they cut the laces. Then she began to breathe a little, and after a while came to life again. Then the dwarfs heard what had happened. What had happened, they said. The old peddler woman was no one else than the wicked queen. Take care and let no one come in when we are not with you. But the wicked woman, when she had reached home, went in front of the glass and asked, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of all? And it answered as before, O Queen, thou art fairest of all, I see, but over the hills where the seven dwarfs dwell, Snow White is still alive and well, and none is so fair as she. When she heard that, all her blood rushed to her heart in fear, for she saw plainly that little Snow White was again alive. But now, she said, I will think of something that shall put an end to you, and by the help of witchcraft, which she understood, she made a poisonous comb, and then she disguised herself and took the shape of another old woman. So she went over the seven mountains to the seven dwarfs, knocked at the door, and cried, Good things to sell, cheap, cheap. Little Snow White looked out and said, Go away, I cannot let anyone come in. I suppose you can look, said the old woman, and pulled the poisonous comb out and held it up. It pleased the girl so well that she let herself be beguiled and opened the door. When they had made a bargain, the old woman said, Now I will comb you properly for once. Poor little Snow White had no suspicion and let the old woman do as she pleased. But hardly had she put the comb in her hair than the poison in it took effect, and the girl fell down senseless. You paragon of beauty, said the wicked woman, you are done for now. And she went away. But fortunately it was almost evening when the seven dwarfs came home. When they saw Snow White lying as if dead upon the ground, they at once suspected the stepmother, and they looked and found the poisoned comb. Scarcely had they taken it out when Snow White came to herself and told them what had happened. Then they warned her once more to be upon her guard and to open the door to no one. The queen at home went in front of the glass and said, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of all? Then it answered as before, O queen, thou art fairest of all, I see. But over the hills where the seven dwarfs dwell, Snow White is still alive and well, and none is so fair as she. When she heard the glass speak thus, she trembled and shook with rage. Snow White shall die, she cried, even if it cost me my life. Thereupon she went into a quite secret, lonely room where no one ever came, and there she made a very poisonous apple. Outside it looked pretty white with a red cheek, so that everyone who saw it longed for it, but whoever ate a piece of it must surely die. When the apple was ready, she painted her face and dressed herself up as a country woman. And so she went over the seven mountains to the seven dwarfs. She knocked at the door. Snow White put her head out of the window and said, I cannot let anyone in. The seven dwarfs have forbidden me. It is all the same to me, answered the woman. I shall soon get rid of my apples. There, I will give you one. No, said Snow White, I dare not take anything. Are you afraid of poison? Said the old woman. Look, I will cut the apple in two pieces. If you eat the red cheek, and I will eat the white. The apple was so cunningly made that the only red cheek was poisoned. That only the red cheek was poisoned. Snow White longed for the fine apple, and when she saw that the woman that the hand and when she saw that the woman ate part of it, She could resist no longer, and stretched out her hand and took up its poisonous half. But hardly had she a bit of it in her mouth than she fell down dead. Then the queen looked at her with a dreadful look, and laughed aloud and said, "White as snow, red as blood, black as ebony wood, this time the dwarfs cannot wake you up again." And then she asked of the looking glass at home, looking glass on the wall, who in the land is the fairest of all? And answered at last, "O queen, in this land thou art fairest of all." Then her envious heart had rest, so far as an envious heart can have rest. The dwarfs then came home in the evening, found Snow White lying upon the ground. She breathed no longer and was dead. They lifted her up, looked to see whether they could find anything poisonous, unlaced her, combed her hair, washed her with water and wine, but it was all of no use. The poor child was dead and remained dead. They laid her upon a bier, and all seven of them sat round it and wept for her, and wept 3 days long. Then they were going to bury her, but she still looked as if she were living, and still had her pretty red cheeks. They said we could not bury her in the dark ground, and they had a transparent coffin of glass made, so that she could be seen from all sides, and they laid her in it, and wrote her name upon it in golden letters, and that she was a king's daughter. Then they put the coffin out upon the mountain, and one of them always stayed by it and watched it. And birds came too, and wept for Snow White. First an owl, then a raven, and at last a dove. And Snow White lay a long, long time in the coffin, and she did not change, but looked as if she were asleep, for she was as white as snow, as red as blood, and her hair was as black as ebony. It happened, however, that a king's son came into the forest and went to the dwarf's house to spend the night. He saw the coffin on the mountain and the beautiful Snow White within it, and read what was written upon it in golden letters. Then he said to the dwarfs, "Let me have the coffin. I will give you whatever you want for it." But the dwarfs answered, "We will not part with it for all the gold in the world." Then he said, "Let me have it as a gift, for I cannot live without seeing Snow White. I will honor and prize her as my dearest possession." As he spoke in this way, the good dwarfs took pity upon him and gave him the coffin. And now the king's son had it carried away by his servants on their shoulders. And it happened that they stumbled over a tree stump, and with the shock, the poisonous piece of apple which Snow White had bitten off came out of her throat. And before long she opened her eyes, lifted up the lid of the coffin, sat up, and was once more alive. "O heavens, where am I?" she cried. The king's son, full of joy, said, "You are with me," and told her what had happened, and said, "I love you more than everything in the world. Come with me to my father's palace. You shall be my wife." And Snow White was willing and went with him, and their wedding was held with great show and splendor. But Snow White's wicked stepmother was also bidden to the feast. When she had arrayed herself in beautiful clothes, she went before the looking glass and said, looking glass on the wall, who is this land is the fairest of all?" The glass answered, "O queen, of all here the fairest art thou, but the young queen is fairer by far, as I trow." Then the wicked woman uttered a curse, and was so wretched, so utterly wretched, that she knew not what to do. At first she would not go to the wedding at all, but she had no peace, and must go to see the young queen. And when she went in, she knew Snow White, and she stood still with rage and fear, and could not stir. But iron slippers had already been put on the fire, and they were brought in with tongs and set before her. Then she was forced to put on the red hot shoes and dance until she dropped down dead. And I'm going to warm up that cup. Mm. It's a pretty nice card earlier from the Angel deck. See what that heading is. Release and surrender. We shower you with blessings of our radiant love. Open your arms and release the challenges that you've held tightly gripped within your hands. Open your hands, arms, and heart to our love and assistance. Kind of cool the back of these cards. Just offering you a blessing. Sometimes the message can be a little bit different. Well, not different. Specific. The angels bring this card to you because you've been trying to fix this situation single-handedly. They'd love to help you and answer your prayers, but first you need to surrender and release the situation. Surrender simply means that you're tired of struggling and means emotionally letting go with faith, the divine wisdom of spirit. Honestly, I don't get that. So I do every single day. Every single day. I gave up what I want. I gave up a lot. What do you want me to walk out the door? Stay where I am. I'll just stay where I am till I'm totally, I don't know. I surrendered a long time ago. I surrendered everything. People want to beat me down? Okay, fine. I'll walk away. I got a scar over this eye. I got a scar over that eye. Survived both hits. Shoulder's all screwed up from a massive accident. It's okay. I still do what I do.
Need me to clear land? I'll go clear land. Need me to dig a hole? I'll dig a hole. Want me to preach? I'll preach. I don't know how else to live life but to surrender. This is my whole life. So this is all I get. It's been following me around for years. Just surrender. Everything we provide for, and it is. And I walk on miracles every single day. That's why I have food, and that's why I have a roof over my head, because miracles, just miracles. So I just accept it and be thankful. I've learned we're electromagnetic beings. It's truth. Electromagnetism. Magnetism. You got two magnets, they attract to each other. Watch. I got some magnets on here. Saw it earlier. Anyways, I ain't gonna worry about it. But magnets, you can pull towards each other and push away from each other. Just depends what polarity you're utilizing. That's all. I just drive by the direction of my heart. I don't know what my mind wants. Did your mind give you what you want? After you fought for it for 20 years and strove through that and wrestled with that and you got all that sad heartache? Was that 20 years of fighting worth it? It's a lot easier just giving up. I'm gonna keep my happy. You want all that rich stuff? You can keep all the rich stuff for yourself. I don't know what I want. Family, proof. Well, I accomplished my dreams. I did. I accomplished my dreams before I went viral. Before all this stuff happened. Everything else is a new book. Every single day is a new chapter. And one thing I've gotten used to is growing and developing, and that means as one grows, their new path, future comes. So I just wait for the right signs from the universe to be like, yo, go that way. Yo, go that way. I'm walking around in the dark. So are you. You think like, these objects mean something? It's only what your mind assigns to it. To give reason to something, memory to something, give your brain bigger ideas to be able to compute greater structures of understanding. The human body is a quantum. It is a quantum existence. It's four brains. Quantum. Last time I checked, quad anything means four. Most people don't even use one brain. They just well, I guess instinct is one brain. 1 out of 4 is all they use. So they're a little bit slower than the rest. Use 2 brains, kind of in that middle pole. Use 3 brains, starting to accelerate. You use all 4 brains. Holy crikey, think about it. You got 4 arms and a head. Those are your appendages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Activate 4. 5th is automatically activated. That's why you don't have to work towards getting to the 5th dimension. You just need to open door number 4. Once you do, you get used to opening those doors. And opening those doors means growth. And growth means tomorrow ain't yesterday. I don't care what tomorrow brings. I just want to make the correct decision right now. That's all my life is concerned about. And right now, seems like I'm supposed to help the world. And I'm happy to do that. That's amazing. It's beautiful. So, whatever tomorrow brings, it brings, or not. I can't say or not. I mean, it's going to bring something. I don't think that's just going to happen. Should get back to reading the story. I've got this one necklace that I had together for a while. And I cut the stream on purpose because I'm like, this one's time to be redone. So then I'm gonna combine it with another necklace, another set of beads. Alexander the Great is pretty awesome in fella. You actually, you're like, man, the dude's not very philosophical. Dude just conquered. You'd be so wrong. Anyways, it's actually a pretty good idea. There's the I'm gonna say accordion rock. It's a knot. It was a Gordian knot. Gordian knot. I think I'm pretty 85% or more sure I'm saying that correctly. Anyways, this knot, like nobody could figure out how to undo it. Sometimes the easier thing. Be done with that. White string, gray, a lot of use. Yeah, I'm gonna make that into another one there. I'm I'm a bit speechless, and my mind just goes to a few days ago. I don't know. I'm reading in a book, and I'm like, all I want to do is be in a state of silence. I just don't want to say anything. I just want to be silent, completely silent. And this is like one of those moments. Mm. When you're on your journey, people will not understand what you're going through. Spiritual 85. Spiritual instruction for Vasudeva and the return of the six dead sons of Devaki by Lord Krishna. Not everything has to be said. If somebody asks you a question, you don't have to answer that question. I don't know. Or literally turning away and walking away is acceptable. Saying, I don't want to answer that, and walking away is acceptable. That's okay. You don't owe not a single person an explanation for anything going in your head because that's your personal space. That's your personal space. You got the lock, key, and door to that one. You feel somebody fishing around in your head? You put up a brown door in front of you, a golden handle, it's open, cracked open, and that other person's in your mind and they're behind that, and you close the door very specifically. You draw a, with your mind's eye, you draw a black, very specific, black square box with an X in it. They're not allowed in your space anymore. That simple. You just close the door on their spirit. Their spirit has no more quantum access to you. No fire, no, it's your intention. Was there emotion? Were they in your mind? That's the moment to act. Because while the emotion is present, while the individual's in the mind, if you make a decision, then your spirit's going to follow it and your body will follow. Your spirit creates, your spirit is like the blueprint and it's out front. And your is that's like the hair. Okay, your hair super fast. But the tortoise is real slow. The hair is like the spirit. The tortoise is like the flesh. And if you put those two together into one body, oh, now you kind of start to understand how you work. Your imagination plus your emotions is powerful. Bless people. Walk away from bad people. Bless good people. If you bless good people with your energy, then they're going to turn around and bless good people. But if you bless bad people with your energy, then they're going to turn around and hurt people. We want an environment on our planet where people are blessing each other, not hurting each other. Anyways, I'm going to come back, read chapter 85, and I'm going to use the bathroom super fast. Super fast? Super fast. I don't know, super fast. I'll try to be super fast. habits, new habits, new habits. Left with left, right with right. Good. Solid. Solid. All right. Chapter 85 Spiritual Instruction from Vasudeva and the Return of the Six Dead Sons of Devaraki by Lord Krishna. Are we good? Yeah, I think so. It is a Vedic custom that the junior members of the family should offer respects to the elders every morning. The children or disciples especially should offer their respects to their parents or spiritual master in the morning. In pursuance of this Vedic principle, Lord Krishna and Balarama used to offer their obeisance to their parents, Vasudeva and Devaraki. One day, after having returned from the sacrificial performances at Kurukshetra, when Lord Krishna and Balarama went to offer their respects to Vasudeva, Vasudeva took the opportunity to appreciate the exalted position of his two sons. Vasudeva had the opportunity to understand the position of Krishna and Balarama from the great sages who had assembled in the arena of the sacrifice. Not only did he hear from the sages, but on many occasions he actually experienced that Krishna and Balarama were not ordinary human beings, but were very extraordinary. Thus he believed the words of the sages that his sons Krishna and Balarama were the Supreme Personality of Godhead. With firm faith in his sons, he addressed them thus: My dear Krishna, you are the Sarsirarnanda Vigraha, Supreme Personality of Godhead. And my dear Balarama, you are Sarkarsarna, the master of all mystic powers. Therefore, I have now understood that you are eternal. Both of you are transcendental to this material manifestation and to its cause, the Supreme Person, Mahavishnu. You are the original controller of all. You are the resting place of this cosmic manifestation. You are its creator, and you are also its creative ingredients. You are the master of this cosmic manifestation, and actually, this manifestation is created for your pastimes only. The different material phases that are manifest from the beginning to the end of the cosmos under different formulas of time are also yourself, because you are both the cause and effect of this manifestation. The two features of this material world, the predominator and the predominated, are also you. And you are the supreme transcendental controller who stands above them. Therefore, you are beyond the perception of our senses. You are the Supreme Soul, unborn and unchanging. You are not affected by the six kinds of transformations which occur in the material body. The wonderful varieties of this material world are also created by you, and you have entered as the Supersoul into all of them, down to the atom. You are the vital force of all these manifestations and also their supreme cognition. As such, you are the maintainer of everything. The vital force, the life principle in everything, and the creative force derived from it are not acting independently, but are dependent upon you, the supreme person behind these forces. Without your will, they cannot work. Material energy has no cognizance. It cannot act independently without being agitated by you, because material nature is dependent upon you. The living entities can only attempt to act, but without your sanction and will, they cannot perform anything or achieve the results they desire. The original energy is only an emanation from you, my dear Lord. The shining of the moon, the heat of fire, the rays of the sun, the glittering of the stars, and the electric lightning, which are all manifested, is very powerful, as well as the gravity of the mountains and the energy and fragrance of the earth. All are different manifestations of you. The pure taste of water, the water itself, and the vital force which maintains all life are also features of your leadership. My dear Lord, although the forces of the senses, the mental power of thinking, willing, and feeling, and the strength, movement, and growth of the body appear to be performed by different movements of the airs within the body, they are all ultimately manifestations of your energy. The vast expanse of outer space rests in you. The vibration of the sky, its thunder, the supreme sound, Omkara, and the arrangement of different words to distinguish one thing from another are all symbolic representations of you. The senses, the controllers of the senses, the demigods, and the acquisition of knowledge, which is the purpose of the senses as well as the subject matter of knowledge, all are you. The resolution of intelligence and the sharp memory of the living entity are also you. You are the egoistic principle of ignorance, egoistic principle of ignorance, which is the cause in this material world. The egoistic principle of passion, egoistic principle of passion, which is the cause of the senses. The egoistic principle of goodness, which is the origin of the different controlling deities of this material world. The illusory energy, or Maya, which is the cause of the conditioned soul's perpetual transmigration from one form to another, is you. My dear Supreme Personality of Godhead, you are the original cause of all causes, exactly as the earth is the original cause of different kinds of trees, plants, and similar varieties of manifestation. As the earth is present in everything, so you are present throughout this material manifestation as the Super Soul. You are the supreme cause of all causes, the eternal principle. Everything, in fact, is a manifestation of your one energy. The three qualities of material nature, sattva, rajas, and tamas, and the result of their interaction are linked up with you by your agency of yoga maya. They are supposed to be independent, but actually the total material energy rests upon you, the supersoul. Since you are the supreme cause of everything, the interactions of the material manifestation, birth, growth, existence, transformation, deterioration, and annihilation are all absent in you. Your supreme energy, Yoga Maya, is acting in variegated manifestations, but because Yoga Maya is your energy, you are therefore present in everything. In the Bhagavad Gita, this fact is very nicely explained in the ninth chapter, wherein the Lord says, in my impersonal form, I am spread all over the material energy. Everything is resting in me, but I am not there. This very statement is also given by Vasudeva. To say that the Lord is not present everywhere means that he is aloof from everything, although his energy is acting everywhere. This can be understood by a crude example. In a big establishment, the energy or the organization of the supreme boss is working in every nook and corner of the business, but that does not mean the original proprietor is present there. Although in every department the presence of the proprietor is felt by the workers, the physical presence of the proprietor in every department is a formality only. Actually, his energy is working everywhere. Similarly, the omnipresence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is felt in the action of his energies. Therefore, the philosophy of inconceivable simultaneous oneness, width, and difference from the Supreme Lord is confirmed everywhere. The Lord is one, but his energies are diverse. Vasudeva said, this material world is like a great flowing river, and its waves are the three material modes of nature: goodness, passion, and ignorance. This material body, as well as the senses, the faculties of thinking, feeling, and willing, and the stages of distress, happiness, attachment, and lust, all are different products of these three qualities of nature. The foolish person who cannot realize their transcendental identity above all these material reactions continues in the entanglement of fruitive activity and is subjected to the continuous process of birth and death without a chance of being freed. This is confirmed in a different way by the Lord in the fourth chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. There it is said that anyone who knows the appearance and activities of the Supreme Lord Krishna is freed from the clutches of material nature and goes back home, back to Godhead. Therefore, Krishna's transcendental name, form, activities, and qualities are not products of this material nature. My dear Lord, Vasudeva continued, despite all these defects of the conditioned soul, if someone somehow or other comes in contact with devotional service, he achieves the civilized human form of body with developed consciousness and thereby becomes capable of executing further progress in devotional service. And yet, illusioned by the external energy, people generally do not utilize this advantage of the human form of life. Thus, they miss the chance of eternal freedom and unnecessarily spoil the progress they have made after thousands of births. In the bodily concept of life, due to false egotism, one is attached to the offspring of the body, and thus everyone in the conditioned life is entrapped by false relationships and false affection. The whole world is moving under this false impression and suffering material bondage. I know that neither of you is my son. Both of you are the original chief and progenitor, the personality of Godhead, and Purusa with Pradharna, but you have appeared on the surface of this globe to minimize the burden of the work of the world by killing the Kshatriya kings who are unnecessarily increasing their military strength. You have already informed me about this in the past. My dear Lord, you are the shelter of the surrendered souls, the supreme well wisher of the meek and humble. I am therefore taking shelter of your lotus feet, which alone can give one liberation from the entanglement of material existence. For a long time I have simply considered this body of to be myself, and although you are the supreme personality of Godhead, I have considered you, my son, my dear Lord, at the very moment when you first appeared in Kamsa's prison house. You informed me that you were the supreme personality of Godhead and that you had descended for the protection of the principles of religion as well as the destruction of the unfaithful. Although unborn, you descend in every millennium to execute your mission. My dear Lord, as in the sky there are many forms appearing and disappearing, you also appear in many eternal forms and then disappear. Who therefore can understand your pastimes or the mystery of your appearance and disappearance? Our only business should be to glorify your supreme greatness. When Vasudeva was addressing his divine sons in that way, Lord Krishna and Balarama were smiling, because they are very affectionate to their devotees. They accepted all the appreciation of Vasudeva with a kindly, smiling attitude. Krishna then confirmed all of Vasudeva's statements as follows: My dear father, whatever you may say, we are, after all, your sons. What you have said about us is certainly a high philosophical understanding of spiritual knowledge. I accept in toto without exception. And I accept it in toto without exception. Vasudeva was the complete perfection of the life in considering Lord Krishna and Balarama to be his sons, but because the stage is assembled in the place of pilgrimage at Kurukshetra, had spoken about the Lord as the supreme cause of everything. Vasudeva simply repeated it out of his love for Krishna and Balarama. Lord Krishna did not wish to detract from his relationship with Vasudeva as father and son. Therefore, in the very beginning of his reply, he accepted the fact that he is the eternal son of Vasudeva, and that Vasudeva is the eternal father of Krishna. After this, Lord Krishna informed his father of the spiritual identity of all living entities. He continued, My dear Father, everyone and everything, including me and my brother Balarama, as well as all the inhabitants of the city of Vavaraka, and the whole cosmic manifestation, are exactly as you have already explained, but all of us are also qualitatively one. Lord Krishna intended for Vasudeva to see everything with the vision of a Mahabhagavata, a first class devotee who sees that all living entities are part and parcel of the Supreme Lord, and that the Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart. Follow your heart. In fact, I say it all the time, don't follow me, follow your heart. Follow your heart. So I always say, follow your heart. Don't follow anybody else. Not their dream, not their plan. Sorry, I'm going off script. Just follow your heart, because your heart is your compass. My compass is not your compass. My compass is aimed at Rosemary. Always has. It's always been aimed at my mama. That's my happy. I connect with my mama. Bam. I'm happy every day. I cry and laugh and play and sing and hop and skip and dance and blow my shofar and do the singing and everything. Because my mom, she's right there. I'm going a little off script. But we kind of do that on the regular anyways. There's this one story, I forget where it was or what book it's from. Somebody told it to me, but it was not a book. It was not a book. Somebody, I heard it from somewhere. I think it might have been at the temple, actually. It might have been at the Adiparashakti temple, Temple of the Eternal Mother in Pontiac, Michigan, actually. I think it was there. Because I don't remember reading it in any regard. There was a mother, and her son was traveling. He's going to be going on a train. He was young. He was just about 10 years old, and he was scared. He was scared to go on this journey by himself, but his mom couldn't join him. His dad wasn't around, and his mom, she knew. She saw this, and so she said she got this letter for him, and she said, "It's sealed." Call him Johnny. It's sealed, Johnny. But if you feel worried, if you feel like something bad's going to happen, you just open this letter. Okay? All right. Okay. So he's on the train. It's going where it's going. Johnny's doing pretty good. He's got everything he wants and whatnot. And then he starts as nighttime comes in. It's kind of strange people board the train, one particular stop. And, oh, Johnny starts to get worried. I don't know if I should open it. I don't want to open it. He gets to the point, he opens the letter, and he says, "Don't look back, but I'm sitting behind you." Man, Johnny he was so happy. Every worry went off of his shoulders. At the end of the train ride, he saw the people waiting out for him. Family, relatives, always good. But he said, "I'm gonna wait for my mom." His mom wasn't on the train. But that didn't mean that she wasn't looking after him. My mom Rosemary, she always told me I got eyes in the back of my head. Shoot, she'd be on the other side of the house and property, and she'd be like, "I know what blah 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 blah." I'd walk all the way from the other house. How did you know what I was doing? So I got eyes in the back of my head. Even after my mom passed away, she still got eyes and ears somehow. I tell you what. Maybe I just give her all of mine. She listening better than I am. Anyways, I'm gonna move back on. I'm gonna pick back up. Follow your heart. That was the message. In fact, every living entity has a spiritual identity, but in contact with material existence, he becomes influenced by the material modes of nature. He becomes covered by the concept of bodily life, forgetting that his spirit soul is of the same quality as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One mistakenly considers one individual to be different from another simply because of their material bodily coverings. Because of differences between bodies, the spirit soul appears before us differently. Lord Krishna then gave a nice example in terms of the five material elements. The total material elements, namely the sky, air, fire, water, and earth, are present in everything in the material world. Whether in an earthen pot or in a mountain or in the trees or in an earring, these five elements are present in everything. In different proportions and quantities, a mountain is a gigantic form of the combination of these five elements, and a small earthen pot is made of the same elements, but in a smaller quantity. Therefore, all material items, although in different shapes or different quantities, are of the same ingredients. Similarly, the living entities, beginning from Lord Krishna and including millions of Vishnu forms, and also the living entities in different forms, from Lord Brahma down to the small ant, or from Lord Brahma down to the small ant, are all of the same spiritual quality. Some are great in quantity and some are small, but qualitatively they are of the same nature. It is therefore confirmed in the Upanishads that Krishna, or the Supreme Lord, is the chief among all living entities and that he maintains them and supplies them with all necessities of life. Anyone who knows this philosophy is in the perfect knowledge of Vedic version Tatvamasi, thou art the same, means not that everyone is God, but that everyone is qualitatively of the same nature as God. After hearing Krishna speak the entire philosophy of spiritual life in an abbreviated summation, Vasudeva was exceedingly pleased with his son. Being thus elated, he could not speak, but remained silent. In the meantime, Devarki, the mother of Lord Krishna, sat by the side of her husband. Previously, she had heard that Krishna and Balarama were so kind to their teacher that they had brought back the teacher's dead son from the clutches of the superintendent of death, Yamaraja. Since she had heard of this incident, she had been also been thinking of her own sons who were killed by Kamsa, and while remembering them, she was overwhelmed with grief. Out of compassion for her dead sons, Devaki appealed to Lord Krishna and Balarama thus: My dear Balarama, your very name suggests that you give all pleasure and all strength to everyone. Your unlimited potency is beyond the reach of our minds and words. And my dear Krishna, you are the master of all mystic yogis. I know that you are the master of the Prajapati, like Brahma and his assistants, and you are the original personality of Godhead, Narayana. I also know for certain that you have descended to annihilate all kinds of miscreants who have been misled in the course of time. They have lost control of their minds and senses, have fallen from the quality of goodness, and have deliberately neglected the direction of the revealed scriptures by living a life of extravagance and impudence. You have descended to the earth to minimize the burden of the world by killing such miscreant rulers. My dear Krishna, I know that Mahavishnu, who is lying in the casual ocean of the cosmic manifestation and who is the source of this whole creation, is simply an expansion of your plenary portion. The creation, maintenance, and annihilation of this cosmic manifestation are effected only by your plenary portion. I therefore take shelter of you without reservation. I have heard that when you wanted to reward your teacher, Sarde Parne Murni, and he asked you to bring back his dead son, Yun Balarama immediately brought him from the custody of Yamaraja, although he had been dead for a very long time. By this act, I understand you to be the supreme master of all mystic yogis. I therefore ask you to fulfill my desire in the same way. In other words, I am asking you to bring back all my sons who were killed by Kamsa. Upon you bringing them back, my heart will be content, and it will be a great pleasure for me just to see them once. After hearing their mother speak in this way, Lord Balarama and Krishna immediately called for the assistance of Yogamaya and started for the lower planetary system known as Surtala. Formerly in his incarnation of Amarna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead had been satisfied by the king of the demons, Bali Maharaja, who donated to him everything he had. Bali, Bali Maharaja was then given the whole of Surtala for his residence and kingdom. Now, when this great devotee, Bali Maharaja, saw that Lord Balarama and Krishna had come to his planet, he immediately merged in an ocean of happiness. As soon as he saw Lord Krishna and Balarama in his presence, he and all his family members stood up from their seats and bowed down at the lotus feet of the lords. Bali Maharaja offered Lord Krishna and Balarama the best seat he had in his possession, and when both lords were seated comfortably, he began to wash their lotus feet. He then sprinkled the water on his head and on the heads of his own family members, and water used to wash the lotus feet of Krishna and Balarama can purify even the greatest demigods, such as Lord Brahma. After this, Bali Maharaja brought valuable garments, ornaments, sandalwood, pulp, betel nuts, lamps, and various nectarian foods, and along with his family members, he worshipped the lords according to the regulative principles, and offered his riches and body unto their lotus feet. King Bali was feeling such transcendental pleasure that he repeatedly grasped the Lord's lotus feet and kept them on his chest, and sometimes he put them on top of his head. In this way, he felt transcendental bliss. Tears of love and affection began to flow from his eyes, and all his bodily hairs stood on end. He began to offer prayers to the Lords in a voice which choked up intermittently. My Lord Balarama, you are the original Anartadeva. You are so great that Anartadeva, Sarsa, and other transcendental forms have originally emanated from you. And you, Lord Krishna, are the original personality of Godhead, with an eternal form that is all blissful and full of complete knowledge. You are the creator of the whole world. You are the original initiator and propounder of the systems of Vrijnana Yoga and Bhakti Yoga. You are the supreme Brahman, the original personality of Godhead. I therefore, with all respect, offer my obeisances unto both of you, my dear lords. It is very difficult for the living entities to get to see you. Yet, when you are merciful upon your devotees, you are easy for them to see. As such, only out of your causeless mercy have you agreed to come here and be visible to us, who are generally influenced by the qualities of ignorance and passion. My dear Lord, we belong to the Daitya, or demon category. The demons, or Dormarnay, persons, the Gandharvas and Sirdas and Vidyadharas, the Kararnas, Yadayaksars, the Raksasars, the Pisarkas, the ghosts, and the hobgoblins, are by nature incapable of worshiping you to be or becoming your devotees. Instead of becoming your devotees, they are simply impediments on the path of devotion. But you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, representing all the Vedas, and are situated in the mode of uncontaminated goodness. Your position is always transcendental. For this reason, some of us, although born of modes of passion and ignorance, have taken shelter of your lotus feet and have become devotees. Some of us are actually pure devotees, and some of us have taken shelter of your lotus feet because we desire to gain something from devotion. By your causeless mercy, only are we demons in direct contact with your personality. This contact is not possible even for the great demigods. No one knows how you act through your Yorga Maria potency. Even demigods cannot calculate the expanse of the activities of your internal potency. So, how is it possible for us to know it? I therefore place my humble prayers before you. Please be kind to me, who am fully surrendered unto you, and favor me with your causeless mercy, so that I may simply remember your lotus feet, birth after birth. My only ambition is that I may live alone, just like the Paramahasas, Paramahamsas who travel alone here and there in great peace of mind, depending simply upon your lotus feet. I also desire that if I have to associate with anyone, I may associate only with your pure devotees and no one else. For your pure devotees are always well wishers of all living entities. My dear Lord, you are the supreme master and director of the whole world. Please, therefore, engage me in your service and let me thus become free from all material contaminations. You can purify me in that way because if someone engages himself in the following loving service of your Lordship, he is immediately freed from all kinds of regulative principles enjoyed in the Vedas. The word Paramahamsa mentioned here means the supreme swan. It is said that the swan can draw milk from a mixture of milk and water. It can take only the milk portion and reject the watery portion. Similarly, a person who can draw out the spiritual portion from this material world and who can live alone, depending only on the Supreme Spirit, not on the material world, is called a paramam, paramamhas, paramahamsa. When one achieves the Paramahamsa platform, he is no longer under the regulative principles of the Vedic injunctions. A Paramamsa accepts only the association of pure devotees and rejects others who are too much materially addicted. In other words, those who are materially addicted cannot understand the value of the Paramamsa, but those who are fortunate, who are advanced in a spiritual sense, take shelter of the Paramamsa and successfully complete the mission of human life. I'd like to just share a little bit of my own journey, and this is just something I've observed in my own life, my own journey, that as I walk, there are generally, I'm happy to give all the instruction that I can, and this is to nobody in particular. This is just my life, but I seek to learn from people everything that I can learn. And as I do that, I share everything that I have to share as much as I can communicate to a person, as much individually, personally for them. And I do that throughout my life, no matter if it's a stranger for just a moment or somebody I know for a year or longer or anything. And generally speaking, I continue to grow and excel at a rate that people don't generally keep up with that I've found in my life on a wide spectrum. And so I continue developing and I continue on the course. And for me, a hug, a hug is most important. A hug is more important than a hug is family. A hug is family. I've given some hugs, received some awesome hugs. The heart to heart, literally heart to heart. You, what I have found is you can't teach it. You can. What I done. I focused on love, pure love. Call it Krishna, call it God, call it Jesus, call it Buddha. I don't care how you label it. I focused on love throughout my life and I found the vibration. I found the sequence. I found the rhythm. And I live in that every day. And one thing I found out is if you keep doing the same thing every day, well, you're going to get those results of that same activity. You're going to become what you are doing, your fixed system here. And so, in that way, in pursuing love and putting together the different faiths, all of it, by seeing everything as one, everything we're reading is part of it. I totally understand the blessings on the feet and the person feeling what they're feeling, and that's what they got to experience. They got to have that experience for themselves. And the guy cried. We read the guy cried. He put his feet on his head and he cried. Massive. It's the frequency of love, and sharing that in a moment, no matter what the custom may be, whether it be a hug, a kissing of the feet, a washing of the feet, a shaking of the hand, a fist bump. If I get a moment for somebody, I want to share that moment and be real as much as. Anyways, I'm gonna keep reading. After Lord Krishna heard the prayers of Bali Maharaj, he spoke as follows: My dear king of the demons, in the millennium of Svarayambhurva, Marnu and Prajapati, known as Marisi, begot 6 sons, all demigods, in the womb of his wife. Urna, once upon a time, Lord Brahma became captivated by the beauty of his daughter and was following her, impelled by sex and desire. At that time, the 6 demigods looked at the action of Lord Brahma with abhorrence. This criticism of Brahma's action by the demigods constituted a great offense on their part, and for this reason they were condemned to take birth as the sons of the demon Hiranyakashipu. These sons of Hiranyakashipu were thereafter put into the womb of Mother Devarki, and as soon as they took their birth, Kadamsa killed them one after another. My dear king of the demons, Mother Devarki is very anxious to see these 6 dead sons again, and she is very much aggrieved on account of their early death at the hand of Kamsa. I know that all of them are living with you. I have decided to take them with me to pacify my mother, Devaki. After seeing my mother, all 6 of these conditioned souls will be liberated, and thus in great pleasure they will be transferred to their original planet. The names of these 6 conditioned souls are as follows: Smara, Udgirta, Parisvaranga, Paranga, Kshudrabert, and Garni. They will be reinstated reinstated in their formal positions as demigods. After thus informing the king of the demons, Krishna stopped speaking, and Bali Maharaj understood the Lord's purpose. He duly worshipped the Lord. Thereafter, Lord Krishna and Lord Balarama took away the six conditioned souls and returned to the city of Varaka, where Lord Krishna represented them as little babies before his mother. Devaraki, Mother Devaraki, was overwhelmed with joy and was so ecstatic and motherly feeling that milk immediately began to flow from her breasts, and she fed the babies with great satisfaction. She took them on her lap again and again, smelling their heads and thinking, I have gotten my lost children back. For the time being, she was overpowered by the energy of Vishnu, and in great motherly affection, she enjoyed the company of her lost children. The milk from the breast of Devaraki was transcendental nectar because the same milk had been sucked by Lord Krishna. As such, the babies who sucked at the breasts of Devarakiyaji, which had touched the body of Lord Krishna, immediately became self-realized persons. The babies therefore began to offer their obeisances unto Lord Krishna. Balarama, their father, Vasudeva, and their mother, Devaraki. After this, they were immediately transferred to their respective heavenly planets. After they departed, Devaraki was stunned with wonder that her dead children had come back and had again been transferred to their respective planets. She could adjust the events only by thinking that Lord Krishna can perform anything wonderful in his pastimes because his potencies are all inconceivable. Without accepting the inconceivable, unlimited potencies of the Lord, one cannot understand the Lord Krishna as the Supreme Soul. By his unlimited potencies, he performs unlimited pastimes, and no one can describe them in full, nor can anyone know them all. Surta Goswami speaking Srimad Bhagavatam before the sages of Narimesaranya, headed by Sornanaka Resi, gave his verdict in this connection as follows. O great sages, please understand that the transcendental pastimes of Lord Krishna are all eternal. They are not ordinary narrations of historical incidents. Such narrations are identical with the Supreme Personality of Godhead Himself. Anyone, therefore, who hears such narrations of the Lord's pastimes is immediately freed from the contamination of material existence, and those who are pure devotees enjoy these narrations as nectar entering into their ears. Such narrations were spoken by Surgadeva Goswami, the exalted son of Vyasadeva, and anyone who hears them, as well as anyone who repeats them for the hearing of others, becomes Krishna conscious, and only the Krishna conscious persons are eligible to go back home, back to Godhead. Thus ends the Bhakti Vedanta purport of the 85th chapter of Krishna, spiritual instruction for Vasudeva, and the return of the six dead sons of Devarki by Lord Krishna. Fresh cup of Joe. I'm gonna do a little stretch real quick. I've been sitting down, sitting down, sitting down. Might as well stretch a little bit. I'm used to stretching and moving, but I feel like a fish in my life. If I got more room, then I dance around, I move around. If I don't have more room, then I don't move around so much. Hmm, that's interesting. That's interesting. It talks about Krishna, like, not even really kind of my own words here, um, my own reflections. Like he doesn't even act like it. It's like his God. He can change things or whatever. But you don't act like it. Like he's always nice. He's always like respectful. He's always like, I didn't know that. Let me. What offering do I need to go get? What do I need to do to fix it? I did not know the rules. Like I did not know your rules. I was following my heart. My heart said love. My love is innocent. Love is a child that's wants to respect, doesn't want to break, but he wants to learn everything about what his mom and dad is doing. And that's how I see things. I mean, everybody has the way it have they think. Anyways, what was I getting at? I can understand why Krishna kept moving around, why he kept doing the little things, never knew anything, just stayed a kid. And I've been to a lot of different jobs, different things, from roofing to telemarketing to professional religion. Is not anymore, obviously. Turned into a culture. I like culture. I like culture, depth, richness. But I've been able to see a lot of how structures don't work. I've been able to, like, I go somewhere and I see the bottom layer, which is the support layer of the business, organization, whatever label you want to put that group or into. And I look at the bottom, and that's what anyways, everybody's important. Well, this is the second time I turned to this story, so I might as well read it. The fox once came to a meadow in which was a flock of fine fat geese, on which he smiled, and I said, I come in the nick of time. You're sitting together quite beautifully, so that I can eat you up one after the other. These geese cackled with terror, sprang up, and began to wail and beg piteously for their lives. But the fox would listen to nothing, and said, There's no mercy to be had. You must die. At length one of them took heart and said, If we poor geese are to yield up our vigorous young lives, show us the only possible favor and allow us one more prayer, that we may not die in our sins. And then we will place ourselves in a row so that you can always pick yourself out the fattest. Yes, said the fox, that is reasonable and a pious request. Pray away, I will wait till you are done. Then the first began a good long prayer, forever saying, Ga, ga. And as she would make no end, the second did not wait until her turn came, but again also, Ga, ga. The third and fourth followed her, and soon they were all cackling together. When they have done praying, the story shall be continued further. But at present, they're still praying without stopping. Praying can save your life. You can call it mantras, you can call it meditation, you can call it praying, call it zen, you call it a bunch of stuff. I call it communication. Communication with mom and dad. There's a great mama, there's a great papa, and they control everything. And they know where and everywhere. That's how I've been living my life. And whether it be in the woods or in my own room or out in public, if I burp or something, I say, Excuse me. Why? Because I know something. I don't have to have a phone or any electricity. I'll be out in the woods in the middle of nothing. I know there's some spirits out there, fairies or gnomes or something out of one of our other books. Here we got this group called Gopis. These Gopis, they follow Krishna. Ha! That's funny. Look, it just popped up to the page. It says the Gopis further expressed that Vardavarna was still full of all opulence and good fortune. There was no scarcity or want in Vardavarna as far as material necessities were concerned. But in spite of such opulence, they could not forget Krishna and Balarama. Hmm. We constantly remember various attractive features of beautiful Krishna. His walking, his smiling, his joking words, we have all become lost by the dealings of Krishna, and it is impossible for us to forget him. We always pray to him, exclaiming, Dear Lord, dear husband of the goddess of fortune, dear Lord of Vardavarna, and deliverer of the distressed devotees. We have now fallen and merged into an ocean of distress. Please therefore come back to Vardavarna and deliver us from this pitiable condition. Vardharva minutely studied the transcendental abnormal condition of the gopis in their separation from Krishna, and he thought it wise to repeat again and again all the pastimes they had enjoyed with him. I'm quite There is yet another theory about soul, which has commended itself to many as no less probable than any of those we have hitherto mentioned, and has rendered public account of itself in the court of popular discussion. Its supporters say that the soul is a kind of harmony, for harmony is a blend of composition of contraries, and the body is compounded out of contraries. Harmony, however, is a certain proportion or composition of the constituents blended, and soul can be neither the one nor the other of these. Further, the power of originating movement cannot belong to a harmony, while almost all concur in regarding this as a principal attribute of soul. It is more appropriate to call health, or generally one of the good states of the body, a harmony than to predicate it of the soul. The absurdity becomes most apparent when we try to attribute the active and passive affections of the soul to a harmony. The necessity readjustment of their conceptions is difficult. Further, in using the word harmony, we have one or other of two cases in our mind. The most proper sense is in relation to spatial magnitudes which have motion and position, where harmony means the disposition and cohesion of their parts in such a manner as to prevent the introduction into the whole of anything homogeneous with it. And the secondary sense derived from the former is that in which it means the ratio between the constituents so blended. In neither of these senses is it plausible to predicate it of soul. That soul is in a harmony in the sense of the mode of composition of the parts of the body is a view easily refutable. For there are many composite parts, and those variously compounded, of what bodily part is mind, or the sensitive or the appetitive faculty, the mode of composition. And what is the mode of composition which constitutes each of them? It is equally absurd to identify with the soul with the ratio of the mixture, for the mixture which makes flesh has a different ratio between the elements from that which makes bone. At night, when the sleeping princess was again carried through the streets, some peas certainly did fall out of her pocket, but they made no track, for the crafty mannikin had just before scattered peas in every street there was. And again the princess was compelled to do servant's work until cock crow. Next morning the king sent his people out to seek the track. But it was all in vain, for in every street poor children were sitting, picking up peas, and saying, "It must have rained peas last night. We must think of something else," said the king. "Keep thy shoes on when thou goest to bed, and before thou comest back from the place where thou art taken, hide one of them there. I will soon contrive to find it." The black mannikin heard this plot, and at night, when the soldier again ordered him to bring the princess, revealed it to him, and told him that he knew of no expedient to counteract this stratagem, and that if the shoe were found in the soldier's house, it would go badly with him. "Do what I bid thee," replied the soldier, and again this third night the princess was obliged to work like a servant. But before she went away, she hid her shoe under the bed. Next morning, the king had the entire town search for his daughter's shoe. It was found at the soldier's, and the soldier himself, who, at the entreaty of the dwarf, had gone outside the gate, was soon brought back and thrown into prison. In his flight, he had forgotten the most valuable things he had, the blue light and the gold, and had only one ducat in his pocket. And now loaded with chains, he was standing at the window of his dungeon when he chanced to see one of his comrades passing by. The soldier tapped at the pane of glass, and when this man came up, said to him, "Be so kind as to fetch me that small bundle. I have left lying there in the end, and I will give you a ducat for doing it. His comrade ran thither and brought him what he wanted. As soon as the soldier was alone again, he lighted up his pipe and summoned the black mannikin. Have no fear, said the latter to his master. Go wheresoever they take you, and let them do what they will. Only take the blue light with you. Next day the soldier was tried, and though he had done nothing wicked, the judge condemned him to death. When he was led forth to die, he begged the last favor of the king. What is it? Asked the king. That I may smoke one more pipe on my way. Thou mayest smoke 3, answered the king, but do not imagine that I will spare thy life. Then the soldier pulled out his pipe and lighted it a blue light. There we go. Ah. Then the soldier put out his pipe, he lighted it, the blue light, and as soon as a few wreaths of smoke had descended, the mannikin was there with a small cudgel in his hand and said, What does my lord command? Strike down to earth that false judge there and his constable, and spare not the king who has treated me so ill. Then the mannikin fell on them, much as touched by his cudgel fell to the earth, and he fell on them like lightning, darting this way and that way, and whosoever was so much as touched by his cudgel fell to the earth, and did not venture to stir again. The king was terrified. He threw himself on the soldier's mercy, and merely to be allowed to live at all, gave him his kingdom for his own, and the princess to wife. You saw it here first, folks. Everybody was like, you need a catchphrase, right? In the world. People saying catchphrase or whatever. That was going to be my catchphrase. Saw it here first. You heard it here first. Original creativity shared with humanity for the betterment of our future heavenly abode that we live upon. I think it's really a beautiful thing. There was right in line where we were talking about that harmony. That what was reminded me was there's a rune, Araida, and it's this one right here. It's Araida. It's the rune. Well, it's backwards because of the camera, but that's Araida. This one right here, and the rune is there's a lot of meaning to it, but to me, a meaning is trying to describe an experience. It's a difference to know a thing than to experience a thing. You could say the fire's hot, but if you've never felt fire touch your skin, you don't know what that is. You haven't actually experienced. You just have information. That's knowledge. Knowledge versus experience. Experience trumps knowledge every time. You can have more experience than you can retain knowledge. I acquire experience because I believe I'm going to live. I literally believe I'm going to live because everything in my past, as a scientist at heart, has told me I'm human. If you cut me, I bleed, right? Nothing new there. I'm not immortal or nothing. I'm just flesh and bone here. Well, I'm not just flesh and bone, spirit and all that good stuff. Get the idea. 3D, right? It's not. I'm not hard as this thing. Anyways, I can acquire more experience than I can explain it, and I can become familiar with each portion of the process and know that it's happening within me. Rida, Rida or Rido, Scandinavian. When you're truly living life by a divine law and order, you experience synchronicities that you're witnessing. These synchronicities that you're witnessing, and that's what I found. Rida, the actual experience of Rida is the synchronicity. The deja vu moment is the Rida room. If you actually, why not? Why not read it? Huh. It's number 5. There's a story that was like number 500. Started on page 500. And I was like, well, I'll just start where it is. Rida, wagon, the solar wagon, and the chariot of Thor. Raido is the cosmic law of right and archetypal order in the multiverse. This is expressed by such natural phenomena as the daily path of the sun and the cycles of nature and humanity. The Raida or Raidor or Rear rune is the mystery of divine law, manifest in both the multiverse and in humanity. Raido came to be a symbol for organized religion, or better said, of Asatru, the ancient form of Germanic religion. In ancient times, the external, self conscious order of religion was much less fixed because of the internal, unconscious, and instinctual order of holiness. This internal order found expression in institutions that were a balanced blend of religion, magic, and law. Today, the R rune, the Raido rune, is a symbol of the way back to right through the conscious efforts of Asartor folk to recover the essence of the primal order. This rune represents the right order, or the correct order of the initiate's journey through the paths of the 9 worlds of Yggdrasil, or the world tree, or Jacob's ladder, Jacob's ladder. Anyways, good advice and judgment, according to the right, are ascribed to Raido. Another important aspect of the mystery of the Raido rune is that of ritual. that is, arrangement of energy and actions according to a cosmic order for a specific purpose. Here, the emphasis is on the right ordering of these energies. Raido is the channeling of force according to the natural laws along the right road leading to the correct results. It describes and analyzes a certain aspect necessary to the working of the laws of cause and effect. The concept of rhythm and dance also are important to the Raido rule. This rhythm is embodied in all the worlds of the multiverse. Through rhythmic action and ritual dance, the Virki, or the shaman, or the initiate, or the devotee may perceive and blend with the personal rhythm, and in turn become one with the world rhythm and dance. This is the tune that rhythmic ritual dance, which should be practiced today, Raido, which is still practiced today, Raido or Raida, also may be expressed in the concept of spiritual development. This is in accordance with the traditional ideology of the cycles of existence, ever in circles but always rising or sinking toward a goal. The point. Reaching this goal is not an end, but a transformation and new beginning for another outward expansion. In popular tradition, it is a symbol for the Vermic court, and as such, it is a sign of the deep indigenous religious laws of the folk having precedence over those of the civil authority. But I want to connect with cosmic cyclical law and rhythm. When one, early in my journey of being a shaman, one thing that I learned in my journey was that the more I obeyed what I was studying and adjusted my life according to what I was learning, allowed me to have these synchronicities increase to the point of today. And that divine law and order is very important. It shaped everything. It's provided a path. A path that I ain't seen nobody else walk, not I haven't been there's nobody I followed except my mama. That love, that spirit, that divine quality, that essence. Follow your heart. It'll get you where you want to go. So he painted his sister and hung up the picture in his room. He, however, dwelt in the king's palace, for he was his coachman. Every day he went and stood before the picture and thanked God for the happiness of having such a dear sister. Now it happened that the king whom he served had just lost his wife, who had been so beautiful that no one could be found to compare with her, and on this account the king was in deep grief. The attendants about the court, however, remarked that the coachman stood daily before this beautiful picture, and they were jealous of him. So they informed the king. Then the latter ordered the picture to be brought to him, and when he saw that it was like his lost wife in every respect, except that it was still more beautiful, he fell mortally in love with it. He caused the coachman to be brought before him and asked whom the portrait represented. The coachman said it was his sister, so the king resolved to take no one but her as his wife, and gave him a carriage and horses and splendid garments of cloth of gold, and sent him forth to fetch his chosen bride. When Reiner came to this errand, his sister was glad, but the black maiden was jealous of her good fortune, and grew angry above all measure, and said to her mother, "Of what use are all your arts to us now when you cannot procure such a piece of luck for me?" "Be quiet," said the old woman, "I will soon divert it to you." And by her arts of witchcraft she so troubled the eyes of the coachman, and he was half blind, and she stopped the ears of the white maiden so that she was half dead. Then they got into the carriage, first the bride in her noble royal apparel, then the stepmother with her daughter, and Rainer sat on the box to drive. When they had been on the way for some time, the coachman cried, "Cover thee well, my sister dear, that the rain may not wet thee, that the wind may not load thee with dust, that thou mayest be fair and beautiful when thou appearest before the king." The bride asked, "What is my dear brother saying?" "Ah," said the old woman, "he says that you ought to take off your golden dress and give it to your sister." Then she took it off and put it on the black maiden, who gave her in exchange for it a shabby gray gown. They drove onwards, and a short time afterwards the brother again cried, "Cover thee well, my sister dear, that the rain may not wet thee, that the wind may not load thee with dust, that thou mayest be fair and beautiful when thou appearest before the king." The bride asked, "What is my dear brother saying?" "Ah," said the old woman, "he says that you ought to take off your golden hood and give it to your sister." So she took off the hood and put it on her sister, and sat with her own head uncovered, and they drove on farther. After a while the brother once more cried, "Cover thee well, my sister dear, that the rain may not wet thee, that the wind may not load thee with dust, that thou mayest be fair and beautiful when thou appearest before the king." The bride asked, "What is my dear brother saying?" "Ah," said the old woman, "he says you must look out for the carriage." They were, however, just on a bridge which crossed deep water. When the bride stood up and leant forward out of the carriage, they both pushed her out, and she fell into the middle of the water. At that, whoosh, at that same moment that she sank, a snow white duck arose out of the mirror, smooth water, and swam down the river. The brother had observed nothing of it, and drove the carriage on until they reached the court. Then he took the black maiden to the king as his sister, and thought she really was so, because his eyes were dim, and he saw the golden garments glittering. When the king saw the boundless ugliness of his intended bride, he was very angry, and ordered the coachman to be thrown into a pit which was full of otters and nests of snakes. The old witch, however, knew so well how to flatter the king and deceive his eyes by her arts, that he kept her and her daughter until she appeared quite endurable to him, and he really married her. One evening, when the black bride was sitting on the king's knee, a white duck came swimming up the gutter to the kitchen, and said to the kitchen boy, "Boy, light a fire that I may warm my feathers." The kitchen boy did it, and lighted a fire on the hearth. Then came the duck and sat down by it, and shook herself and smothered her feathers to rights with her bill. While she was thus sitting and enjoying herself, she asked, "What is my brother Rainer doing?" The scully boy replied, "He is imprisoned in the pit with otters and with snakes." Then she asked, "What is the black witch doing in the house?" The boy answered, "She's loved by the king and happy." "May God have mercy on him," said the duck, and swam forth by the sink. The next night she came again and put the same questions, and the third night also. Then the kitchen boy could bear it no longer, and went to the king and discovered all to him. The king, however, wanted to see it for himself. The next evening went thither, and when the duck thrust her head in through the sink, he took his sword and cut through her neck, and suddenly she changed into a most beautiful maiden, exactly like the picture which her brother had made of her. The king was full of joy, and as she stood there quite wet, he caused the splendid apparel to be brought and had her clothed in it. Then she told how she had been betrayed by cunning and falsehood, and at last thrown down into the water. And her first request was that her brother should be brought forth from the pit of snakes. And when the king had fulfilled this request, he went into the chamber where the old witch was and asked, "What does she deserve? Who does this and that?" And related what had happened. Then was she so blinded that she was aware of nothing, and said, "She deserves to be stripped naked and put into a barrel with nails, and that horse should be harnessed to the barrel, and the horse sent all over the world," all of which was done to her and to her black daughter. But the king married the white and beautiful bride, and rewarded her faithful brother, and made him a rich and distinguished man. They're just strings of web, the great web of life. And the hardest thing about miracles and blessings is accepting them without understanding them. Think about that for a moment. It's hard to ask anybody for a handout. It's hard to say, "Hey, could you help me with $5? Short on this, short on that." But then the Divine Father, the Divine Mother, the great eternal family, and when they just give you blessings and they just like put a roof over your head, just over and over and over and over, no matter what happens, like that's really why I cry the most, because they're thankful tears. They're thankful for the blessings that got me where I am. I flipped the book open, and boom, 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 boom. Deny what you want to say in your mind, and it'll pop out all around you in miraculous ways that you can't understand, because that's quantum computing. That's creator mode, and you can get there. A heart of love. That's the seed to start with. I was like, I was just gonna pick that one up, and that one, look. A chance meeting is no mistake. It is divinely orchestrated as a catalyst to set the wheels in motion for the fruition of your prayers. Pay careful attention to new people we send into your life. You will recognize them by your sense of familiarity, comfort, and safety. And so, thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you, I love you, I love you. We are electromagnetic beings, and so what we say winds up drawing those things to us. So I say thank you, thank you, thank you, because I'm genuinely thankful for every moment of my life, because against all odds, somehow I'm still here, just like yourself. Against all the odds, you made it. You thought you'd lose. You thought you'd be dead. You thought you wouldn't be here today. So I guess you got the same as I got, a present. And that's what the present, every moment is a moment. We're opening up a new present every moment because it's new. It's not what yesterday was. And there's no laws, there's no rules against you playing pretend. You could dress up for Halloween every day out of the year. You say, I like Halloween so much, I want to dress up every day. Well, that's my standard. You don't like the way in the Bible, it said, if they don't like you, wipe the dust off your feet and keep walking. And that's what I done. I just kept walking till people like me and they keep me around. Because if you fight to stay where you are in a place where people don't appreciate you, well, you're just going to get more of all that. So just get done with that and go walk to where you belong. You'll find your way. You'll find your way. Your heart is going to be the literal magnet that's drawing you to your destiny. And your destiny does not look like any man or woman or doesn't look like a plan that you would think is a plan. It doesn't look like a plan. But I'll tell you the truth. It's not complicated. The end of any spiritual journey is the same for anyone. Whether it be Krishna, Shiva, Jesus, Buddha, or any other one that you know, Thor, Odin, it's all the same. Guess what it is? Peace of heart. Peace. Because somehow it's going to work out. So you can always get your peace right back. Everybody, they're running. They're anxious. They don't know what tomorrow brings. They don't trust. But you don't have to choose that. You can choose peace. You can choose you. Your heart. It's a golden one. A little bit of polish. It'll shine real bright. The right people, cool people, they'll be like, yo, what's up? What are you dressed up for? Where are you going? What's the party? And the people you don't want to talk to, they'll stand across the street with their phone out, some little MP3, taking pictures or something. Let them. They ain't seen nothing else. They've been stuck in a cage. In their own cage. I broke that cage a long time ago. No more cage for me. And I love everything. Anyways, enough of that, but I love you. One thing I used to say, because people, if you say I love you in public, people are like, oh, don't get all close like that. But I would say much love. Much love to you. Much love. I'm sending much love. I'm sending much love. And then at some point, I just started telling people I love you. Just, I don't care if you misinterpret or something. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you so much. This card popped out. Three of Pentacles. I'm just like, hold on a second, hold on. Am I supposed to be even pulling this card right now? Because I didn't do a reading, I didn't shuffle, I just kind of flipped it over. Like I just flipped over a bunch of, it's not all of them, there's others stacked upside down. And that popped out. The apprentice enjoys spiritual reward from earnest labor. Like, earnest labor, like, I don't do any of this to get rich or anything like that. I did it to connect with my mom. And, well, I found my mom, connected with her all right. I just wound up connecting with a bunch of more spirits and angels and fairies and gnomes and all sorts of amazing friends. Just like one of our stories from the Grimm's brothers. Joachim Grimm and Wilhelm Grimm, or Jacob Grimm, Jacob, for those on that. Put that back. All right here. I am going to use the bathroom right quick, and I will be right back. And we'll see which book we read when we get back. Yeah? Okay. I'll be right back. And this shawl that I have is pretty amazing. It was should have been a gift that I despised, but I found a way to get a good memory out of it, to find appreciation. And so it's amazing how special it is to me now, the meaning behind it and everything. It's a beautiful. The general features of the initiations among the Goths were the same as in all mysteries: a long probation of fasting and mortification, circular processions representing the march of the celestial bodies, many fearful tests and trials of descent into the infernal regions, the killing of the god Balder by the evil principle Lord, the placing of his body in a boat and sending it abroad upon the waters, and in short, the Eastern legend under different names and with some variation. The Egyptian Anubis, Anpu, appeared there as the dog guarding the gates of death. The candidate was immured in the representation of a tomb and then released, goes in search of the body of Balder and finds him. At length restored to life and seated upon a throne, he was obligated upon a naked sword, as is still the custom in the Great Moderne. And sealed his obligation by drinking mead out of a human skull. Then all the ancient primitive truths were made known to him, so far as they had survived the assaults of time, and he was informed as to the generation of the gods, the creation of the world, the deluge, and the resurrection, of which that of Balder was a type. He was marked with a sign of the cross, and a ring was given to him as a symbol of divine protection, and also as an emblem of perfection, from which comes the custom of giving a ring to the aspirant in the 14th degree. The point within a circle and the cube, emblem of Ordine, were explained to him, and lastly, the nature of the supreme God, the author of everything that existeth, the eternal, the ancient, the living, and the awful being, the searcher into concealed things, the being that never changeth, with whom Ordine the conqueror was by the vulgar confounded, and the triune God of the Indians was reproduced, as Ordine the Almighty Father, Freya, Reo, Frey, his wife, emblem of universal matter, and Thor, his son, the mediator. Here we recognize Osiris, Isis, and Hor or Horus around the head of Thor, as if to show his eastern origin. 12 stars were arranged in a circle. He was also taught the ultimate destruction of the world and the rising of a new one, in which the brave and virtuous shall enjoy everlasting happiness and delight. As the means of securing which happy fortune, he was taught to practice the strictest morality and virtue. The initiate was prepared to receive the great lessons of all the mysteries by long trials or by abstinence and chastity. For many days he was required to fast and be content, and to drink liquids calculated to diminish his passions and keep him chaste. Ablutions were also required, symbolical of the purity necessary to enable the soul to escape from its bondage in matter. Sacred baths and preparatory baptisms were used. Lustrations, immersions, lustral sprinklings, and purifications of every kind. At Athens, they bathed in the Eleusis, which thence became a sacred river, and before entering the temple of Eleusis, all were required to wash their hands in a vase of lustrous water placed near the entrance. Clean hands and a pure heart were required of the candidates. Apollos bathed 7 times in the sea, symbolical of the 7 spheres through which the soul must reascend, and the Hindus must bathe in the sacred river Ganges. Clement of Alexandria cites a passage of Menander who speaks of a purification by sprinkling 3 times with salt and water. Sulfur, resin, and the laurel also serve for purification, as did air, earth, water, and fire. The initiates at Heliopolis in Syria, the city of the sun, says the Rusians sacrificed the sacred lamb, symbol of Aries. Then the sign of the vernal equinox ate his flesh, as the Israelites did at the Passover, and then touched his head and feet to theirs, and knelt upon the fleece. Then they bathed in warm water, drank of the same, and slept upon the ground. There was a distinction between the lesser and greater mysteries. One must have been for some years admitted to the former before he could receive the latter, which were but a preparation from them. The vestibule of the temple, of which those Eleusis were the sanctuary. There, in the lesser mysteries, they were prepared to receive the holy truths taught in the greater. The initiates in the lesser were called simply mystes or initiates, but those in the greater aportes or seers. The ancient poet says that the former were an imperfect shadow of the latter, as sleep is of death. After admission to the former, the initiate was taught lessons of morality and the rudiments of the sacred science, the most sublime and secret part of which was reserved for the epos, who saw the truth in its nakedness, while the mystics only viewed it through a veil and under emblems fitter to excite than to satisfy his curiosity. Before communicating the first secrets of the primary dogmas of initiation, the priest required the candidate to take a fearful oath never to divulge the secrets. Then he made his vows, prayers, and sacrifices to the gods. The skins of the victims consecrated to Jupiter were spread on the ground, and he was made to set his feet upon them. He was then taught some enigmatic formulas as answers to questions by which to make himself known. He was then enthroned, invested with a purple cincture, and crowned with flowers or branches of palm or olive. We do not certainly know the time that was required to elapse between the admission to the lesser and greater mysteries of Ulysses. Most writers fix it as 5 years. It was a singular mark of favor when Demetrius was made Mystis at Eptot in one and the same ceremony. When at length admitted to the degree of perfection, the initiate was brought face to face with the entire nature and learned that the soul was the whole of man, that the earth was but his place of exile, that heaven was his native country, that for the soul to be born is really to die, and that death was for it the return to a new life. Then he entered the sanctuary, but he did not receive the whole instruction at once. It continued through several years. There were, as it were, many apartments, through which he advanced by degrees, and between which thick veils intervened. There were statues and paintings, says Proclus, in the inmost sanctuary, showing the forms assumed by the gods. Finally, the last veil fell. The sacred covering dropped from the image of the goddess, and she stood revealed in all her splendor, surrounded by a divine light, which, filling the whole sanctuary, dazzled the eyes and penetrated the soul of the initiate. Thus, it symbolizes the final revelation of the true doctrine. Thus is symbolized the final revelation of the true doctrine as to the nature of deity and of the soul and of the relations of each to matter. This was preceded by frightful scenes, alternations of fear and joy, of light and darkness, by glittering lightning and the crash of thunder, and apparitions of specters or magical illusions, impressing at once the eyes and ears. This Clauderian describes in his poem on the rape of Persephone where he alludes to what passed in her mysteries. The temple is shaken, he cries. Fiercely gleams the lightning by which the deity announces his presence. Earth trembles and a terrible noise is heard in the midst of these terrors. The temple of the son of the Cesarops resounds with long continued roars. Ulysses uplifts her sacred tortures. The serpents of Tritolmus are heard to hiss, and fearful Hecate appears afar. The celebration of the Greek mysteries continued, according to the better opinion, for 9 days. On the first, the initiates met. It was the day of the full moon of the month Bodromlion, when the moon was full at the end of the sign Aries, near the Pleiades and the place of her exaltation in Taurus. The second day there was a procession to the sea for purification by bathing. The third was occupied with offerings, expiatory sacrifices, and other religious rites such as fasting, mourning, continence, and so forth. A mullet was immolated, and offerings of grain and living animals made. On the fourth, they carried in procession the mystic wreath of flowers representing that which Proserpine dropped when seized by Pluto. Proserpine by Pluto, and the crown of Arachne in the heavens. It was borne on a triumphal car drawn by oxen, and women followed bearing mystic chests or boxes, wrapped with purple cloths containing grains of sesame, pyramidal biscuits, salt pomegranates, and the mysterious serpent, and perhaps the mystic phallus. On the fifth was the superb procession of torches communi- commemorative of the search of for Persephone by Ceres, the initiates, marching by trios and each bearing a torch, while at the head of the procession marched the Dadokos. The sixth was consecrated to Iarchos, the young light god, son of Ceres, reared in the sanctuaries and bearing the torch of the sun god. The chorus in Aristophanes terms him the luminous star that lights the nocturnal initiation. He was brought from the sanctuary, from his head crowned with myrtle, and borne from a gate of the Ceramicos to Ulysses along the sacred way. Amid dances, sacred songs, every mark of joy, and mystic cries of Iroquois. On the seventh, there were gymnastic exercises and combats, and the victors in which were crowned and rewarded. On the eighth was the feast of Asclepius. On the ninth, the famous libation was made for the souls of the departed. The priests, according to Atharnius, filled two vases, placed one in the east and one in the west toward the gates of day and night, and overturned them, pronouncing a formula of mysterious prayers. Thus they invoked light and darkness, the two great principles of nature. During all these days, no one could be arrested, nor any suit brought, on pain of death, or at least a heavy fine, and no one was allowed by the display of unusual wealth or magnificence to endeavor to rival the sacred pomp. Everything was for religion. Such were the mysteries, and such the old thought, as in scattered and widely separated fragments, it has come down to us. The human mind still speculates upon the great mysteries of nature, and still finds its ideas anticipated by the ancients, whose profoundest thoughts are to be looked for not in their philosophies, but in their symbols, by which they endeavored to express the great ideas that vainly struggled for utterance in words, as they viewed the great circle of phenomena, birth, life, death, or decomposition, and new life out of death and rottenness, to them the greatest of mysteries. Remember, while you study their symbols, that they had a profounder sense of these wonders than we have. For them, the transformations of the worm were a greater wonder than the stars, and hence the poor dumb scarabus or beetle was sacred to them. Thus, their faiths are condensed into symbols or expanded into allegories which they understood, but were not always able to explain in language. For there are thoughts and ideas which no language ever spoken by man has words to express. Mm, right, yeah. Read another one. Read another one. This degree is both philosophical and moral, while it teaches the necessity of reformation as well as repentance as a means of obtaining mercy and forgiveness. It is also devoted to an explanation of the symbols of Masonry, and especially to those which are connected with that ancient and universal legend, of which that of Chiaro Marbi is but a variation. That legend which representing a murder or death and a restoration to life by a drama in which figure Osiris, Isis, and Horus, Artis, and Sibre, or Dornis and Venus, the Cabiri, Dionysus, or as I'd like to say, Osor, Oset, and Hiru, and many other representatives of the active and passive powers of nature, taught the initiates in the mysteries that the rule of evil and darkness is but temporary, and that of light and good will be eternal. Meomornierde says, in the days of Enos, the son of Seth, men fell into grievous errors, and Aveniernos himself partook of their infatuation. Their language was that since God has placed on high the heavenly bodies and used them as his ministers, it was evidently his will that they should receive from man the same veneration as the servants of a great prince justly claim from the subject multitude. Impressed with this notion, they began to build temples to the stars, to sacrifice to them, and to worship them, in the vain expectation that they should thus please the Creator of all things. At first, indeed, they did not suppose the stars to be the only deities, but adored in conjunction with them the Lord God omnipotent. In process of time, however, that great and venerable name was totally forgotten, and the whole human race retained no other religion than the idolatrous worship of the host of heaven. The first learning in the world consisted chiefly in symbols. The wisdom of the Chaldeans, Phoenicians, Egyptians, Jews of Zoroaster, Sancornathiorn, Parserdes, Ceres, Pythagoras, Socrates, Plato, of all the ancients that has come to our hand is symbolic. It was the mode, says Serranus on Plato's Symposium of the Ancient Philosophers, to represent truth by certain symbols and hidden images. All that can be said concerning the gods, says Strabo, must be by the exposition of old opinions and fables, it being the custom of the ancients to wrap up in enigma and allegory their thoughts and discourses concerning nature, which are therefore not easily explained. As you learned in the 24th degree, my brother, the ancient philosophers regarded the soul of man as having had its origin in heaven. That was, Macrobius says, a settled opinion among them all, and they held it to the only true wisdom for the soul, while united with the body, to look ever toward its source and strive to return to the place whence it came. Among the fixed stars it dwelt, until, seduced by the desire of animating a body, it descended to be imprisoned in matter. Thenceforward it has no other resource than recollection, and is ever attracted toward its birthplace and home. The means of return are to be sought for in itself. To reascend to its source it must do and suffer in the body. Thus the mysteries taught the great doctrine of the divine nature and longings after immortality of the soul, of the nobility of its origin and grandeur of its destiny, its superiority over the animals who have no aspirations heavenward. If they struggled in vain to express its nature by comparing it to fire and light, if they erred as to its original place of abode, and the mode of its descent, and the path which, descending and ascending, it pursued among the stars and spheres, these were the accessories of the great truth and mere allegories designed to make the idea more impressive and, as it were, tangible to the human mind. Let us, in order to understand this old thought, first follow the soul in its descent. The sphere of heaven of the fixed stars was that holy region, and those Elysian fields that were the native domicile of souls, and the place to which they reascended when they had recovered their primitive purity and simplicity. From that luminous region the soul set forth when it journeyed toward the body, a destination which it did not reach until it had undergone three degradations, designated by the name of deaths. And until it had passed through the several spheres and the elements, all souls remained in possession of heaven and of happiness, so long as they were wise enough to avoid the contagion of the body and to keep themselves from any contact with matter. But those who from the lofty abode where they were lapped in eternal light have looked longingly toward the body and toward that which we here below called life, but which is to the soul a real death, and who have conceived for it a secret desire. Those souls, victims of their concupiscence, are attracted by degrees towards the inferior regions of the world, by the mere weight of thought and of that terrestrial desire. The soul, perfectly incorporeal, does not at once invest itself with the gross envelope of the body, but little, by successive and insensible alterations, and in proportion as it removes further and further from the simple and perfect substance in which it dwelt first. It first surrounds itself with a body composed of the substance of the stars, and afterwards, as it descends through the several spheres, with ethereal matter more and more gross, thus by degrees descending to an earthly body, and its number of degradations or deaths being the same as that of the spheres which it traverses. The galaxy, Macrobius says, crosses the zodiac in two opposite points, Cancer and Capricorn. The tropical points in the sun's course, ordinarily called the gates of the sun. These two tropics before his time corresponded with those constellations, but in his day with Gemini and Sagittarius, in consequence of the precession of the equinoxes, but the signs of the zodiac remained unchanged, and the Milky Way crossed at the signs Cancer and Capricorn, though not at those constellations. Through these gates, souls were supposed to descend to earth and reascend to heaven. One Marcobius says in his Dream of Scipio was styled the gate of men, and the other the gate of the gods. Cancer was the former, because souls descended by it to the earth, and Capricorn the latter, because by it they ascended to their seats of immortality and became gods. From the Milky Way, according to Pythagoras, diverged the route to the dominions of Pluto until they left the galaxy. They were not deemed to have commenced to descend toward that terrestrial bodies. From that they departed, and to that they returned, until they reached the sign Cancer. They had not left it, and were still gods. When they reached Leo, they commenced their apprenticeship for their future condition, and when they were at Aquarius, the sign opposite Leo, they were furthest removed from human life. The soul, descending from the celestial limits where the zodiac and galaxy unite, loses its spherical shape, the shape of all divine nature, and is lengthened into a cone as a point is lengthened into a line, and then an indivisible monad before it divides itself and becomes a duad. That is, unity becomes division, disturbance, and conflict. Then it begins to experience the disorder which reigns in matter, to which it unites itself, becoming, as it were, intoxicated by draughts of grosser matter, of which in inebriation the cup of Barcos between Cancer and Leo is a symbol. It is for them the cup of forgetfulness. They assemble, says Plato, in the fields of oblivion, to drink there the water of the river Amales, which causes men to forget everything. This fiction is also found in Virgil. If souls, says Macrobius, carried with them into the bodies, they occupy all the knowledge which they had acquired of divine beings during their sojourn in the heavens, men would not differ in opinion as to the deity, but some of them forget more and more less of that which they had learned. We smile at these notions of the ancients, but we must learn to look through these material images and allegories to the ideas struggling for utterance, the great speechless thoughts which they envelop, and is well for us to consider whether we ourselves have found yet out any better way of representing to ourselves the soul's origin and its advent into this body, so entirely foreign to it, if, indeed, we have ever thought about it at all, or have not ceased to think in despair. The highest and purest portion of matter which nourishes and constitutes divine existences is what the poets term nectar, the beverage of the gods. The lower, more disturbed, and grosser portion is what intoxicates souls. We just read this story. Now that woman stared in that mirror and said, "Who's the fairest of them all?" And that's what my hand just opened up to. I'm going to repeat that sentence and continue on. The lower, more disturbed and grosser portion is what intoxicates the soul. The ancients symbolized it as the river Lethe, dark stream of oblivion. How do we explain the soul's forgetfulness of its antecedents, or reconcile that utter absence of remembrance of its former condition with its essential immortality? In truth, we, for the most part, dread and shrink from any attempted explanation of it to ourselves. Dragged down by the heaviness produced by this inebriating draught, the soul falls along the zodiac and the Milky Way to the lower spheres, and in its descent not only takes in each sphere a new envelope, of the material composing the luminous bodies of the planets, but receives there the different faculties which it is to exercise while it inhabits the body. In Saturn, it acquires the pattern of reasoning and intelligence of what is termed the logical and contemplative faculty. From Jupiter, it receives the power of action. Mars gives its valor, enterprise, and impetuosity. From the Sun, it receives the senses and imagination, which produce sensation, perception, and thought. Venus inspires it with desires. Mercury gives it the faculty of expressing and enunciating that it thinks and feels. And on entering the sphere of the moon, it acquires the force of generation and growth. This luminary sphere, lowest in basis to divine bodies, is the first and highest to terrestrial bodies. And the luminary body there assumed by the soul, while as it were the sediment of celestial matter, is also the first substance of animal matter. The celestial bodies, heaven, the stars, and other divine elements ever aspire to rise. The soul reaching the region which mortality inhabits tends toward terrestrial bodies and is deemed to die. Let no one, says Macrobius, be surprised that we so frequently speak of the death of this soul, which yet we call immortal. It is neither annulled nor destroyed by such death, but merely enfeebled for a time, and does not thereby forfeit its prerogative of immortality. For afterward, freed from the body, when it has been purified from the vice strains contracted during that connection, it is reestablished in all its privileges, and returns to the luminous abode of its immortality. On its return, it restores to each sphere through which it ascends the passion and earthly faculties received from them. The moon, the faculty of increase and diminution of the body. To Mercury, fraud, the architect of evils. To Venus, the seductive love of pleasure. To the Sun, the passion for greatness and empire. To Mars, audacity and temerity. To Jupiter, avarice. And to Saturn, falsehood and deceit. And at last, relieved of all, it enters naked and pure into the eighth sphere of highest heaven. All these agrees with the doctrine of Plato that the soul cannot re-enter into heaven until the revolutions of the universe shall have restored it to its primitive condition and purified it from the effects of its contact with the four elements. This opinion of the pre-existence of souls as pure and celestial substances before their union with our bodies, to put on and animate which they descend from heaven, is one of great antiquity. A modern rabbi, Marnesh Ben Ezrael, says it was always the belief of the Hebrews. It was that of most philosophers who admitted the immortality of the soul, and therefore it was taught in the mysteries. For as Lactantius says, they could not see how it was possible that the soul should exist after the body if it had not existed before it, and if its nature was not independent of that of the body. The same doctrine was adopted by the most learned of the Greek fathers and by many of the Latins, and it would probably prevail largely at the present day if men troubled themselves to think upon the subject at all, and to inquire whether the soul's immortality involved its prior existence. Some philosophers held that the soul was incarcerated in the body by way of punishment for sins committed by it in a prior state. How they reconciled this with the same soul's unconsciousness of any such prior state, or of sin committed there, does not appear. Others held that God, of his mere will, sent the souls to inhabit the body. The Kabbalists united the two opinions, They held that there are four worlds: Azaluth, Prereth, Sharath, and the material world, and Aziath, the world of emanation, that of creation, that of forms, and yes, the material world, one above and more perfect than the other in that order, both as regards their own nature and that of Azaluth, the supreme heaven, abode of God and of pure and immortal spirits. Those who descend from it without fault of their own, by God's order, are gifted with a divine fire which preserves them from the contagion of matter and restores them to heaven so soon as their mission is ended. Those who descend through their own fault go from world to world, insensibly losing their love of divine things and their self contemplation until they reach the world, Aziath, falling by their own weight. This is a pure Platonism clothed with the images and words peculiar to the Kabbalists. It was the doctrine of the Essenes, who says Porphyry believed that souls descend from the most subtile ether, attracted to bodies by the seductions of matter. It was in substance the doctrine of Origen, and it came from the Chaldeans, who largely studied the theory of the heavens, the spheres, and the influences of the signs and constellations. The Gnostics made souls ascend and descend through 8 heavens, in each of which were certain powers that opposed their return, and often drove them back to earth when not sufficiently purified. The last of these powers, nearest the luminous abode of souls, was a serpent or dragon. In the ancient doctrine, certain genii were charged with the duty of conducting souls to the bodies destined to receive them and of withdrawing them from those bodies. According to Plutarch, these were the functions of Proserpine and Mercury. In Plato, a familiar genius accompanies man at his birth, follows and watches him all his life, and at death conducts him to the tribunal of the great judge. These genii are the media of communication between man and the gods, and the soul is ever in their presence. This doctrine is taught in the oracles of Zoroaster, and these genii were the intelligences that resided in the planets. Thus, the secret science and mysterious emblems of initiation were connected with heaven. Heavens, the spheres, the constellations, and this connection must be studied by whomsoever would understand the ancient mind and be enabled to interpret the allegories and explore the meaning of the symbols in which the old sages endeavored to delineate the ideas that struggled within them for utterance and could but insufficiently and inadequately expressed by language whose words are images or those things alone that can be grasped by and are within the empire of the senses. It is not possible for us thoroughly to appreciate the feelings with which the ancients regarded the heavenly bodies and the ideas to which their observation of the heavens gave rise, because we cannot put ourselves in their places, look at the stars with their eyes in the world's youth, and divert ourselves of the knowledge which even the commonest of us have, that makes us regard the stars and planets and all the universe of suns and worlds as a mere inanimate machine, an aggregate of senseless orbs, no more astonishing except in degree than a clock or an orrery. We wonder and are amazed at the power and wisdom. To most men seems only a kind of infinite ingenuity of the Maker, and power and wisdom of the Maker. They wondered at the work and endowed it with the life and force and mysterious powers and mighty influences. Memphis in Egypt was in latitude 29 degrees by 5 north and in longitude 30 degrees by 18 east. Derbe in Upper Egypt in latitude 25 degrees 45 north and longitude 32 degrees 43 east. Babylon was in latitude 32 degrees 30 north and longitude 40 degrees 23 east, while Sattaba, the ancient Sabaean capital of Ethiopia, was about in latitude 15 degrees north. Through Egypt ran the great river Nile, coming from beyond Ethiopia, its source in regions wholly unknown, in the abodes of heat and fire, and its course from south to north. Its inundations had formed the alluvial lands of Upper and Lower Egypt, which they continued to raise higher and higher, and to fertilize by their deep deposits. At first, as in all newly settled countries, those inundations occurring annually and always at the same period of the year were calamities, until by means of levees and drains and artificial lakes for irrigation they became blessings, and were looked for with joyful anticipation as they had before been awaited with terror upon the deposit left by the sacred river, as it withdrew into its banks. The husbandman sowed his seed in the rich soil, and the genial sun ensured him an abundant harvest. Babylon lay on the Euphrates, which ran from southeast to northwest. Blessings as all rivers in the Orient do. The arid country through which it flowed, but its rapid, uncertain overflows bringing terror and disaster to the ancients as yet inventors of no astronomical instruments, and looking at the heavens with the eyes of children. This earth was a level plain of unknown extent. About its boundaries there was speculation, but no knowledge. The inequalities of its surface were the irregularities of a plane, that it was a globe, or that anything lived on it under surface, or on what it rested. They had no idea. Every 24 hours the sun came up from beyond the eastern rim of the world and traveled across the sky over the earth, always south of, but sometimes nearer the, sometimes further from the point overhead, and sunk below the world's western rim. With him went light, and after him followed darkness. And every 24 hours appeared in the heavens another body, visible chiefly at night, but sometimes even when the sun shone, which likewise, as if following the sun at a greater or less distance, traveled across the sky, sometimes as a thin crescent, and thence increasing to a full orb, resplendent with silver light, and sometimes more and sometimes less than to the southward of the point overhead, within the same limits as the sun. Man enveloped by the thick darkness of profoundest night, when everything around him has disappeared and he seems alone with himself in the black shades that surround him, feels his existence a blank nothingness, except so far as memory calls to him the glories of splendors of light. Everything is dead to him, and he, as it were, to nature. How crushing and overwhelming the thought, the fear, the dread, that perhaps that darkness may be eternal and that day may possibly never return. If it ever occurs to his mind while the solid gloom closes up against him like a wall, what then can restore him to like, to energy, to activity, to fellowship, and communion with the great world which God has spread around him, and which perhaps in the darkness may be passing away? Light restores him to himself and to nature which seemed lost to him. Naturally, therefore, the primitive men regarded light as the principle of their real existence, without which life would be but one continued weariness and despair. This necessity for light and its actual creative energy were felt by all men, and nothing was more alarming to them than its absence. It became their first divinity, a single ray of which, flashing into the dark, tumultuous bosom of chaos, caused man and all the universe to emerge from it. So all the poets sung who imagined cosmogonies, such was the first dogma of Orpheus, Moses, and theologians. Light was Ormuz, adored by the Persians, and darkness Ahriman, origin of evils. Light was the life of the universe, the friend of man, the substance of the gods and of the soul. The sky was to them a great solid concave arch, a hemisphere of unknown material, and at an unknown distance above the flat level earth, and along it journeyed in their courses of the sun, the moon, the planets, and the stars. The sun was to them a great globe of fire, of unknown dimensions, at an unknown distance. Moon was a mass of softer light. The stars and planets, lucent bodies armed with unknown and supernatural influences. All right, so this be 7 minutes, and looks like I'll be going to the Adiparashakti Temple tomorrow in Pontiac, Michigan, 5551 West Kennett. So I will most likely not be online. Maybe my phone hooks up or something, maybe it don't. That's to be seen. But as far as my instructions that I picked up from a story I picked up on my little breadcrumb trail that I'm following, I tell you, follow your heart. And my heart said, go to temple. Well, looks like the stars are lining up that way, so I want to be there tomorrow. And so if you don't see me, I will be thinking of you. And if you do come, then I'll see you there. Just in case you're unaware, Adi Parashakti is Temple of the Eternal Mother. Eternal Temple of the Eternal Mother. Let's see. Oh my goodness. There we go. It's at my feet. Address is good enough. It's interesting. Our stories, stars. Nope. And so, it's been a great day. And I love you. And I thank you. And I want to encourage you, if you haven't been playing music, to play some music and be more fun. You know, the key to your life, the key to turning everything on is your imagination. It ain't the electricity coming out the wall. It's not what's on the screen, but it's your heart. And your heart will create all the miracles, because it's not man that's going to answer your everything. It's the great vast family of our ancestors, all of humanity. What is my nationality? People ask. Humanity is my nationality. Humanity is our nationality. And that's what I love about all of this, about everything I'm into. And I thank y'all for joining me today, and I thank y'all for just being part of my life. I'm glad that the world seems to be coming together, even though it be in shambles. That's okay. We can always make it a better place. Think about a little elbow grease and how fast you can get that house to shine up. Just imagine how little elbow grease we got to use and just sit back for a moment and the world will heal herself all on her own. Pretty awesome stuff. You know what I ain't done? I ain't playing my flute all day. How about a little tune on the way out? Sounds a lot better since I wrapped it up a little bit better. That's for sure. Seems appropriate to wait a couple minutes. Don't feel correct to just dip out. No. Surely the greatest happiness I ever found. Is in my own heart since I was 5 years old. A really good imagination. Everybody be on their own worlds, doing their own thing. Life keep going on. And nothing much has changed. I just keep growing, keep developing new layers. You want to make a good painting in life, many layers. You gotta put one layer on, let it dry. Put another layer on, let it dry. It's kind of like all the stuff we be learning. I didn't get here by putting all this all on at once. A little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there. It's 3 o'clock. Donna de Guay. Until we see you next time.